Ja, okay, ich gebe dir recht. Ich habe 928 Stunden. Ich kann dazu noch nicht relaten, weil ich noch keine 1000 Stunden habe. Ne, Tommy? Ja, Tommy, ich habe gehört, du bist der Einzige von uns, der sich in die Hosen kackt, wenn er auf ein Fahrgeschäft geht.
Nein.
Das hat Mama gesagt.
Er hat sich letztens getraut, auf eins zu gehen. Den Breakdance.
Und der hat sich komplett eingeschissen?
Ich weiß es nicht. Ich kann es nicht beurteilen. Ich war nicht dabei. Bestimmt.
Also wollt ihr jetzt reinkommen? Was? Wollt ihr nicht reinkommen? Tommy? Was?
Ja, weil ich Minecraft schon oft genug gespielt habe hier.
Chill. Du wolltest doch noch das da bauen.
Ja.
Ich habe auch keine Lust darauf, meinen zu bauen. Trotzdem mache ich das.
Dann baust du nicht. Spiel kein Minecraft.
Was? Das war nicht so ein Spielfeld, aber. Komm doch rein.
Ja, den Controller von Gina, bei dem uns.
Sag, gib einen aus deinem Zimmer. Ja, du hast ja nie Lust, wenn man dich fragt. Egal was.
Ja, weil ihr nur dieselben Spiele spielt. Jedes Mal. Und dann du, ja, was ich? Hä? Das stimmt gar nicht. Welches Spiel außer Brautzitat? Der Dafür? Willst du nicht?
Was? Halt das mal zu Call of Duty.
Ja, Einheit.
Soll ich gucken, wie viele Spieler gerade in Call of Duty Black Ops 6 allein sind? Alleine Haptic Rush hat ja Millionen von Abonnenten, was in Deutschland. Also er hat auf jeden Fall früher noch Call of Duty Content gemacht. Ja. Und die Main-Zuschauerschaft guckt ihn auch nur wegen Call of Duty. Spaß. Die haben angefangen, ihn zu gucken wegen Call of Duty. Jetzt momentan gucken die ihn gerne zu, wer Wii Sports Resort spielt. Ja, was denn? Die sehen ja seit 13 Jahren nur Call of Duty. Die wollen auch mal was anderes sehen.
Ja. Ich will auch was anderes sehen, außer Minecraft und Fortnite. Wer spielt denn jetzt?
Tot ernst.
Immer wenn ich so frage, so wer spielt denn hier heutzutage noch Fortnite, sagt ihr so, hä? Es gibt ja voll viel in der Competitive und verdienen damit Geld, aber das ist für jedes Spiel so. Das ist für jedes Spiel.
Schuh! Wollt ihr auch mal reinkommen, Digga?
Ja.
Aber komm rein, damit Sammy auch reinkommen kann. Sammy, hol mal einen Controller jetzt.
Ach so, ein Controller.
Sammy, hol mal jetzt einen Controller.
Ich bin das Multistand.
Ja, okay, stimmt. Call of Duty hat eigentlich auch coole Kampagne und coole Zombies. Und die kann man beide alleine zocken.
Kampagne.
Was denn? Sag jetzt nichts gegen Call of Duty Kampagne.
Nein, ich meine ja, wenn ich Call of Duty spielen würde, dann würde ich auch nur Kampagne spielen.
Nicht Zombies? Was? Das ist ja mal der größte Cap, den ich jemals gehört habe. Und noch nicht rein.
Generell, ich finde Call of Duty einfach nicht so interessant zu spielen. Es ist halt einfach genauso wie jeder andere Shooter.
Besser.
Besser. Ja.
Und warum habt ihr nicht weitergebaut?
Ja, weil ich die Ressourcen, weil ich andere Sachen nehmen wollte.
Das haben
Ja, vielen Dank.
wir. Junge Sammy.
Für eine andere Spiele, die mir gerade Spaß machen.
Squares. What I like to do is just mix in some ceilings and stone along the walls just inside of our stairs, and that provides enough light for this area. And then you can just replace the ground with stone. For the ground inside our smaller square, I've replaced all the blocks with these smithing tables. Now, I like them, but it's probably not a good idea. They are expensive, and in later area, you can just put a Okay, we're also going to build these 4 pillars, and each of these are 3 blocks in from the wall in each corner. So you can count 1, 2, 3, and that's where you build your pillar, and it is 3 blocks by 3 blocks wide. So I've just used stripped acacia wood. The acacia wood on the sides, in the corners, just goes straight up, and then in the middle I've alternated the direction of it just to give a nice little pattern. So,
Ja.
3 of them are 19.
So 19 Blöcke. 1, 2, 3. 1. Zwei. Oh. Dann kannst du ja direkt auf den Controller holen. Hier. 5. 6. 8. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19.
Actually was. I made a pretty bold prediction, and realistically, I knew it kind of wasn't going to happen, but I will admit that I was wrong here. I expected the crowd to actually boo them. I expected the crowd at Gamescom to actually boo Treyarch, Activision, and the Black Ops 7 reveal. But something happened that was worse than that, because that didn't happen. Something happened that was arguably fucking worse than that. I kind of thought it would be like a professional wrestling thing. You cheer the good guys, you boo the bad guys, you know? You cheer Stone Cold Steve Austin, you boo The Rock. But what happens when the crowd is not interested in either of those things? You get the Black Ops 7 reveal at Gamescom, and my God, did it go on forever. I mean, these guys would not shut the fuck up. So without further ado, let me get right on into the meat and potatoes here, because I got a lot I want to get off my chest. So first things first, the crowd was
A nice little pattern. So 3 of them are 19 blocks tall. This one over here is going to be a little bit shorter. So we are looking from the front here. So this one is going to be 11 blocks tall. But then at the back, we're going to add 6 blocks that make it up to 12 blocks tall. So we're just leaving out those.
So, 11 Blöcke. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Das sind 12 Blöcke. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Eines Tages. Zwei, drei, vier, fünf, sechs, sieben, acht, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Sagst du das alles gleich hoch? Das. Nein, Quatsch.
happened that was arguably fucking worse than that. I kind of thought it would be like a professional wrestling thing. You cheer the... I mean, these guys would not shut the fuck up. So without further ado, let me get right on into the meat and potatoes here, because I got a lot I want to get off my chest. So first things first, the crowd was... It can only be described as apathetic. They did not care for the Black Ops 7 reveal. It reminded me of this funny scene. I don't even know what movie this is from. I always reply to people with it in GIF form when I'm bored or something. But it's just like this guy's sleeping, and then people start clapping, and he wakes up and just starts clapping. It was essentially that. No one gave a single solitary fuck about Black Ops 7 at Gamescom. I thought for a second that maybe they had some sort of anti-booing policy, or maybe the people that are going there are actually just big fans of every game being revealed, Call of Duty included. But even then, that they couldn't muster the energy to give a fuck. They just couldn't. There was a point in the trailer, like it was a campaign pretty much only reveal, and they talked about it. They wheeled out the shambling corpses of some Treyarch and Raven devs to come out and recite some scripted lines. It looked like they had a sniper aimed at their fucking dome and an earpiece in at the same time saying, "Make this sound as good as possible. Do not fall asleep or you are dead," because they could not be again, less enthusiastic about the product they were trying to push on us. But what really made me laugh, the big fucking just jester moment, I'll call it. They're revealing the game and they're doing all this, and they have this just terrible, like, remix of Master of Puppets. I mean, it's a pretty awesome song to put into a trailer, but they did something weird with it. They always got to do some weird fucking remix, and this was like some weird auto-tuned Master of Puppets. It sounded like T-Pain got into the booth drunk as a skunk and just made the song 10 times shittier. I don't know if I was just hearing things, but it sounded really bad. But halfway through the trailer, halfway through the campaign gameplay reveal, I shit you not, they straight up just had this like pre-order bonus advert. I'm not kidding with that. I recorded it, and then they proceeded to go on to show more gameplay. They interrupted the gameplay trailer to remind you to pre-order, you brainless, money shit. And I'm sorry for yelling. And maybe they've done this before and I just haven't really thought about it and noticed it or whatever. But holy shit! This is not the year to do this. Wow. There was a point where like there's a break in the trailer and you hear like one guy maybe in the crowd go like, and that was about the only excitement the people there could conjure up. It was bad. But this guy on Twitter kind of just, says what I'm saying here. Like, it was dead. He says, watching the Call of Duty Black Ops 7 trailer premiere at Gamescom, absolutely embarrassing what they've done with this series. LOL. Laughable. Zero crowd reaction. In the reply, someone says, even the devs couldn't fake excitement, laughing my ass off. And Big D responds, legit, the post-trailer chill from the devs is so hard to watch. And it went on for ages. Like, Gamescom Call of Duty Black Ops 7 segment. Please wrap it up, Trey says on Twitter. There is way more to this, though. I want to cover what they did mid-trailer. I want to cover the fact that I think they're going after small creators because no one really wants to deal with them. I'm going to cover the reactions, live chat reactions, and comments, and likes and dislikes, and all that after a brief word from this video sponsor. This is a great game. You should definitely check it out. I quite enjoy it. It's I use actions to arenas and content will definitely enjoy. Alright guys, welcome back to the video. Definitely check out StarCraft if you're into that genre. Very cool game. I love the smaller dev team indie games coming out now like this and Peak and whatnot. So definitely give the sponsor of this video some love if you can. And guys, let's cover the Black Ops 7 trailer and reactions and the content creators that are already shilling again this year. And I truly think that they are so desperate at Activision, they're going to pay off even the smallest creators, because I found something that just blew my mind, absolutely blew me away. And I'm going to say this right now. I know that the money's probably good. I'm going to say, hey, if you get that bag, man, I got no qualms with that. Make your money. Get the Activision paycheck or whatever. But I'm just going to tell you right now, this year in particular, guys, it's not a good look. If you're a content creator and Call of Duty is paying you to promote their game, it is not a good look, and you're going to lose, I think, the goodwill of the community. I think you're going to lose a lot of respect there. But just to put it into perspective, I have turned down personally, I got the email receipts to prove this, I have turned down personally over $10,000
Ja, für $10.000 hätte ich das
offered to
gemacht.
me for like different AI sponsorships and stuff like that, like AI creators and stuff like that. I don't mind plugging anything like ChatGPT or anything resembling that. I think those are very useful tools for the most part. But I cannot plug just AI, do the work for you, make this creation, AI editors and whatnot. I cannot do that. That's just my personal moral kind of thing. I do not want to ever plug that for you guys because I don't believe in it. You know, I don't think it's interesting. I don't think it'll resonate. I don't do it. And I really want to see every single creator, and I get it, man. You know, money makes the world go round. But if every creator could just tell them, no, I'm not going to promote Call of Duty this year, and put your foot down and really give your honest opinions and not try to sugarcoat what you say so you continue to get invited out to Treyarch and Infinity Ward and Raven and Sledgehammer Game Studios and whatnot. Like, if we could just do that, then we would make so much headway in getting a good game for everyone. I think if you truly cared about the gamers, you would really consider that. Again, though, man, I'm not going to tell you what to do. I'm not going to tell you how to run your channel, your business, or your Twitter, or whatever. But I'm just going to say this year, if you're plugging and hyping up Black Ops 7, people are not going to buy it. And they're going to know you're not being truthful with them, straight up. And here's a perfect example. This is a content creator. It's still even anonymous. I don't want to send some hate anyone's way right now. I totally get it. You know what I mean? I'm not going to do that. But what I am going to do is just show you this tweet anonymously and then show you the response to this tweet. And this is not an isolated incident by any means. But someone says, "Thank you, Treyarch, for inviting me to play Black Ops 7 early. Tons of content to cover, and it all starts during the COD Gamescom's presentation, August 19th at 11 a.m. PT. So expect several videos covering campaign, multiplayer, and zombies." And then in the comment section, in the reply section here, this guy has had enough, and I do not blame him whatsoever. These people are essentially taking money from the devil right now. Hey man, bleed the devil dry, truthfully, but you gotta expect this, and you shouldn't be mad at people for saying this. This guy says, "Here comes the bullshit creators pushing COD's propaganda. Not falling for the bullshit zero integrity videos this year. BO6 is the worst COD I ever played." You guys remember who said Black Ops 6 is the worst COD I have ever played back in fucking September when I played the beta? That made me nauseous. I had morning sickness like a running in the New York subway playing that trash. And I tried to warn you, and I said, I screamed from the rooftops, and no one believed me. People said, "Oh, you're just being negative, call me a grifter." I was right. I was right. I am sorry for yelling. I am. I guess some of you guys watch with headphones. You shouldn't do that, by the way, or at the very least, you should turn them down. But the point I am trying to make, and I'm not screaming so people listen. I am grabbing my pop filter and my mic right now, and I'm literally grabbing it like someone's face, and I'm screaming into it. That's how much passion I have here. Okay? Please listen to me. I will praise them when they do something good. I promise you. You guys know I praised Modern Warfare 3 as the year progressed. The game got better and better. It's still pretty mid. Honestly, I can't say it's a good game. I just cannot with the manipulative matchmaking and the stupid microtransactions and the stupid skins as well. But I will say Sledgehammer Games tried Cold War. Cold War was a game that released really unfinished and shitty, and again, gradually it got better as time went on. In fact, I think around the Halloween event when they had Scream Deathmatch and Ghostface, and they had Rambo and John McClane, like those were pretty interesting, fun skins. And that was a good game mode as well. Scream Deathmatch was pretty interesting. That was fun. Like, that was probably the last time I had fun playing Call of Duty, actually, was during that event. That's pretty sad. But I can admit when they do things right. And I do think there is some talent there left. I think it's pretty much only with Sledgehammer Games now. But just please trust me when I say, do not buy Black Ops 7. And if you need more convincing to not buy it, let me show you what they did at the Gamescom thing. I want to cover that more. I want to cover the reactions to it as well. So I gotta cover this though, because they did something, and maybe they've done this before, and I've just not paid attention. Admittedly, I don't really watch the trailers or care or remember them, and I can't go back and watch them anyway because they have copyrighted music, and the $1 trillion company is just too poor to afford to keep the rights to that music available for the trailers, so they just take them offline and delete them from existence. That actually does happen, by the way. I'm not making that up at all. That is a legitimate thing that happens. Look it up. But regardless, midway through the gameplay, like, revealed campaign trailer at Gamescom, they had an advert to pre-order the game. And then they continue on with the gameplay. Do they not have faith in their audience to remain interested long enough to even get to the pre-order shit? The game is already becoming a giant advertisement for pre-ordering in the store. Pathetic. Like, I'm sorry. Again, sorry for yelling. My God, I'm not the only one upset about this, though. That sympathetic crowd. It's been worse than just getting booed, because at least getting booed would get you picked up on different websites. It'd be a big event. People would talk about it. It would be publicity. These people were about to fall asleep during this thing. I'm not kidding you. I can describe like what the gameplay was. It looks like a 4-man Black Ops 3. And nobody really wants advanced movement. I mean, it's not really advanced movement, but it kind of is. There's a super jump ability that's apparently going to be in campaign and multiplayer. So it's essentially advanced movement, at least with that ability. Who asked for this? Who asked for this? I mean, look at the dislikes when IGN reposted what was like played at Gamescom. The dislikes, and this is a screenshot from a few hours ago. I'm sure it's only gotten worse. And here's the crazy thing. This is with my dislike viewer tool, which I've covered a million times. It's a Chrome extension. And the dislikes are always more, about like 30 to 50%, maybe even double this. I'm not kidding with that. These are only the verified dislikes from the people that have this extension installed, apparently. So this might be double. Like, I have not seen dislikes this crazy for a Call of Duty since Infinite Warfare. History's just going to repeat itself. And again, I made the prediction that they're going to release Black Ops 1 as kind of a, you know, in case of emergency, break the remastered nostalgia baked glass here. I still think they could do that. I still think they could do that, because while they have been trying to can their current plans for Black Ops 7's full release, they can only do so much. This is the problem with these yearly games, and the fact that they're made several years in advance. It's like they can't pivot. They're like Ross in the stairwell with the couch, just saying pivot over and over, and nothing happens. They can't possibly fix this. They're trying to band-aid it, and it's a severed limb. Like, they're bleeding out, and they're putting some just Johnson & Johnson shit on that. It ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work. Now, I didn't catch the live chat, unfortunately, and Gamescom turned off the live chat replay for the stream, it would appear. So I had to just show off Twitter what they're saying, but apparently during the Black Ops 7 reveal, in the chat, everyone was just spamming L over and over and over again. Absolutely no one gives a single solitary fuck this year. And no amount of paying off creators is going to fix that. It's just not. Let's cover the comments, by the way, on the IGN trailer. Again, this is not like just some weird random Reddit corner of the internet. This is not a vocal minority. This is literally everyone that is a fan of the franchise coming to express their opinion. No one that is an actual fan of Call of Duty is going to come to these trailers and do anything but speak the truth. That's it. It's not some hate campaign. If people have completely checked out of the franchise, they're not even going to bother with it. It's going to be like the apathetic audience at Gamescom. This is like people just saying, hey, this sucks. I'm not buying it. They're literally letting them know that this game is garbage already. Anyway, yeah, let's check out these comments here. It's fresh off the press, 48 minutes after this trailer went up on IGN. This shit gonna break records. Lowest sales for a Black Ops. My face before the trailer, bored. My face after, bored. God, this looks stupid. Can't wait for Battlefield 6. Ripod, Battlefield 6, here I come. This makes me appreciate Black Ops 1 more and more. As a Call of Duty player, I'm more excited for Battlefield 6, so where is the gameplay? It's absolutely wild how people keep buying the same game every year. 3 games in a row about gas. First it was gas missiles, then it was psychological gas, now it's psychological fear gas. ChatGPT must really be filling the writer's room. Reminded me of the Black Ops 3 campaign, which is not a positive thing. That was a really bad campaign, to be honest. It's same crap, different year. Call of Diarrhea. This mind-bending, futuristic stuff is the opposite of what I want from a military shooter. How they haven't made a COD game based around zombies solely is beyond me. So much creative potential with their zombies, and they restrict it to a game mode, make it an entire game, bring back every zombie map, zombie campaign, multi-elements, etc. I don't get it. He's got a good point. It's time to wake up. We have, and your games are shit. Goodbye, Call of Duty. Hello, Battlefield. Remember, no pre-orders. It's a Battlefield year, boys. Just a friendly reminder, no one asked for this. Press F to pay respects. This is more of a BO 6.5 trailer than a BO7 trailer. We'll cover that in my next video I'm going to do. I need to gather some more evidence here. Laughing my ass off. They still don't get it. Could have told me this was Overwatch and I would have believed you. Bro, at this point, Activision has no shame anymore. Players are moving to other grounded, more unique shooters. What should we do? Add extreme movement, super jumps, and make it in the future. Heard the fish AI is going to be super realistic. That's old school right there. I'm just done. I'm just done. You know, I said before, like, I'm just sticking with Battlefield 6 this year. If Battlefield 6 disappoints me with post-launch support or whatever, I don't think it will. I've actually seen some leaked skins. It's all military-themed stuff. It all looks very good. I mean, I don't know, man. I had a great time playing the Battlefield 6 beta. I'm actually more excited for the Portal mode than anything else, to be completely honest. But I'm just going to stick with it. And if it disappoints me, it disappoints me. But I'm not gambling on Call of Duty this year when I have nearly a 99.9% chance at losing. I'm just not going to bother with it. I'm going to review the game when it comes out due to that free Game Pass code a viewer of mine sent me. Thank you again for that. I hope it works. I haven't actually tried it. I'm not going to actually use it until until I have to. But guys, I'm just checked out. I think we all are. And I don't know what else they need to see to, like, change course. If they're that stubborn and stupid just to go with the flow here, I mean, they have an easy out, and it's Black Ops 1 remastered, and don't fucking touch anything on it. Let the stupid motherfuckers play Black Ops 7, and let us play Black Ops 1 Remastered. I would actually play that over Battlefield 6 if you didn't fuck with it at all. If you just released that game, didn't change anything about it, didn't change at one iota about it, didn't put anything in it, no matchmaking system, just ping matchmaking. I mean, I know they won't, and that's the thing, is I can't even trust them to do that. Let's say, viewer, they did that, and they said, this is the complete normal experience, we're not going to change anything, this is the old school matchmaking. I seriously would not believe them at this point. They've lost my trust. They've not just lost it, it is on a milk carton right now. It is that far gone. It cannot be found. Guys, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, drop a like rating. I'll catch you on the next one. These guys are getting dislike bombed, they're getting bullied, and they're getting shit on, and they deserve, honestly, so much more. They deserve a 100% dislike rating at this stage. Fuck these guys. I hope you enjoyed. Rate, comment, and subscribe. Ring that notification bell, and I'll catch you on the next one. Have a good one. Peace out.
Och, Digga, ich habe ja immer noch nicht genug Holz. Digga, muss ich noch mehr Holz farmen.
They want you afraid. Fear makes it easier to control. It's time to wake up.
If you have been controlled, and then there's a united unrest on an unprecedented scale.
And this is a terrorist. Peace and security to the world.
So let me go.
I'm looking back if they now this is what we do next. A lot of people don't know this phrase.
This isn't radio.
Only good for you. Man, that's a hell of a lot easier than killing the idea. No more confusing this game's man.
For players to whatever happens to come up. The first thing to point out is we're going to be getting 16 6v6 maps at launch, as well as two 20v20 maps at launch. That is a very solid map count at launch for a Call of Duty game, especially just looking at the 6v6 maps. Although it is worth noting, out of those 16 maps, 3 of them have been confirmed to be remade maps. We're going to be seeing Raid, Express, and Hijack, all for Black Ops 2. Now, for these 6v6 maps as well, they did have a little section here talking about how they made adjustments to their map design philosophy for this game. They mentioned the maps are designed to breathe a little bit more with enough space for players to fully explore the expanded omni-movement system while still delivering the tight cover-to-cover combat that defines Black Ops. They went on to say each map layout emphasizes clear lane definition, controlled sightlines, and tactical opportunities for creative flanking and positioning. And that's essentially exactly what I want to hear coming off of Black Ops 6. They're basically acknowledging a lot of the issues that took place with the map design philosophy in Black Ops 6, and they're aiming to avoid those same pitfalls with the maps in Black Ops 7. Obviously, we'll have to get our hands on them and see how they actually play for ourselves, but on paper at least, this is sounding like exactly what I want to hear. Also, I guess this is a good time to talk about that 20v20 mode. This is going to be called Skirmish, and in this, as expected, the maps are going to be quite a bit bigger than these standard 6v6 maps. And it does appear at least one of them will be just taking a section of the Avalon map. And they also confirmed in this mode in particular, we'll have access to the wingsuit to traverse the map very quickly, which we won't have access to in the 6v6 experience. Also, they did mention vehicles will be in this, as well as the grappling hook. But we didn't get any further details on that. They basically just said we'll get more details in the coming weeks. After that, let's talk a little bit about movement. And the first thing here is the wall bounce, which has been rumored for a long time. Many people were thinking this meant wall running. It doesn't appear that's going to be the case. All leaks up until this point have just mentioned a wall bounce, and we've seen a few gameplay clips now of the player implementing a wall bounce. On top of this, a lot of people noticed in the campaign portion of this, somebody did a ridiculous super jump way up in the air. This has been confirmed to not be a part of multiplayer. That's something that's going to be more specific to campaign. So that's good to know. There aren't actually jetpacks here, even if some of the clips might have looked that way. Multiplayer will not have jetpacks, but it will have Omni movement returning. However, they did mention they've toned some things back, including tactical sprint. The thing I've been asking for years now. I've always said tactical sprint in Call of Duty just felt like a totally redundant and unnecessary addition, since for the fast-paced nature of Call of Duty, it was never actually used in a tactical manner. It's just that's how you get around the map now. You have to use the additional sprint on top of the regular sprint to get around as fast as possible, which everyone wants to do in a Call of Duty game. Additionally, they did mention that there will be no aim down sight while sliding, diving, or wall jumping unless you're using a specific perk for those, which I'm totally fine with. I would have been a bit disappointed to hear they removed all that completely and there was no option to do it at all, but I think it is perfectly fair and balanced to need a perk in order to perform those actions, and I'm obviously curious to see what the perk structure is. On that note, just a little tangent, since I know many people have been asking, I have not played the game early yet. I know some content creators got flown out last week to play it. Unfortunately, I ran into some scheduling conflicts, so I was unable to make it to Treyarch early to check the game out. But some other content creators have played the game already. Next up, getting back into movement, sort of. There will apparently be a gung-ho perk in the game, which will allow you to fire while sprinting. That's not entirely new, it's just not a perk we've seen in recent years, at least, as far as I can remember. And also, apparently, this one's coming from Charlie Intel, who was one of the creators that got to go play early. Apparently, Specialist is coming to the game, and I'm not talking about Specialist abilities, I'm talking about the Specialist Strike package, where instead of earning your score streaks or kill streaks, you earn perks for chaining kills together in the same life, up until the point where you get your Specialist bonus and earn every perk in the game until you die. And that is something I'm really excited for. I'm a bit surprised to see that as well, because Treyarch generally doesn't do that. That's more of an Infinity Ward and Sledgehammer thing, which they haven't been doing over the past couple of years, and I've been quite disappointed with that. Looks like Black Ops 7 is doing that, and I find that to be really exciting. That's something I always look forward to in Call of Duty. After that, it was also confirmed that there will be no manual doors in multiplayer. Meaning the types of doors that we've had since Modern Warfare 2019, where you have to like interact with them or bash your way through them. Instead, the only doors that we will be seeing in multiplayer will apparently be those automatic doors where you just walk close to them and they open by themselves. And those we saw in some Call of Duty games before Modern Warfare 2019. And I'm happy to hear that. I've adapted just fine to the doors that we've had over the past several years, but my preference has always been to not have those for the standard 6v6 multiplayer experience. Now, to that, let's talk about one of the new selling points they've got, one of the new features they're bringing to Black Ops 7 to sort of set it apart and maybe push things forward, if it pans out well. This is the ability to overclock your equipment. So with this, for your score streaks, field upgrade, and equipment, they can be upgraded using this overclock system, meaning more than just your weapons will grow more versatile the more you use them. They say every successful use of your score streaks, field upgrade, and equipment becomes a step toward unlocking their full potential as you enhance your arsenal over time, permitting gameplay improvements and enhanced functionality. And they shared some examples while also revealing some equipment, field upgrades, and score streaks. One lethal equipment that's returning from Black Ops 4 is the cluster grenade. And with this, when you overclock it, the first overclock will give you a controllable fuse, which adds the ability to cook the fuse over time rather than it just working like a sticky grenade from the past. And then the second overclock gives you tighter packing, which adds one additional mini grenade to the projectile. As the field upgrade they mentioned here, this one's called the drone pod, which deploys to the skies, expelling autonomous aerial drones which seek out enemies. And the first overclock on this is called Quick Launcher, and this rapidly increases the speed at which the drones are launched, whereas the second overclock is called Radar Link, which is
Ich brauche sogar Seelaternen. Weshalb brauchst du deinen Seelaternen? Sag, komm her, hier, diese ganzen Mauern hier müssen aus Prismarin. Aus diese Seelaternen. Ich mache aber nur, er hat ja jeden zweiten Block Prismarin, ich mache alle 4 Blöcke oder so. Okay? Kannst du herbringen?
Ah! Oh, jetzt ist dort irgendwie.
Genau so.
At drone's detonation point. Then they went over a couple score streaks and their overclocks. The first one is the Rhino, which is this beast we can see right here. And with this one, it's a remotely controlled armored robotic soldier equipped with a deadly burst rifle. And the first overclock on this is the power module, which extends the runtime for the Rhino, allowing for even more mayhem. Whereas the second overclock is sonar pulse, which reveals nearby enemy locations on the Rhino's minimap and enhances both radar length and duration. And then finally, the other score streak, which we've seen in some of the marketing material in the past, is the Dog, which is a quadruped score streak featuring a large caliber turret and rocket pod designed to neutralize infantry targets. And with the first overclock, you get a large battery, which enhances the active duration, whereas the second overclock will give you the sentry mode, which allows the Dog to hunker down, guarding an area and deploying a supply pack and integrated trophy system. So this all sounds somewhat interesting, at least. I'm a little bit skeptical about this whole overclocking system. My one fear is that without overclocks, the streaks and the equipment and stuff just will feel like a light version and not the proper full version. And you get the feeling that instead of getting a bonus, you instead just don't get the full functionality until it's overclocked. But those are just my initial thoughts on this. Of course, I'm open to seeing how this actually works out with the gameplay. Now, let's talk a little bit about perks. And while they didn't reveal all of the perks for us, they did confirm that combat specialties will be returning, just like we have in Black Ops 6, where you have different colors of perks. And if you match up the right colors, you basically get a bonus perk on top of that. With Black Ops 7, they mention hybrid combat specialties, which allows you to mix and match perks from two different combat specialties to gain new combat specialty abilities. And that's something I think could work out well. Obviously, we need to see what that all looks like and what kind of specialties we're getting out of that, how mixing and matching works. But so far, I'm liking what I'm hearing there. Next, let's talk about weapons, and I'm not going to go through every weapon that appeared in the trailer or anything. That might be a separate video, but I want to mention they did confirm there will be 30 weapons at launch, and 16 of those weapons will be brand new, never seen before in the Call of Duty franchise, which sounds pretty good. That's a healthy number of new guns coming to the game, and also there will be carry forward, which we'll be talking about in just a little bit. So it's 30 new guns plus the carry forward weapons. And another interesting feature they're bringing here is a weapon build code system, where when you create a weapon build with all of the attachments and everything that you like on it, you can directly share that with other players, or you can just share a code, and when they enter that code, it will just build that setup for them. And this sounds excellent. Some other games have done this in the past. I've always thought it would be a really cool addition to Call of Duty as well. So I am really happy to see them adding it here. Next, let's talk about progression a little bit. And they've confirmed traditional prestige is once again returning, just like we saw in Black Ops 6. I was a little bit worried they'd be scrapping it after Black Ops 6 since the retention for that game didn't seem to do very well. And I was worried they were going to chalk that up to the fact that they switched to traditional prestige. But looks like it is returning. That's great. And on top of this, they're adding weapon prestige this time around. And there will be different attachments and an exclusive camo that you can get for prestiging your weapon, as well as probably additional benefits on top of that. That's something we'll take a deeper look at in the future. Then I wanted to take a look at our UI here, which is looking really nice and clean. I actually love this UI. A lot of it feels more classic to me than some of the more recent Call of Duty games. I don't know what it is exactly, but there's just something about the vibe of this heads-up display that I really do enjoy. It's nice and clean, got a bit of a futuristic look, and it's a nice departure from what we've been experiencing over the past several years, where I feel like they haven't made any significant changes to the overall art style of the heads-up display. We definitely have some changes here. And now let's finally talk about carry forward. Carry forward is confirmed to be happening from Black Ops 6 into Black Ops 7. And here are the details they provided. When it comes to Black Ops 6 XP tokens, they will be carrying forward into Black Ops 7, literally day one. And then when it comes to Black Ops 6 weapons, operators, and operator skins, they will all be carrying forward at the launch of Season 1 of Black Ops 7. So they won't be there right at launch, but they are coming shortly after. And this immediately put a huge damper on my excitement toward this game. Pretty much everything we've talked about so far, I'm liking the sounds of. It sounds like they're actually listening, making appropriate changes, making changes and improvements to things that many of us have been asking for years. And all the little multiplayer gameplay clips we've been seeing, I'm loving the looks of that. That definitely looks like a game I want to play. It does look like it's going to be almost like a hybrid of Black Ops 2, Black Ops 3, some of my favorite Call of Duty games of all time. I love the aesthetic, love the art style, but now carry forward's confirmed, and that art style will be completely thrown out the window the moment Season 1 drops. And it's not like they're going to be adding a couple skins here or there with Season 1 that goes against the art style or the theme or the tone of the game. They're bringing carry forward from Black Ops 6, so we're getting all that stuff great at Season 1. The only real hope that I've got here is they do mention in this tweet that there will be some exceptions, but they didn't clarify what those exceptions would be. I'm really hoping those exceptions include things that go completely against the art style, like the cartoon skins from Black Ops 6, for instance, because I just absolutely hate how much that breaks the cohesive theme and art style of the game, way more so than any other skin we've seen before in Call of Duty, but even the ones like the Ninja Turtle skins, for instance, or the human-animal hybrids like the Stoner Lizard or the Shark Head guys. I will be very disappointed if that stuff is flooding the game immediately the moment Season 1 drops. I don't care about things being perfectly realistic, I just want them to at least somewhat fit with the general theme and tone and setting and bare minimum art style of the game. And with Black Ops 7 being a futuristic setting, that opens up the ability for them to get a little creative with some of this stuff too, while still technically fitting in with the setting. Like even the Vault Edition skins, for instance, they're a little bit out there and wacky, but I could conceivably see those skins actually fitting into this universe that they're developing with the game, so I'm fine with those skins. I'm not fine with Beavis and Butthead or American Dad or Ninja Turtles being in the game. And that's where we're at with things. Gameplay-wise, it looks like they're doing things very well. Obviously, I haven't played it yet, so I'm just judging the information that we've got as it comes out. And I will, of course, be updating my opinions over time and as we actually get our hands on it. Now, I finally just want to share some key dates to know about. The first key date is Call of Duty Next will be taking place on September 30th. So that's when you're going to be seeing the full multiplayer reveal, where you'll see actual raw gameplay from creators. And then shortly after that, on October 2nd, this is when the early access beta will start. And then the open beta will start on October 5th. And then I'm assuming they'll probably have a second weekend to the beta. I didn't see any information about that. Maybe I just missed something though, because we did get flooded with a lot of information at once here. But at least that's when the beta is going to be starting. And then finally, the full game will be releasing on November 14th. And there we go. That's going to wrap it up for today's video. Just a general overview of all of the important multiplayer information we got today. I'm sure there are a lot of little details I could be pulling out of some of the gameplay and other things, and I plan on having more videos discuss.
Ich hab hier Lust auf
Weil so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Aber auch neuer Film.
Ja, ich bin noch am Austausch. Was? Ja, krass. Ja. Weißt du, wie groß mein Gebäude ist, Alter? Ja, guck, ich habe auch schon einen Stack Laternen jetzt. Nein. So, sieht doch clean aus. Ja, jetzt könnte ich schlafen gehen. Guck mal, einfach Zombies dort oben gespawnt. Wo sind deine Sticks? Was ist 4x4? Das haben wir 16, ne? So, hast du noch mehr Akazienholz? Ich brauche genau ein Stück. Ich brauche genau eins für so einen Zaun. Mit Bob. Bob.
Wenn ihr Kopf verkauft, ich hab
Doch klar, du hast Loot gedroppt. Also es ist ein Loot Drop. Oder nicht, Jawohl?
2,6 Kopf verkauft.
Hä, wo war denn die? Ah, hier. So. Samir, wenn du willst, kannst du jetzt hier deine Schulter mitnehmen. Denn ich gehe jetzt erstmal auf Toilette und dann muss ich was machen und danach kann ich wieder helfen. Deswegen könnt ihr so lange bis ich einkaufen. Bis ich wieder da bin. Ey, Chat, was geht ab, was geht ab? Hier ist wieder der Dragon Hunter 55 Ellie Bash. Ein La Cosa Nostra. Auf jeden Fall die dies war die dies. Hier mit dem Sami Bububär. Hier wird das Torregate gebaut. Ah, das ist eine Laterne gar nicht. Ja. Auf jeden Fall. Es wird geackert, es wird geackert. Tschüss, was ist das denn? Das sind ja die Trapdoors. Warum hat er wohl nicht weitergebaut? Ist er gestorben? Digga, dann soll er wenigstens zu Ende bauen, dann kann er sagen, keine Lust mehr. Auf jeden Fall, Kollegas. Kollegas Adrelis. Valentenis. So, wo ist denn der Knopf? Sag mir, wo ist der Knopf? Oh, hell yeah, Adrelis. Und geht das automatisch wieder aus oder muss ich irgendwas machen?
Und nur kurz sagen, es ist auch schwer. Ich habe auch schwer. Aber nur damit ich Rage spiele.
Ja, wahrscheinlich hat Sami Errol deswegen gekillt.
Aber mach nicht anders.
Tschüss, warum hast du hier... Jetzt muss ich mir eine Hau craften, du Esel. Doch, mich juckt das. Also, Kollegas Athenis, ich muss euch was erzählen. Kollegas, es war ein ganz normaler Tag. Ich gehe zum Praktikum hin. Ich warte und warte und warte. Ich muss Praktikumsvertrag ja ausfüllen, ne? Es kommt niemand, es kommt niemand. Allerdings AZ, der KZ, der war da. Der Bruder arbeitet da. So, Abo, Adredis. Abo, Adredis. Da war ein Blond. Ich gucke so KZ an. KZ guckt mich an. AZ, nicht KZ. KZ ist jemand anders. Ach, Digga. Auf jeden Fall. Digga, auf dem Nachhauseweg, ich hab diese Foundation gesehen. Digga, diese Foundation, die war crazy, ne? Also wirklich. Crazy Foundation, wirklich. Ah ja, nee, leider choppt. Check dir. Ist für ein bisschen schade, wissen. Ach ja. Harte Zeiten, harte Zeiten. Digga, ey. Wer hat hier den Weg hier denn gemacht? Nice.
voicemail. They want you afraid. Fear makes it easier to control.
12 blocks tall, so we're just leaving out those 3 right there. And at the bases of each of these, you can pop in an acacia fence with a lantern on top. We're going to put up 12 blocks tall, so we're just leaving out those 3 right there. And at the bases of each of these, you can pop in an acacia fence with a lantern on top. Okay, step number 4. It looks like we've done a ton here, and we have. This will take you a very long time to do, but it's fairly simple. So we're going to put up the main walls around our 2 big squares. So this is the pattern we are using. I've marked it here with the diamond blocks. So we've got our stair at the bottom. We're going to go 1 block with a stair on top, 2 blocks, stair on top, 4 blocks with a stair, and then 5 blocks with a stair, and 3 in the middle to join them. So when you're building the video, it's just stone bricks, scattering of
Sag ihn, er soll
andesite.
kommen, sonst kriegt er von mir
And then
Schläge.
these stairs are all stone brick stairs with a scattering of polished andesite stairs. And once you've built that big wall on the inside, I want you to come over to where our slabs were right here. Just about 5 blocks with a stair. Stair at the bottom, we're going to go 1 block with
Ich hab gedacht, wenn er sich schon 2 Minuten da ist, kommst du ruhig nach Hause.
Nice. So, ja, so viel Stein. Am Farm. Weil hier, guck, ich zeig dir jetzt mal den Unterschied zwischen Schritt 2 und Schritt 3. Hier, ich zeig dir mal alle Schritte. Hier, guck. Schritt 1, okay. Schritt 2, okay. So, Schritt 3, okay. Guck. Schritt 3 ist noch okay, ne? Und guck jetzt. Schritt 4.
It's fairly simple solution. The two big squares. So this is the pattern we are using. I've marked it here with the diamond box. So we put our stair in the middle.
Ja, ne? Entspannter Atem, wenn du mich fragst.
Block with the stair on top. Two blocks with stair on top. Four blocks with a stair. And five blocks with a stair. And three will join up. So when you're building, you pause the video right here. So we're going to do that inside as well. So we actually.
I don't understand why these publishers and their CEOs think that it's a good idea to keep
Ah ja,
doing the
jetzt gleich
same
musst du
thing
kurz
over and
rausgehen.
over
Ist das
again
okay
and
für
think that
dich?
it's somehow going to yield a better result. I
Raus,
mean, I
raus.
do know why. It's because they think you're
Aus
stupid.
meinem Zimmer
It's
raus.
because they think.
Das war jetzt cool. Jo, warte kurz. Kaffee kaputt. Bro, was geht ab? AZ war. Oh, Digga, ich weiß gerade überhaupt nicht ein. Ach ja, Dings, AZ war mit so breite Jeans, ne? Ganz normale Baggy Jeans, ne? Und guck, dieser Typ, der kommt dort so, er sieht so diese Baggy Jeans, der sagt so, Mensch, ich finde diese Baggy Jeans so grausam. Auch so bei Frauen so Schlaghosen finde ich total grausam. Sagt er dann so, sagt AZ so, ja, verschiedene Geschmäcker und so, ne? Sagt er, ja, kann nicht jeder so schön sein wie ich, so, ne? Und ja, nee, das ist halt so, der ist schon hardcore Lauch, so, checkst du? Und das hat er bestimmt so 3, 4 Mal gesagt, so, ja, nee, es kann nicht jeder so schön sein wie ich und so. Checkst du?
3, 4 Mal.
Ja, Bruder, ich damit, Digga. Chill, du übertreibst ein bisschen.
Das ist schon komisch.
Ja, Bruder. Und Dings, auf Nachhauseweg, Bruder, ich habe eine gesehen, Bruder, die hat auf jeden Fall crazy Foundation gehabt, Bruder. Die war am Joggen, so, checkst du? Und Bruder, richtig crazy Foundation. Ich habe früher in den Rückspiegel geguckt, auch richtig krasse Bobas, Bruder, ne? Und guck, ich war bei die war so joggen und so, in so Gymklamotten, ne? Und guck, ich musste an der nächsten rechts abbiegen und die war nicht so weit weg. Also habe ich so angehalten, so im Sinne von, ich lasse sie einfach vorbeigehen, so ich wollte gucken, wie die aussieht und vielleicht, wenn sie so in meinem Alter wäre, vielleicht ansprechen, so checkst du. Bruder, ich guck die an, die war der dickste Chop, Bruder. Bruder, die war dick hässlich, porthässlich.
Scheiße.
Digga, das war richtig scheiße.
Scheiße, sonst hättest du die direkt geklärt.
Bruder, geklärt wäre schwierig, aber ich hätte auf jeden Fall angesprochen. Aber,
Schade.
ja. Aber warum bist du gestern so früh abgehauen, Bruder?
Bruder, was für ein Früh, wir hatten 12 Uhr.
Ich weiß ja nicht.
Das ist so durchgezogen.
Okay. Ja, dann hau rein.
Alles klar, Bruder. Ruf einfach an, wenn du Ladekabel holen willst. Aber wie gesagt, ich denke mal nach, wenn du nach 23 Uhr jetzt kommst, wird es schwierig.
Okay, ja, dann halt.
Hau.
So. Sami! 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 Ja, der wollte doch unbedingt Minecraft spielen. Warum kommt er jetzt nicht? Sami! 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 Digga, dieser kleine Fettsack, Alter.
So?
Ja, komm.
Ja, ich muss hier noch ein bisschen FIFA mehr spielen, damit ich die Tagesaufgaben habe.
Digga, ernsthaft?
Ja, es geht nur noch bis 19 Uhr, deswegen.
Ach, inne.
Ja.
was ist?
Wie verwendet man Mace?
Was?
Wie verwendet man Mace?
Man muss von hohen Sachen runterspringen und den dann damit hitten, dann macht man mehr Schaden.
Mit R2 oder L2?
Die man halt schlägt mit R2.
Okay.
Ja, am besten du benutzt Wind Charges. Die kann ich dir später geben. Ja.
Ja, und wie komme ich dann nach oben? Mit Elytra einfach nur?
Ja, du kannst mit Elytra rauf. Du kannst. Ja, es gibt viele verschiedene Sachen, um hochzukommen.
Weil ich wurde gerade eben ein bisschen hinterlistig angegriffen, deswegen. Ja, willst du ganz kurz vorbeikommen?
Ja, ich mach.
Halt. Also es war folgende Situation. Ja, eine Hexe hat mich mit Poison abgeknallt. Ja, Poison ist schon sehr, sehr hinterlistig. Oder nicht, Sammy? Ja. Warte, guck bei dem Aufpost. Ich will gucken, ob bei Zombies so auf Forstwalker funktioniert. Eigentlich wollte ich abwarten, bis er anfängt zu brennen, aber das hat leider nicht funktioniert. Ja, davor hat er gebrannt, weil er noch nicht meinen Helm hatte. Und guck, immer wenn ich den halt versuche Schaden zu machen, kriege ich halt 3 Herzen Tornschaden. Ich habe auch schon überlegt, den vielleicht zu ertränken einfach, weil dann wird er ja zum Ertrunkenen. Ich will nur gucken, ob er jetzt auf Wasser laufen kann. Imagine, er kann jetzt auf Wasser laufen. Digga, das ist crazy. Digga, das ist crazy. Digga, er kommt hier hin. Er kommt hier hin wie der finale Boss, ey. Oh, jetzt nicht mehr. Jetzt immer noch. Digga, Sammy. Hier. Übernimm du, Kollege. Ich hab verloren.
Versuchen die ganzen Effekte zu lösen.
Ja, das ist mir die ganze Zeit passiert. Willst du vielleicht mit deinem der kommen?
Ich versuche noch einmal.
Ja, toll, ich hab das schon 10-mal versucht. Einkaufen wir eine Dings, ein Gehege für jede Schafart, oder nicht?
Ja, 16 Gehege.
17 passt. Mama, machst du Erdbeerquark, Bananenquark?
Was sind die Blöcke?
Kannst du ja Litra machen.
Okay. Okay, noch.
Oh, damn, aber wanted. Okay, bitte.
Ja.
Danke dir. Komm jetzt wieder zocken, Digga. Scheiß mal auf FIFA. FIFA. Es kommt eh demnächst neues FIFA raus. In zwei Monaten kommt eh neues FIFA raus. In 2 Monaten kommt eh. Wo ist meine Axt, Sammy? Nein.
Dann geh doch mal dort zur Plattform. Oh, ich wusste das so. Richtig.
Musst du nicht FIFA gehen. Kannst auch einfach auf FIFA scheißen.
Auf den Grad 60 Minuten.
Na und? Ja, dann mach die Runde noch zu Ende und komm wieder. Nein. Vielleicht liegt die ja da.
Ist Tür offen oder zu?
Da ist offen für Durchzug. Digga, das war echt crazy stressig. Verdammte Hexe, Digga. Sammy! Ah, nee.
Think that you're going to keep buying the same thing over and over again. And they also know that, well, investors love predictability. Investors love franchises. It's the only thing that they can recognize in this industry. So that's what they want to invest in. But I don't know about you guys, but have you gotten to the point where you've just started to tune out a lot of these games? It's just the same thing over and over again at an ever increasing speed, it feels like. And you know that these games are not going to deliver anything you like. You know that they're not going to deliver anything new. And you know that they're not going to deliver what these franchises were at their peak. It's like that meme of the farmer with a bunch of buckets and he's walking up to the same cow over and over again. Cow's all dried up. We have a lot of dried up cows in this industry right now, and we're about to see another one. I was wrong about EA. Didn't take long for that to happen. It came out that after Battlefield 6, they're going to try to turn Battlefield into an annualized release like Call of Duty, which should come as no surprise. They already do that with their sports games, but how do you not look at your competition, see the damage that's done, and say, maybe we shouldn't do that? Who am I kidding? You're only looking at the money they're making. You know, franchises aren't the problem with this industry. Everybody has their favorites, but the issue is that the games industry has become just so obsessed with predictability, while the audience doesn't want anything to do with it. I don't want to keep playing the same games. I don't want to keep expecting the exact same thing, and I don't think a lot of other people do either. So today what I want to do is I want to talk about the ongoing crisis of creative bankruptcy within this games industry, the slow death of our favorite franchises, and why the games industry thinks that it's a good idea, when it never has been. But before that, a word from today's sponsor. You guys have helped me get so many more disc plates. I have a whole box here. Another box down there in the corner. This video is sponsored by Displate. Yeah, that's right. They're back for more. With how much support you guys have shown through this channel, these guys have absolutely loaded me up with more metal posters than I know what to do with. When I move later this year, that full Displate wall is actually happening. That is not a joke. I got a full stack ready to go. If you guys have never seen one, Displate makes high-quality metal posters that mount magnetically. You stick it to the wall, line it up, and that's it. No tools, no frames, no wall damage. They are super easy to swap out or pack up if you're going to move, which is a big part of why I've stuck with them. And I mean, these guys have everything. Retro games, movies, anime, fantasy, tech, custom art, textured finishes, even limited edition designs that sell out and never come back. There are millions of designs to choose from, and their quality is always great, and the install process literally takes seconds. So go to display.com/@legendary drops or use my code legendary at checkout to get the best deal. Find something to actually make your space look like your own. Thank you to Displate for sponsoring today's video. Now, I don't want to get it twisted. This is an industry that runs on franchises. Diablo, Madden, Grand Theft Auto, Monster Hunter, Pokemon, Call of Duty. I could list well over 100 names if I wanted to, and I don't think I'd be very far off in the assumption that the vast majority of money in this industry likely comes from those names. I mean, it makes a lot of sense.
Franchises build a lasting image in both the minds of players and publishers. We get familiar with their worlds. They become a part of our culture. Hell, sometimes they even become part of people's identity and personality. I remember my old backpack was covered with Halo patches and pins. My binders had Halo stickers. It was all I thought about, all I talked about, all my friends talked about, and I was just one drop in an ocean of players that felt and acted the exact same way. There is a special kind of loyalty that develops from long-running franchises. It's a symbiotic relationship where we have something we love, experiences we can imagine it will deliver to us in the future, and publishers have an audience that is ready and waiting for the next release. But the games industry, and also Hollywood for that matter, seem to completely disrespect how delicate that balance is. You can easily overwhelm an audience with too much content. You can bombard them to the point where they're resistant, even immune to the very thing that they once loved. It's like eating your favorite food every day or playing the same song on repeat. No matter how much you enjoy it, eventually you're going to burn out. And now, riding on the wave of Battlefield 6's popularity, EA is doing exactly that. We are now the popular girl that gave attention to the wrong guy, and now they're moving too fast, coming on too strong, and, well, we're likely going to regret ever texting them. In an article from Insider Gaming written by Tom Henderson titled "Battlefield is aiming to become an annual release within 5 to 6 years," it's claimed, they write, in a new video, industry analyst Michael Pachter claims that the general manager of the Battlefield franchise, Byron Bede, has told him that EA wants Battlefield to be an annual title. According to Pachter, he has spoken to Bede, who said that EA's goal is to have 3 studios working on the Battlefield franchise on a 3-year cycle so that they can release annually. Unsurprisingly, this is identical to Call of Duty's annual release model, but Pachter claims that the franchise is still 5 to 6 years away from back-to-back annual releases. Insider Gaming reached out to Byron Bede for comment, but as of yet has not heard a response. This is why we can't have anything nice. The second that these companies see the players like something, their eyes light up and they immediately start dismantling the process that made it all work. And the wild part here is that Battlefield 6 isn't even a success yet. You still got to release the game. People still have a lot of questions about this game, about balance, about connection issues, about the anti-cheat requiring root-level access yet still letting cheaters through, about the size of the maps. You haven't won anything yet. You guys are already out here planning a victory parade and a book tour. Now, I will say, most of games media took the story and ran, much of it just basing it off of Practor's word with little else to go off of. However, back in July, EA CEO Andrew Wilson had already revealed this plan during an investor call, but nobody put it together. Reported on by Chris Scullion of Video Games Chronicle in an article titled "EA CEO Says It's All In as a Company on Battlefield 6 is Building a Platform Rather Than a Product." They write, Wilson replied that the company isn't treating Battlefield 6 like a single product, but rather as the start of a Battlefield platform, with more details coming later this week. "Certainly you're going to see a lot more in a couple of days," Wilson replied. "We've been investing more behind this Battlefield than any Battlefield product before it. And really the big reason for that is this isn't just a product. We are building out Battlefield as a platform. You'll hear more about this in 2 days' time, and all will become clear about the nature of our investment over the last 4 years, with 4 studios building against this launch to date." Guys, when I say I don't understand how these CEOs have jobs, this is why. They invested everything behind this game, which at least seems like it's resulted in a great Battlefield game, but it was all built on the promise that they were going to turn Battlefield into a platform like Call of Duty. I mean, I'm sitting here thinking to myself, with the beta behind us, how do you not look at Battlefield 6's positive reception and attribute it to the fact that every single Battlefield studio worked on this game? DICE, Criterion, Motive, Ripple Effect, plus you guys made Battlefield Labs. EA, you do not have the talent to be able to pull off a quality Battlefield release without company-wide cooperation. You need a united effort because you, like every other publisher, have bled out most of your talent that made your games what they were at their peak. We already know that because most of those people went on to create Embark Studios that gave us the finals, and now they're about to drop Arc Raiders. Both of those games widely celebrated, showing just how integral those developers really were to your studios. And the irony of this entire situation is the reason why Battlefield looks like it actually has a chance to challenge Call of Duty is because EA went all in while Activision has been getting fat and comfortable doing the opposite, exploiting their fans, their studios, and their own franchises. I covered this in Activision is a Cancer, but while Call of Duty is one of the most profitable franchises on Earth and has been for nearly 2 decades, their aggressive monetization, relentless release schedule, and declining quality has them on the edge. Black Ops 6 is sitting at the lowest player numbers that they have seen in years, and I'm going to be honest with you guys, after seeing that Black Ops 7 trailer, it does not look like that game is going to fix it. The gameplay trailer looked like absolute garbage. It is getting fried online and ratioed on YouTube.
And now, while I'd love to blame this all on crossover skins and shameless monetization, let's be honest, if the game was fun, if it played well, if it wasn't infested with cheaters, people wouldn't be nearly as angry about their games. But the real reason why the franchise is in the state that it's in today is because of the very annualized model that Battlefield now wants to copy. It is a short-sighted business strategy that's been left over by Bobby Kotick, who used it to be able to boost their revenues, inflate their shareholder numbers, and sell the company at its peak. Continuing down that path is only going to drive this franchise and the company straight into the ground. By forcing out a new game every year, none of these studios get a chance to breathe, no chance to collaborate, no time to refine the engine, no space to actually build an effective
Sag immer mal
anti-cheat.
ein
Quality releases
Dings,
are abandoned in favor of a strict schedule
ein
designed to
Tanktop
squeeze players for all their work
oder
until the wheels fall off. When I interviewed Call of Duty
Tanktop.
developers last year, they talked about how fragmented the design process has become, how segmented their teams are. Almost nobody knows what anybody else is working
was
on,
ich
and
immer
more
trage.
times than not, something built by another studio isn't even usable by the next. So when
Fußgestellt.
problems actually get solved in one game, those fixes can never carry forward. You're just digging your grave deeper and deeper every single year. Beyond that, I think releasing a new Call of Duty every single year, at this point, people are starting to just get sick of it. The top comment on Black Ops 7's trailer literally says, Black Ops 6 came out like a minute ago, bro. Another one reads, Black Ops 8 coming out during 7's beta. This is where we're at. The entire franchise just become a meme of itself. I remember the massive sigh of relief that people let out back in 2022 when Activision had announced that they were going to be stepping away from the annualized model to give developers a little bit more time to work on the game and hopefully release a higher quality game as a result of it. And then they immediately went back on it with Modern Warfare 3, one of the worst entries in the entire series. And I don't really think that things have improved since then. How do you not learn from that? How do you not see the disaster that franchise is headed towards and take notes? That's what a competitor would do. That's what a real competitor would do. Learn from the mistakes of your rival, not repeat them, and then strike their weaknesses. But what am I saying? This industry doesn't compete anymore. They don't even know how to. EA, like every other company, gets one whiff of success and they sprint to join the systematic annihilation of quality, all for a taste of annualized profits. It's the only thing that these guys care about. And I'm sure that EA probably thinks that they're going to be able to pull it off because they've already done it with their sports franchises, but it won't work here. Annualized releases only work in a cornered market when players feel like they don't have any other choice. Battlefield's one shot at relevance is being the alternative to Call of Duty. By copying them, you are erasing that distinction. You are removing the anticipation, the chance to deliver a higher quality experience, and the ability to respond to players' tastes as they change over time. Instead, you're creating early on familiarity at that point, and that is why the Battlefield and EA are not equipped to win. EA is going to take the same model of driving one franchise into the dirt and apply it to theirs. The cost isn't just going to be the game itself. It's going to be the players who are going to lose variety, lose innovation, and also just eventually lose the race. And that last part is particularly dead. Deadly, because yes, I know Call of Duty still sounds like crazy. People sighing at the Xbox reveal of Black Ops 7. Saw a lot of people that were disappointed in that, especially with the way that Phil Spencer kind of led up to the entire thing. Oh, long legacy franchise. He made it sound like it was something we haven't seen before, haven't seen in a long time. It's just Call of Duty. And while I also have seen the reception to the Gamescom trailer, which, woof, that does not look good, it's still going to sell. People will buy games out of nostalgia. People will buy games out of habit. And we will oftentimes buy things outside of our best interest. I do it all the time. I feel like everybody does. But I still think that that has an expiration date, especially regarding some of these franchises and how much they've lost quality over the years. I mean, look at how volatile the industry has been. There's been so many games that people thought that were going to succeed that failed. There's been a lot of games that the industry thought were dead ringers, but the players are like, that's dead on arrival. The players are right. Now, I just made a video talking about how Gen Z has effectively just stopped buying new games with less money to spend and less reason to spend because the games are lowering in quality, and with younger generations not necessarily invested in a lot of these franchises to begin with, I don't understand why these guys think that it's going to be a good idea to oversaturate the market. You know, this is basic economics. If demand is falling and spending is falling, and you're out there cranking out a new release every single year, increasing the stocks in the market, increasing the supply within the market, and on top of that, increasing the price at the exact same time, why? Why would you do something like that? Now, to their credit, Battlefield isn't going to be able to do an annualized release for another 3 to 6 years, is what they said. But if Battlefield 6 blows up the way that it looks like it's going to, I guarantee these guys are going to slam on the gas as quickly as they can. And if they do, that's a bad thing. they're going to lose a lot of money. Now, mind you, that's a lesson that they might have to learn themselves. But personally, as somebody that likes Battlefield, I don't really want to see that happen. You know, franchises might be the lifeblood of this industry, but they're also its greatest weakness, because when you look across the board, how many of these franchises have actually gotten better with time? How many more of them have been dragged into either mediocrity or just straight into the gutter? Really, it's a lot more on one side than the other, especially lately. This entire ecosystem is overly leveraged on nostalgia. And a lot of these younger generations, they don't owe anything to any of these games or any of these franchises. So if the industry doesn't make these games worthwhile for them, they're just going to let them die without a second thought. When I sat down to write for this video, I asked myself an honest question: how many franchises have actually gotten better with time? Now, this is going to be something that's subjective. Sure, everybody's going to have a different list in mind, or they're going to have some different opinions in mind, and for whatever reason my opinions offend you, well, you're probably watching the wrong channel. But Mario, Zelda, Resident Evil, FromSoft Games, Persona, maybe a couple of others. Some fighting or racing games, but I don't really play those kind of games, and that's about it. Maybe I'm forgetting one or two, but holy shit, it feels like most of these franchises suck now. I mean, Halo's in the gutter. Pokemon somehow gets worse with every single release. Call of Duty and Assassin's Creed are just general market slop with no flavor. Dragon Age is likely finished after the Veilguard. Doom Eternal ripped, but Dark Ages is honestly one of the most boring games.
Auch nee, Digga, woher soll ich denn jetzt 3 normale Steine her? Ach nee. Jetzt muss ich wieder eine Brot. 2, 3. Den Stonecutter wollte ich machen. Hier. Beim Bett. Jo. Was? Nein, der wird ja gar nicht gelegen. Ich weiß nicht, wenn du willst, kannst du einfach killen. Ich will nur rote wollen. Nice, er hat direkt 3 Stück gebracht. Ich brauche Holz. Muss eigentlich hier in der Trading-Kiste sein. Hier. Da auch nicht. Gleicher hier. Sehr schön. Das ist ja schon. So. Jo, kann man immer gut gebrauchen. So, ich mache mein Bett einfach hier hin. Und den Stonecutter mache ich hier hin. Guck mal, das sieht doch nice aus, oder? Ah, falsch drehen, Kopf ist ab.
So viele Tools.
That I played this year. The Elder Scrolls and Fallout are likely just kind of question marks at this point, because, I mean, Starfield has me doubting that entire studio's future. Monster Hunter is kind of the same now, because I loved Wilds for about the first 60 hours, but I haven't put a quarter of the time that I sunk into World. The performance is rough in that game. It still hasn't improved, and honestly, it just feels too easy. If I had the time, I would want to sit down and audit almost every single major franchise, because I have a strong feeling that most of them are not doing nearly as well as they should be. And I think that there are a lot of reasons for that, but I think the biggest one is probably just time. The people that created these franchises are no longer at these studios anymore, and the people that are making them now just don't understand what the original motivations were. You know, a few years back, I tried joining a metal band again, and they had already had like a album's worth of songs ready, and on paper, this entire thing should have worked. We had the same taste in music. They were a metalcore band. I was a metalcore rhythm guitarist, but everything clashed. Nothing actually sounded good. We're from the...
So, das hier habe ich gemacht, ne? Also bin ich jetzt hier. Hier muss ich so 2 nach oben. Dann kommt ein Slab. Ja, eine Treppe. So. Dann geht das 4 nach oben. 1, 2, 3, 4. Dann so. Dann geht das 5 nach oben. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, und dann geht das 3 nach hier. Digga, geht das hoch. Guck mal, wie hoch das wird, Alter. So. Also dann, zack, zack. Dann 2 nach oben. Dann 4 nach oben. Eins, 5. So wird das dann am Ende aussehen, ey. Deine Statue sieht man ja dann gar nicht mehr. Was mit dieser riesigen Statue, die du bauen wolltest? Die Engelstatue.
The same genre, but we
Komm schon, Sammy. Wir bauen hier alle voll cooles Zeug. Bis auf dein Dings da hinten hast du nichts richtig Großes gebaut.
Creeper-Farm gebaut. Ich habe
Ja, die Creeper Farm ist aber kein so. Sie ist ein funktionales Gebäude. Nur ein funktionales Gebäude.
den Creeper gebaut. Ich habe Burgen, 2 Burgen gebaut. Ich habe das da gebaut. Ich habe alle Hütten da gebaut. Ich habe den Boden dort gebaut. Ich habe das hier gebaut. Ich habe
Stimmt.
das
Aber
hier
kannst du Dings bauen?
gebaut. Ich habe die Banks gebaut.
Kannst du die krasse Statue bauen? Ah, es warum nicht? Das wäre doch voll cool. Ach, Digga! Ich brauch Leiter. Och, Digga. Sorry. Ah, ich hab sogar genug. Das ist ja nicht.
a completely different tone, and that's what I would imagine game design is like. You can swap out one creative for another, you can hand them the blueprint, but it doesn't matter because different people make different things, and nothing is ever going to come out the same for better or for worse. But beyond that, priorities have changed. I mean, the AAA industry just is not as talented as it used to be. It used to be visionaries, but they don't have visionaries anymore because visionaries are risks, and risks do not look good on a quarterly report. Instead, these publishers see these franchises as dependable, reliable sources of income that should only increase year over year, and changing anything outside of the audience that they're aimed at doesn't make any sense to them. Yoko Taro, the creator of Deer, had a presentation at GDC where he talked about how predictable games have become, and he flat out said that there aren't enough weird people making games, and I think that he's right. I mean, sure, there's a lot of weird people in the games industry right now, but they're all weird in the wrong way. We're getting weird ideas without good ones, because instead of taking chances on genuinely unique creators, the industry has kind of feigned weirdness by showcasing these socially awkward people in game trailers and announcements, while on the back end just doubling down on predictable returns. They have pushed real voices out, and now those people are in indie, they're in AA, or they're running their own studios, and as a result, we've seen this really sharp contrast where the franchise-driven AAA space has become painfully homogenous, while indie keeps standing out, being fresh, unique, and interesting. I don't think I'm weird for saying this, but out of all the franchises I can think of, one of the ones that I respect the most, even though it's definitely stumbled and lost some relevance, is Final Fantasy. Even the ones that I don't like, I still end up kind of liking. Personally, I would like to see them go back to their roots and be a turn-based game. I think Expedition 33 just showed how badly that is missing from the market right now, but at least Square Enix experiments, and when they do it, they're doing it in ways that aren't safe. Final Fantasy 16 was essentially Devil May Cry, and they hired the guy from Devil May Cry to make the game. That is not a safe choice. It pushed a lot of their hardcore audience away, but at least it was bold. Final Fantasy VII, the remakes, are probably the direction that the series is going to stick with, and I think that those games are fantastic, but what I really respect the most out of them is not a single entry has ever felt phoned in. You can feel the effort even when the execution is flawed. The Final Fantasy 15 game that was panned for its brain-dead combat and how rushed the second half of the game was, that game still had a fascinating world. The fishing was essentially Bass Pro level. The story was interesting, and it had some moments that really stuck. Final Fantasy 16 went through the exact same ordeal, but the story and characters were peak. That Titan fight was insane, and the Bahamut fight is likely going to go down as one of my favorite moments in gaming. When I look at that franchise, I can see the effort, I can still see the soul, and I think a lot of other people can too, and maybe that's why nobody's truly given up on it. But when I look at some of these other franchises, I cannot say the same thing. Either some of them do not want to experiment, or when they do, well, they just completely miss the mark. You cannot feel the same soul of these franchises. You cannot see the effort, you cannot see the vision, and in a lot of cases, these guys have just completely lost sight of who their audience actually is. They're stuck trying to split the difference, appealing to these fans that are there for nostalgia while also trying to chase these younger audiences. And in that, trying to be everything, they end up being nothing, and that's why so many of these series have fallen apart. You take the loss of talent, mix it with an unclear idea of who the audience even is in the first place, and then you get these aimless experiences that are too bland, too broad, and built for everyone and no one at the exact same time. The result is these games that just don't have any core identity anymore. Instead of leaning into what made them work, publishers feel like they're being forced to re-engineer the foundations in ways that don't even fit a lot of these games, and they just keep telling themselves that this is the best way for them to bring in more players, but it doesn't. On the other hand, in some of these cases, these franchises don't even need to change at all. Dragon Age did not need modern-day social commentary. It did not need Tosh. It did not need a magic mirror to ask me who I really am on the inside. It needed good combat, sick boss fights, meaningful choices, good versus evil, and build variety. Doom does not need a backstory for the Slayer. Nobody cares. All people want to do is just tear demons apart in the most brutal ways possible. But this industry has convinced themselves that reinvention equals growth, and in doing so, they've eroded their own brands. The audience that they're chasing isn't even listening to these guys, and the ones that they had are now walking away. And the irony of all this is that the energy that is going into changing these games is going into changing them in the wrong way, while the actual quality of the experience is getting ignored. Nobody is stopping to ask the obvious. What if we just made the experience better? What if we just doubled down on what our core fan base actually loves about it? These guys have completely missed the idea that quality does not limit reach, it expands it, making your job a hell of a lot more simple. But instead of expanding, these franchises have started to shrink. Every shortcut, every missed opportunity to invest in quality has chipped away at the very thing that made these games dependable in the first place. They were supposed to be a foundation the industry could build on, but now they're showing cracks everywhere. The more publishers lean on them as safe bets, the less safe they're actually becoming. And that's a real problem because these franchises are not stabilizing the industry anymore. They're dragging it down. Publishers are thinking they're safe bets, but they're incredibly brittle. The moment any of them stumbles, it's not just a bad quarter, it's the entire studio that's getting shut down. Thousands of jobs that are being wiped out, and players that are being left with nothing. These games are supposed to be anchors, but now they've turned into waves. And I think what makes matters worse pretty much across the board is that their strategy of using these franchises hinges on nostalgia, on the idea that players will always come back to them because they have in the past, but if younger generations don't have that attachment, what are you going to do? These guys do not remember these franchises and what they were at their peak, and honestly, a lot of them don't care to carry a lot of these games forward. If these games aren't good, they're just going to walk away. And I think that's the danger that nobody in this industry is willing to admit, that by tying your revenue so tightly to the shrinking pool of aging franchises, publishers aren't just making bad games, they're gambling with the foundation of their very business. Because once the nostalgia well runs dry, once some of us start to age out of the hobby, once younger audiences start to move on, there's not going to be anything left to be able to hold these series up. And when that happens, it won't just be the end of a franchise, it's going to be the end of a lot of these companies that built their entire futures on it. I mean, what if, and this is going to sound crazy, have you ever thought about the fact that Gen Z and Gen A may just not like your franchise or not be interested in it, regardless of whatever you do to it? Tastes and generations change. You're looking for different experiences. You see that all the time, right? I mean, there's not a lot of things that my parents' generation are interested in that I'm interested in. And you just going to continue to try to force it, and while you're doing that, well, you're just going to push away the audiences that you do have while chasing an audience that you'll never get. I mean, a lot of these franchises never even really started off on the right foot when it came to a lot of these younger generations in the first place. I mean, they've been listening to millennials talk about how Halo was the greatest thing ever, but these guys got Infinite and Guardians, Dragon Age. We're probably never going to see that again. How do you explain to some of these younger generations that that studio at one point in time made the Baldur's Gate series, and then show them what Larian did with it, and then show them Dragon Age the Veilguard? Doesn't even make any sense. You know, right now, AAA, I think that the entire industry is largely fueled by impulsive, nostalgia-fueled millennial spending. That's going to dry up at one point in time. And the other problem that they're running into as well is that the millennial crowd, or probably folks that are older than that too, are exasperated. They're frustrated with the state of a lot of the franchises and what they're in, because a lot of these companies have ruined them, and they're going out and they're talking shit online, they're dunking on these games, dragging them through the mud, and likely scaring off any other audience. Maybe these guys should probably take the time to think about trying to sell to other audiences than the audience that you already have. In some cases, this is probably going to make a few people upset, maybe it's time for some of these franchises just to go out to greener pastures. Let them go. Sorry, old Yeller. You were good to me, but you're not any good anymore. That just might be the way. Maybe it's time to let some of these studios try to make their own thing. Stop trying to force these developers to live in somebody else's house. Stop trying to make these developers wear somebody else's shoes that they obviously cannot fill. Maybe it's time to start trying to make the new franchise by not actually making a franchise in the first place. I can't imagine that the vast majority of the most popular franchises that we see today actually came from the idea of thinking that they were going to make a game that was going to be made for 20 years straight. I don't know. That's what I think. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did enjoy the video, like the video, subscribe to the channel, share the video. We hit 400,000 subscribers. We are the champions. Thank you, family. Anyway, stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
Really, what they've gone out to do is deliver the most intense, gritty, and brutal World War II shooter that I think anybody's ever seen. From being nearly scrapped as a project to being considered one of the greatest FPS games of all time, Call of Duty World at War was the biggest miracle in the Call of Duty series, and perhaps even one of the greatest in gaming history. Why though, you may ask? Talk to anyone familiar with the franchise, and most of them will tell you that World at War is one of the greats. It's a timeless classic, a masterpiece, and it's even maybe one of their personal favorites. And all of those things can be true, but what you might be surprised to hear, World at War should have failed. This game, by all accounts of its development, confidence in the project, and even community expectation, Call of Duty World at War should have been a complete and utter failure. Now, this is not to be confused with the game World at War Final Fronts, that embarrassing unrelated PS2 game that was made to run on older hardware. The whole thing, big jungle.
It was developed by Rebellion Studios instead of Treyarch and has almost nothing to do with the real World at War, despite having identical box art and brand appeal. So, Final Fronts did not feature a multiplayer mode or zombies and had very budget gameplay design and storytelling methods. It's basically a totally different game under the exact same branding. So, I can understand your confusion. Just wanted to clarify, this video is about the real Call of Duty World at War and not any of its spin-offs. Anyways, World at War itself was a miracle that anything actually worked, not to mention having to live under the shadow of the titan that was Call of Duty 4, and somehow having to match that quality bar or even surpass it. Treyarch had a tall order to fill, and none of the reputation they possess today was even attributed to their studio. Infinity Ward was far and away the golden child to the community, making the great COD 2 and 4. Treyarch was known for making Call of Duty 3, which at that time was widely considered to be the worst game so far in the franchise. Oh, and also they made that hilarious Spider-Man game.
Bobby said,
What is this garbage?
This was a very different Treyarch compared to what we're used to today, or even what made a game like Black Ops 1. Treyarch had not yet found themselves as a brand or as a studio. Their identity had not yet been established, and this left them scrambling to find out what to do with this game. What's insane is the fact that World at War as we know it was all slapped together in about 8 or 9 months instead of the 2 whole years they had to work with theoretically. While publicly they claimed to have been working on it the 2 whole years, realistically the first year or so was burned scrapping ideas and just figuring out what to do with the game to begin with. And the worst part was, the community was already kind of annoyed that they were getting another World War II game, since that had been the setting of every COD except Modern Warfare. It's very likely that Treyarch decided to do World War II again, in large part because it's already what they know, and the game needed to be put together rather quickly, but they still had to do something to make it stand out or to innovate in the same way that COD 4 did. Ironically, Treyarch have never made another World War II game since this one, and it's clear conceptually they probably didn't want to do World War II again, but were desperate to get something working. And it's partly this desperation is what I ultimately believe to be behind the miracle that is Call of Duty World at War. But how did that happen? This gives us the question, how did a game destined for failure ascend into being considered a literal masterpiece by the greater Call of Duty community today? 2008 was a very different time for the world and for myself likewise. I was just starting to find my taste in video games, and as a young 10-year-old at the time, I played COD 4 occasionally, but World at War was the first COD I ever played with any type of consistency. It was just a cornerstone of one of the many activities that my friends and I bonded over growing up, and being a naive 10-year-old, I was just playing the game oblivious to the fact that the game in my hands barely even made it out the door. The product I was enjoying was a literal Hail Mary for Treyarch and Activision, but I had played other World War II games like Medal of Honor prior to this, and I wasn't quite hooked the same way. That's because I discovered my true love on World at War, and it was also one of the things that made up most of my playtime. Matter of fact, what's crazy is that if a few different and less risky decisions for World at War had been made, and this little mode called Zombies never shipped, there's a very strong chance that I wouldn't even exist on YouTube at all, and this very video you're watching right now wouldn't even be real. World at War would be the first step in a journey that literally changed my whole life. Of course, I was blissfully unaware of that at the time, but that level of risk-taking Treyarch committed to with World at War is one of the more admirable things about it. But to get a clear understanding of the whole picture, this story can really be taken all the way back to 2007 and then shortly after the release of COD 4. Say what you want about Activision now, but at the time, they had a reputation for publishing high-quality video games, and a certain expectation and quality bar was expected to be met for every release. Call of Duty 3, by comparison, was less than impressive compared to the massive leaps that Modern Warfare would make that following year. So if Treyarch were unable to produce anything even close to that standard, Activision could have very easily dissolved their studio to just be support for Infinity Ward or something to that effect. Basically, this was Treyarch's one shot to prove themselves to everyone, and while on the outside Treyarch displayed the highest level of confidence they could to the public, internally it was a completely different story. Once again, try to wrap your head around the fact of just how disarrayed Treyarch were in these days. They didn't have the unifying force of Black Ops that brought them together as a studio quite yet, and they fumbled around with how they can even make something in the same league as COD 4. As the first year of development went on, the project went through a number of scraps and redrafts. Not too uncommon in game dev, to be fair, but the difference was they ultimately settled on another World War II game, probably because it was something they already had experience in and time was running out. But then they realized, oh crap, we can't just make the same COD 3 again. We got to find a way to make World War II, again, a new and fresh experience.
We at Treyarch didn't want to go back to the same World War II. We wanted to completely redefine that, much the way that Modern Warfare kind of set that bar up high.
Now, to their credit, focusing on the Pacific theater and the conflict of Russia and Germany in World War II was a distinctly new take on the material that they've covered up to this point. So, in about the last 8 or 9 months, work would finally begin on the game that we would know as Call of Duty World at War. If you look at the game now in hindsight, you can actually see where this game clearly had cut corners. The campaign, in terms of sheer playtime, is very short. Multiplayer doesn't quite have the same level of features that COD 4 had, and zombies, well, that wasn't even supposed to exist, but we're gonna get there. Now, that is to say nothing of the quality of those experiences, but in terms of sheer content, not including zombies, it doesn't even come close to the scale of Modern Warfare's offering. However, one advantage this game had as a result of being slapped together kind of quickly, and every component being more or less the same ingredients rearranged slightly, the game feels extremely unified as a result. Doesn't matter if you're playing campaign, multiplayer, or zombies, it all feels and looks like the same game, which gives it a really strong sense of identity. It plays like one complete package, and if that's not clear enough, let me explain what I mean with an opposite example. Black Ops 3 and 4. Again, without commenting on the quality of any component, it is objectively very disconnected. You got your like futuristic multiplayer stuff with its various tones and mechanics, absolutely bizarre things going on in the campaign like neural technology, and then you compare that stuff with this, or this, or this, or this, or this, or this, or this. You look at zombies and it's like either in old Chicago or it's a gladiatorial arena or a literal space rock, but you get the point. The parts of the game are left feeling extremely disconnected in a lot of ways, but the upside is there's probably something for everyone in there, but the odds are lower that you're gonna like everything in that game experience, if that makes sense. But just the point is, World at War's potentially strongest attribute was the fact that it has an unmistakable identity and the entire game plays like one complete unit. Man, even the main menu music, it literally just me saying those words, it probably starts playing in your brain right now, and that's kind of my point. You know how recent Call of Duty's like they change the menu music every single season, so it's always something different? World at War never did that. It was always the same song, but it's also one of the most like haunting and memorable tracks of all time. But the whole tone of the game is darker and a more edgy experience than Call of Duty had done up to that point, but the game was still focused really on the gritty feel for single player and multiplayer, but it also just happens to have zombies built into the campaign menu, as that's how it was thought of initially. But that is to say, World at War has this instantly identifiable style to it. Not only that, but most of the choices in-game reflect that as well. It's a very faithful World War II experience, if you want to call it that, contrasting it directly with Vanguard, which is the exact opposite of Strong Identity, where that's a World War II game with, like, laser guns, futuristic Terminator skins, and embarrassing anime weapons. And look, a little bit of silliness is totally okay. I'm not against having fun in a video game, but if what you're going for is a game with an unshakable sense of identity, instead of this ambiguous, gray, and sloppy mixed pot of everything you can get your hands on, then World at War is the way to go, and not Vanguard. Big deal. Hey, if you're enjoying the video so far, leave a like, and also consider subscribing if you're new to the channel and you want to watch more. Also, I've probably reviewed your favorite COD game at this point. If you also want to watch some more after this one, if I haven't gotten around to your favorite COD game yet, then likely I'm going to do that very soon. But anyways, hope you're enjoying, and let's continue. As much of a rough start World at War was projected to have, it would emulate a lot of the ideas brought to the table by Modern Warfare, these being the prestige system, create a class, and kill streaks. This is kind of what I like to think of as the holy trinity of what makes a Call of Duty game separate from any other FPS titles, and this was the first Treyarch game to include such features. While it did have some neat ideas on its own, like war mode being expanded upon here, partying up with friends became much easier, and the social backend elements of World at War were a lot better compared to Modern Warfare, but to be quite honest, other than that, World at War didn't really push any new boundaries for multiplayer like they would with their next title in Black Ops 1. But it copied a lot of new ideas that Infinity Ward had established, and I'm not even saying that's a bad thing, but when looking at the two MP experiences objectively, one was extremely innovative for the time, and the other was like a younger sibling trying to be just like its big brother, but just a slightly edgier version of said big brother. And while the MP is pretty fun, when we're being honest with ourselves, it's practically COD 4, but just in a different time setting. I mean, even the campaign is like way shorter than COD 4. It's got this weird co-op campaign thing going on, and even all those years ago, I still thought that mode was kind of pointless. It just wasn't very fun at all, especially when Halo had done co-op campaigns way better by that point. But just as a side note, the fact that a game in 2008, though, managed to have a campaign co-op at launch and Halo Infinite does not will never not be funny to me.
Yeah.
Anyways, my point is, when removing any nostalgia you might have for this game, on paper it was very inferior in many ways to the previous game without pushing too many boundaries of its own. Well, until zombies, that was, but still, there's a reason World at War is so beloved now, and I think the reason for its miracle is about to be made much more clear as we examine the game. So it's a bit of a mystery, but let's start with the crown jewel that is World at War's campaign. World at War has such a unique campaign when examining it closely, and maybe it's one of the more special ones that's ever been made, but looking at it at face value, there's no reason why that should be the case at all. This would be like the fourth Call of Duty World War II single-player installment, but what's different about this one is that it just isn't standard World War II material told in a traditional fashion. Case in point, COD World War II in 2017 was about as cut and dry and generic as you could get with the tone and the feel of the World War II story material. Sure, it was competent and even quality made, but it's something we feel like we've seen 1,000 times over with TV shows or other video games or, anything else in media. But I can say with all sincerity, World at War is really special in this regard as it handles similar historical material, but with a very different approach. One of the major differences are, I guess there isn't a whole lot of plot to speak of other than showcasing the end of World War II from both the German and Russian side of the conflict and the US and Japanese Imperial Army dimension. So yes, part of its uniqueness is the difference in the setting and countries involved, but the bigger part is there's like this style, this underlying darkness and somberness in every single second of the storytelling. I feel like it's less about the literal events happening on your screen, but more about how it makes you feel, and this is made clear the moment you start the game and see real World War II historical footage. Once again, Black Ops would be very famous for the style, but World at War was the first to do this without feeling like they were censoring themselves at all. The game opens up with Private Miller captured as the last of his unit on a small Japanese island. The first scene sets the tone of the game within the first few seconds.
You think it was useless. You are strong.
Within 20 seconds, you know who the bad guys are, and you know why you're fighting them. You push through the village and get ambushed by these Japanese soldiers with extremely unconventional tactics. This opening mission is probably one of the most memorable moments in gaming, and I've never forgotten this mission, even as the years have went on. The gameplay of nearly all the World at War missions are fairly simple. It's big levels of point and shoot at bad guys, with the occasional switch up of like doing some task or you're piloting a tank or something to that effect, but because of the budget and constraints they had, Treyarch had to do most of its storytelling in between missions. World at War still holds the record for the most amount of real and strikingly intense footage in cutscenes. These little slideshows help illustrate the progression of the war in a beautiful yet extremely somber way. When you're not playing as Private Miller and dealing with the Japanese forces, we're introduced to Dmitri and Reznov in perhaps one of the most haunting openings in Call of Duty. Both openings for our main characters are extremely effective, and it's this level of brutality and realness that help you connect emotionally with the main protagonist immediately, despite them both literally saying 0 words throughout the entire game. World at War does have the traditional A-B storytelling style, the A story being these guys, and the B story, these ones. I guess there is a C story, but this character is so inconsequential to the plot, I'm not going to talk about him too much, but it basically just serves a purpose to have more missions, and that's fine. But however, to different games, these stories don't end up merging by the end. They are told completely separately and never cross paths. So we have our 2 playable characters set up and their counterpart to deliver a story to us in the form of Sergeant Sullivan for the Private Miller stuff, and then Viktor Reznov for Dmitri and the Russian stuff. Do you remember how I said this is World War II material, but told in the least generic way possible? For example, take this beach invasion on Little Resistance. Pretty straightforward stuff just on the surface, but just watch and listen to this small Easter egg, and you'll see what I mean about this like underlying mysterious and dark tone, and this is representative of everything. It's just like this art of like being really subtle and mysterious, and you don't even really know if this is even, related to the rest of the game, and it lets your imagination run wild with it. But let's compare that to Vanguard. Wow, They really let this part in the game. Oh my god, how embarrassing.
But for the team, something that resonated even more with us were the real stories of the real people who fought in World War II. So these are diverse people from all around the globe, and
World at War is literally the definition of what I love about in-game storytelling, where everything is
people from all around the globe, and
World at War is literally the definition of what I love about in-game storytelling, where everything is show, don't tell. In World War II 2017, practically every single scene and piece of in-game dialogue is just characters saying what they're going to do. I'm gonna go do this thing. We gotta blow this up. We gotta get over this thing. We gotta go fight this guy, etc. Whereas World at War is the exact opposite. You're shown things and then you're your imagination is allowed to run with it. Like this, or this, or this, or this. Point is, the way they show you subtle details about events without having to outright spell it out for you is very refreshing. In fact, the most powerful stuff in the game is the stuff they don't show you, or what flashes by you very briefly without dwelling on it. It's the art of subtlety, and I think games these days could learn a lot from this technique. Don't treat your audience like they're children and have to have everything spelled out for them, and just maybe the player will attach to the material a lot easier. Now, I want to draw your attention to the gameplay for a bit. So, as was par for the course at that time, the level design was typical for COD single-player stuff. Again, you got rooms of bad guys, shoot through bad guys, and advance through the level. However, as mentioned earlier, World at War had a co-op campaign feature, and while I cannot say I found this to be particularly fun personally, it was interesting to have and was the first time Call of Duty had ever attempted a co-op campaign to my knowledge. Clearly, Treyarch was taking a lot of inspiration from Bungie and Halo, with World at War's equivalent to Intel. This campaign had death cards. These were little, playing cards scattered throughout the level, and each death card was some kind of condition that could be applied to your game to make it harder in co-op, or just alter the experience in some way. Death cards were super interesting, but were pretty much restricted to co-op use only. In Halo, for example, you can activate skulls and play the game solo and, change the experience. But in World at War, as far as I can recall, you can only use death cards during online co-op, which is probably the biggest drawback to that system. Despite being a fun idea, it was criminally underutilized. Also, the weakest points of the gameplay are the same as COD 4. The AI is extremely awkward and could break the sense of immersion very often. The visuals, again by today's standards, are wildly outdated, but what was interesting is I found myself far more immersed still in this experience and story than I was in, Vanguards, for example, despite the latter having astronomically better technical visuals. And it's mostly for the reasons we discussed earlier about the subtlety in storytelling that really worked for me, and that was able to overcome the technical issues at almost every junction. Now, the level design can get a bit repetitive at times, yes, but they managed to make simple yet fun gameplay without overthinking it. I compare the tank sequences in World at War to World War II 2017. One game you just drive around.
Nein, ich sag so ist gut. Ich sag, das sieht so cool aus. Wenn du willst, kannst du ja die Ruinen anfangen. Na, ich sag, lass das so. Ich finde, das ist so eigentlich ziemlich cool. Ja, ich sag, hier passt es auch. Das kannst du wegmachen. So, okay, ich gucke mir dann jetzt mal an, was du machen könntest. Außer natürlich, du kannst mir hier bei der Mauer helfen.
Das hier habe ich jetzt als Steine gewechselt.
Okay.
Dann auch schon überall Steine drin. Das hier war so Holz, Erde,
Okay, wenn du willst. Warte, ich zeig dir ein bisschen, wie du da, was du jetzt machen könntest. Okay, ich muss ganz kurz Koordinaten checken.
Warte, mach die. Oder ich kann noch die Brücke lassen.
Nein, die Brücke lässt du.
Oder hier einmal noch ausdrücken.
Chill, warte mal. Ich mach doch hier etwas für dich. Digga, ist das weit, Alter. Also, Sami, guck. Du kannst hier quasi die ganze Fläche hier mit diesem Stein hier auffüllen. Mach einfach alles so hoch, wie der Stein dort ist und dann kannst du
Dieser
außen.
Stein.
Ja,
So hoch.
ja. Was denn? Du kannst ja auch einfach so bauen. Hauptsache hier so zum Beispiel sieht das dann schön aus. Quasi du baust hier so ganz normal. Du kannst auch Slabs benutzen, wenn du willst. Ist eigentlich scheißegal. Und dann hier, wo es so quasi aus, kannst du dann halt so machen, sodass es halt fertig aussieht. Checkst du? Sodass wir mehr Fläche haben zum Bauen. Deswegen macht das dann mit diesen Steinen hier. Ja.
Blow things up at will, which is the most fun way to use a tank, and then the other, you spend most of the game not shooting the tank, and they somehow manage to make a fun scenario like that utterly boring. But anyways, back to the story. Because this campaign is one of the shortest ever when it comes to running time, it means no mission is wasted. Each level is Private Miller and Sullivan leading your squad and doing everything in his power to get his boys home safe, even if it means making huge sacrifices, and then Dmitri and Reznov cutting through German forces, getting vengeance on their way to the heart of Germany. Now, you might ask yourself this: despite all the nuances and subtle storytelling and all that good character trait establishment, is it really that good of a campaign to be considered so highly? And just with those things in mind on its own, no. But I think the real secret to World at War's campaign is ultimately its layers, and once again, doesn't feel the need to spell the stuff out for you. So I really look at this campaign as having 3 layers to the experience. Firstly, you have the literal, real historical events as they played out, documenting the events of World War II in that respect. You then have the way the characters of World at War specifically interact with that story, and then the, literal plot of this game. And then, without trying to get too philosophical, what I took away from this experience is the 2 sides of the story appeal to different parts of the human spirit. You have the spirit of selflessness and sacrifice represented in Sullivan, just a man who did everything he could, putting his men above himself to ensure their safety as top priority, even if it meant giving up his own life so that others could live. And then you have the spirit of vengeance represented in Reznov, an absolutely brutal and unforgiving force that will stop at nothing to see it to the end, even if it means massive carnage and destruction along the way. It's this duality that I really feel like is why a big part of World at War is remembered. This campaign feels like a very whole experience, even if we didn't know how to put that into words. World at War's themes have this level of sophistication that I think can be overlooked at times. And I noticed after I replayed this, it stuck with me for a few days. You all know sometimes, like, you watch a movie or you play a game, and as soon as it's over, it literally never crosses your mind again, but World at War lingered in my mind for a few days afterwards, and I think that was why. For the greater COD community, I believe something to that effect to be the reason it's rated so highly nowadays. It's definitely not for its gameplay, I can tell you that, but it was because World at War was tackling so many ideas and themes at once while retaining the fun as it relates to a gameplay experience. Also, it doesn't glorify war, even by the end, it condemns it. And that's pretty much where the campaign ends. Again, like, the literal events and the way that the A and B story wrap up isn't all that important in terms of, like, what literally happened. It's more about what it represents, and it does have a little more to this ending after the credits roll, but don't worry, we're gonna get there soon enough. But World at War has one of the more serious COD campaigns and what I would consider to be the best World War II themed campaign as a whole. And while the gameplay or visuals aren't anything super special, it doesn't matter so much as its themes and ideas far outweigh the shortcomings of the tech. It's a great experience that doesn't overstay its welcome, it's really short but effective, and it's beautiful in so many ways.
Auch, Digga, falsch.
So, I'm about to say something potentially controversial. I know, crazy thing, opinions, but anyways, I've said this in older videos, but when it comes to explaining my thoughts on a game, I will usually say, good is not always equal to fun, and I've had some pushback on that, where people will rightfully say, isn't the point of video games to be fun? And yes, you're right, but that's not really what I'm getting at. So let me word this a bit differently, and we're gonna come back to this idea many times in the video. Enjoyment is subjective, quality is not. That is to say, something can be objectively designed very well, but not be much fun, or the opposite can be true, where something can be designed incredibly poorly, but still be really fun and enjoyable. Let me be clear, most of the time quality and enjoyment do go hand in hand, but not always is my entire point. So why did I lay all that out? That's because I think World at War's multiplayer is a case-in-point example of something not being of the highest quality, but still being incredibly fun and enjoyable subjectively. Let me explain. For all purposes, objectively, World at War multiplayer is just COD 4, but in World War II. Treyarch did sort of copy and paste Infinity Ward's homework with this one. Create a class, kill streaks, rank and prestige, and so on. I can't say that World at War really pushed any boundaries with this title compared to what Modern Warfare did and the revolutionary changes that they invented. The closest thing you can get to that is War Mode, I guess, and the tanks in multiplayer. Sure, they'd expand on some of those systems a bit, like you had a perk 4 slot specifically for tanks, and partying up was now made much easier in World at War, but as far as like big innovation goes, there wasn't really as much going on. They even directly copy and pasted the kill streaks, except the attack helicopter were changed to attack dogs. But radar and artillery were the exact same functions as the previous experience. Man, even create a class just feels a bit more empty and hollow in this game. There are less less attachment options compared to Modern Warfare, and partly that's because it's in a World War II setting, but you get the point. Like, I'm also pretty sure there's less overall weapons also compared to COD 4. There's no gun camos, as they're trying to stay grounded in, realistic World War II material as well. Also, they didn't have the time or resources, I'm sure, even if they wanted to. But the thing is, they have the COD formula intact, which is great, but, and they definitely built a Treyarch player on this iteration, but in its own bubble, we'd be lying to ourselves if we said this was, massively groundbreaking or anything insanely innovative. Like I said, basically COD 4, but in World War II and slightly edgier. The biggest differences between these two experiences, however, besides the obvious stuff, is the map design. I touched on the different philosophies between Infinity Ward and Treyarch maps, but Treyarch are more like 3-lane in nature without as many obvious power points. They're very cut and squared away and well-rounded. And like, the maps are also generally bigger in World at War compared to what we're used to for typical Treyarch design, because War Mode and standard TDM-based modes will run on the same layout. The maps are very well thought out in their map design, and it would definitely be the first seedlings of what we would come to know as the classic Treyarch map formula. World at War would also change the spawn system in a big way, however, compared to Modern Warfare, and this is perhaps one of the biggest innovations, but World at War had a more complicated spawn algorithm that basically had positive or negative influencers to determine your next spawn point. For example, teammates indicate a positive influence, whereas enemies are negative, obviously, but even stuff like airstrikes or enemy vision or even just objective locations all help determine where your, next spawn point. It was just a more intricate system compared to the more static and fixed locations of Modern Warfare. I give World at War tons of props for its advancement in technical innovation when it came to its, back-end systems, but as far as core gameplay goes, it's literally COD 4 just on different maps and with different guns. Perk selection was wide, once again, but same issue with COD 4 as well. There's really only a few busted and really meta ones, and many perks just served zero purpose when it came to the meta of most multiplayer interactions. The tank system was neat, I guess, and the perks that came along with it, but feels hollow when you consider the fact that tanks were only on a specific few maps to begin with. Also, in hindsight, even fixing simple things like kill streak stacking, in Modern Warfare, if you got a helicopter before you called in your airstrike, it would disappear. Same thing here. It's like, annoyingly, artillery was almost never used because you would get dogs, really quickly afterwards, and then if you didn't use it, your artillery strike was just gone. So that was a bit of a drawback, and also the weapon selection is fine, I suppose, and there are obvious good and bad weapons. Like, why would you ever use an SVT when a PPSH or the Springfield exists? Like, the weapons were either really good or laughably bad. And I know it may sound like I'm being hard on World at War, and I'm really not trying to be overly critical or harsh, but I am pointing out all the ways it directly copied COD 4's formula or just failed to innovate on its own. With all of that being said, however, wrapping back to what I said at the beginning, I still find the multiplayer really fun and addicting. Sure, it's not the most unique experience ever created, and the lack of features were less apparent for the times, but in current day are borderline unbelievable, but it's not really fair to compare a game from 2008 to what we expect in 2022. At least it does illustrate very well just how far gaming and basic features have come since then. And while it might be considered bland or, God forbid, even considered a boomer shooter now, despite all that, it didn't stop many of us from having countless hours of fun with this experience. And do you remember how I said, remember how the game has a clear identity? You can certainly feel that in the multiplayer, as it doesn't compromise any of its features to add artificial depth to its systems like other World War II games have. The multiplayer is still as unmistakable as ever as a whole package, and I guess it is for that reason it has the same core weakness that COD 4 has as well. It can just get a little stale after a while with, no variance in kill streaks. You can only get the same 3 streaks on the same maps over and over again before you feel like you've done it all. Same thing as Modern Warfare. To be fair though, this was Treyarch's first run at adding those features before they would really push the envelope with Black Ops 1. And to, cut back to what I was saying earlier, World at War is objectively very copy and paste at its core. The game is incredibly simple, which is its greatest strength and biggest flaw. I find it so interesting though how in current day people tend to hold COD 4 in higher regard than World at War multiplayer. It just isn't as referenced or talked about nearly as much as the former. Like I said, little brother just trying to be like its big brother. Clearly, much of the lack of innovation was a result of the game being slapped together and the crunch to make things work. It wasn't as revolutionary as Modern Warfare, but it's just crazy how people hold this game in high regard, despite having many problems and basically being the exact same game as the one prior. Overall, though, the multiplayer experience can still be enjoyed today. It's just the most bare-bones version of the COD formula we all love, and if the World War II setting is something you particularly enjoy, then you'll get a lot out of this one still.
Yeah, jetzt geht's um Zombies. Sami, magst du auch Call of Duty
Now, let's
Zombies?
circle back to the campaign.
Ja?
Now, at the end of World
Sehr
at War,
schön.
you beat the game, the credits roll,
Zombies
you
auf
let
1,
it all
ne?
soak in, and then this plays. Now, zombies is such an interesting discussion. Not only is this very near and dear to my heart, and when I think about time, I've literally been playing zombies for more years of my life than I've not been playing zombies. So, needless to say, this is going to have a real sentimental value to me. However, that doesn't get in the way of me analyzing this experience for what it truly is, blemishes and all. But possibly the most fascinating thing about Nazi zombies in World at War is, of course, it was never supposed to exist. Treyarch were scrambling to find new ways to make this game stand out for one reason or another. Imagine World at War had no zombies at all. Would it be remembered
Was?
quite as much
Siehst
as
du
it is
das? Meine
today?
Pick ist
I'd
viel, viel
argue
schneller.
absolutely not. Whether you even played
Ah,
zombies
jetzt
much
sind wir...
at all,
Ah, ich weiß
it
warum,
did so
wegen
much
hier
for the
das hier.
identity of this game and,
Wegen
you know,
Beacon.
getting people to talk about it. But where did zombies
Hab ich
come
voll
from?
vergessen.
Clearly, it's
Ich
just
war
a
richtig
little
geflasht
Easter egg after you
gerade.
beat the campaign, and
Ich dachte,
that's
wann
all
habe
it
ich
was
neue Effi
intended
hier
to
drauf
be
gemacht?
at first. In fact, it was considered crazy at the time to even flirt with the idea
Glaub
of
schon.
zombies in a Call of Duty game at all. But some scripters over at Treyarch one day were toying around with the burning German soldier model animation, and one of them thought it kind of looked a bit like a zombie. So they ripped a small level from the campaign and put some UI up for a round counter and wall buys and so on, and made a bit of a cooperative survival experience. The end result was the weird but extremely addicting tower defense survival mode that internally everyone at Treyarch was playing, called Nocturne Untold. Treyarch were obviously very excited about this mode, but how were they supposed to get Activision on board with this and even greenlight it? They would need to get Activision executives one-on-one just to try it themselves and see the magic, you know, with their own two eyes. It's just as possible this little slap-together mode could have never made the cut, and if so, my entire life would have probably gone in a much different direction, and the zombies community as we know it would fail to exist. Mark Lamia said it best when he states, "Zombies truly only exist because of the fans, and through the community's support and care for the game, were they able to actually carry on with it."
Without them, zombies, just as we know it, we would have had the opportunity to make the games for them, the graphic experiences that we do. That, afterwards, really great.
The first Easter egg that was Nocturne Untold, or better known as the first ever zombies map, despite shipping to the game, ultimately, it was still no surefire thing. It was unclear if this is as far as it would go, or if Activision would pull the plug on it eventually, but the beautiful thing is, with each map in this game, you can genuinely see new innovation and progression without destroying the fundamental layer of what made it fun to begin with. They were able to put more resources into each map that helped make them distinct, and that would become more clear as we get into each map individually. But first, I want to mention that the first seedlings of the storyline were also sowed here, and that was purely done through community theory crafting. This is why people love the original zombie storyline so much. We as a community were in a symbiotic relationship with Treyarch, writing this story together. The community would speculate on things, and then Treyarch would actually pick and choose what to run with from those theories. In fact, I think it's hilarious, but the whole reason Samantha Maxis exists as a character is because some random zombie in Nocturne Toten sounds like it says Sam when making zombie noises, and the community ran with that, and so now in current day we have Samantha Maxis in a wedding dress. So the first, like it says Sam when making zombie noises, and the community ran with that, and so now in current day we have Samantha Maxis in a wedding dress.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So, the first map, of course, would be the classic Nocturne Toten. I want to touch back
Willst
on
du
the
shoppen
concept
gehen?
of what we established earlier, where enjoyment is subjective, quality is not. Nocturne Toten is the most simple and bare-bones survival or tower defense gameplay as you can have. It's got a few wall buys, a mystery box, and some barriers. The level wasn't even curated for zombies themselves. What I mean is, like, nowadays, zombie maps are built with zombies in mind. Seems obvious, but Noct was literally just a campaign level, ripped and rearranged and, just throwing some zombies into the mix. It's not like it was built, preemptively with the undead in mind, but Nocturne Tone is a perfect example of, just being what it needs to be, and it was genuinely difficult at the time. Back in 2008 and 2009, getting round 15 to 20 was considered really good, and 30 was god tier. This was also before people really knew how to play zombies as well. The concept of hoarding or training wouldn't become popular until Black Ops 1, so most gameplay was holding out in a corner with your teammates or whatever until you were eventually overrun. It was simple, yet fun, and that anybody could pick up and play and understand the premise within the first few seconds. And while it always ends the same way, the pure addiction of wanting to push for higher and higher waves is what made me and millions of others truly fall in love with this game. Tower defense style games were also beginning to skyrocket in popularity in that year as well, and this was one of the better ones to say the least. The fact of its simplicity made it the most accessible experience there was, and there's also still little Easter eggs like the radio that changes songs, the sniper cabinet, but aside from all that, Nocturne Toten was pieced together from a bunch of little other parts of World at War to make the first ever true zombies experience. While Noct can be rightfully credited as the birthplace of zombies, so it is special in that regard, it's definitely not the best map by a long shot, but after realizing this was a massive success with fans, they were able to double down and put some actual time and resources into the experience, and thus DLC 1 would take us to Verrückt, or Zombie Verrückt, as it's technically called. Verrückt, I think, is literally Nocturne Toten's gameplay loop, but just done better. There's more features, more progression without destroying the underlying mechanics. Verrückt takes place in an asylum, very similar to the multiplayer map and campaign layout, but it's a bit more curated for zombies this time. Verrückt would also introduce a number of new mechanics for the player to engage with. Most notable, of course, being the premiere of perks, Juggernog, Double Tap, Speed Cola, and Quick Revive. Also, traps would be introduced, giving us a new way to strategize and deal with zombies in higher rounds. We have to mention the unique spawn system in 4-player co-op as well. It separates teams into 2 halves, and all players must progress through the map and link up to turn the power on in order to be reunited, giving a clear objective to the player besides just surviving. It was also the first time the mystery box could move to multiple locations as well. Now, as much as these new features were great and revolutionary, Verrückt also made some fatal mistakes too. For example, Quick Revive in solo does nothing. This is a World at War problem more widely, but Quick Revive is great in co-op, but they didn't have the foresight to give Quick Revive a use in solo until Black Ops 1. Also, Verrückt specifically would have a new special kind of super sprinters. The community complained in Nocturne Toten that the zombies were a bit too slow, and Treyarch really overcorrected here, making zombies that are, much faster than the player can move. And with how sticky the zombies in World at War actually are, this turned out to be kind of a mess. The Verrückt-style sprinters would be scrapped after this map, thank God, but besides the gameplay, the atmosphere of the map is one of the most unforgettable, and according to many people, is still the scariest zombies map ever made, period. You have really subtle Easter eggs like the operating chair in Nocturne as we get into each map individually, but first, but Noct was literally just a campaign level, ripped and rearranged and, just throwing some zombies into the mix. It's not like it was built, preemptively with the undead in mind, but Nocturne Tone is a perfect example of, just being what it needs to be, and it was genuinely difficult at the time. Back in 2008 and 2009, getting round 15 to 20 was considered really good, and called. Verrückt takes place in a player to engage with. Most notable, of course, being the premiere of perks, Juggernog, Double Tap, Speed Cola, and Quick Revive. Also, traps would be introduced, giving us a new way to strategize and deal with zombies in higher rounds. We have to mention the unique spawn system in 4-player co-op as well. It separates teams into 2 halves, and all players must progress through the map and link up to turn the power on in order to be reunited, giving a clear objective to the player besides just surviving. It was also the first time the mystery box could move to multiple locations as well. Now, as much as these new features were great and revolutionary, Verrückt also made some fatal mistakes too. For example, Quick Revive in solo does nothing. This is a World at War problem more widely, but Quick Revive is great in co-op, but they didn't have the force in World at War actually are. This turned out to be kind of a mess. The Varuk-style sprinters would be scrapped after this map, thank God, but besides the gameplay, the atmosphere of the map is one of the most unforgettable, and according to many people, is still the scariest zombies map ever made, period. You have really subtle Easter eggs like the operating chair. Then you have the Illuminati markings on the wall in blood. This map was chock full of just raw material to speculate about what was going on in the story. That combined with the nightmarish tone and visuals made an unforgettable experience, and the narrative was really beginning to take shape. I think Varuk is objectively a far better map than Nocturne Toten. You may enjoy Noct more, and that's valid, but Varuk took that gameplay and undeniably added
Ja,
more,
was seid ihr
and that would
denn?
continue in the next DLC map. The third zombies map in history we'd get would be the Zombie Swamp, or better known as Shinonuma, and this is special for a number of reasons. Firstly, it takes us out of the restricted play space for the first time. Noct and Varuk were comprised of tight and cramped corridors and rooms, whereas Shinonuma is a mostly wide open swamp with plenty of room to move around in. It keeps all of the gameplay of Varuk intact with the perk system, but in this map, it rewards you for exploring the map, and it randomizes each game of where the location of said perk is. Traps were still present in the form of the Flogger, but we're given some brand new things as well, namely the first appearance of our Zombies cast, who, funnily enough, all of their models are just reused from other characters within World at War, but they would be fully voiced this time around, and we'd see the first edition of special rounds as well. Every 5 rounds or so, you'd get dogs, and these were no joke in World at War. They're a bit of a meme in BO3 and 4, but they were an actual threat in this game. But besides that, Shinonuma would also have the first wonder weapon in zombies, not including the ray gun, the Wonderwop DG2. Something I felt made wonder weapons memorable back then was that they were so heavily contrasted with the standard World War II weaponry at the time. Think about it, if every gun is more or less like an old-style ballistic rifle, this very, historical thing, then all of a sudden you get a space laser gun or an electric rifle, clearly these are going to feel a lot more special. Also, in terms of atmosphere and setting, Shinonuma is one of the most intriguing ones to date. The hanging soldier we now know as Peter Kane in the spawn room, the countless radios, even referencing Tunguska in the coordinates. And even the bone-chilling telephone message. Shinonuma managed to be much more than a mere swamp filled with zombies. It was a totally different spin on the gameplay pace compared to the previous 2 maps, yet still managed to come into its own with innovative features in its own right. Shinonuma has a few problems though, and the fatal flaw, the elephant in the room, is the maximum zombies per round in this map was capped at 24, period. So using the Flogger trap to get high rounds, meaning you could get into thousands of rounds with enough time, and the game just doesn't actually get much harder. It's a bit of a time commitment. The geometry in this map can be really janky, and you'll get stuck in seemingly random spots and die instantly because of how sticky the zombies are in this game. And the open layout did kind of deflate a lot of the tension in the gameplay at times, but it has so much fun stuff like the completely useless zipline and such that I can't help but feel a sense of real charm with the original Shinonuma. This map has been remade about 1,000 times over at this point, but something about the World at War version just hits different. Each zombies map was getting increasingly better as time progressed, and the zombies community was growing right alongside it. And then the big one would happen with the last DLC map that would change everything. But somewhere around this time, Treyarch would also add character bios for the first time ever in Zombies, with one of the most hidden and, well thought out Easter eggs of all time, using the letters from the character bios themselves to make a secret message. This is just a small example to show how intricate and layered the entire Zombies experience was beginning to become. And the map to show that off in flying colors the best would be the Factory. Derice was the last map to come to World at War, and the season would end off with possibly the most influential Zombies map ever made. The Zombie Factory, as it was known, was able to truly send zombies out with a bang. Now, interestingly, Kino der Toten and parts of Call of the Dead from Black Ops 1 were supposed to be in World at War, but due to all the crunch and constraints that Treyarch were facing with World at War, they would have to save it for the next game. In fact, Kino is largely built from the theater in the campaign. But in any case, Duris was the final map to send us off, and for what it's worth, deserved to be the crescendo. So once again, this map keeps everything intact from the previous maps and expands on things. Duris is also the first map to have a real progression and reward system. You spawn in, kill zombies, gather points to open doors, you discover these teleporters that can be linked back to spawn. Each time that happens, a door comes down a little bit to this crazy looking machine, prompting you to find all of them. In doing so, you do the same for all the 3 teleporters, and by that point you've explored the whole map and are now rewarded with a system to upgrade your guns so that they stay viable longer. This is the map I'd argue
Schau,
that
gibt's so
zombies as
Packer
we know
Punch.
it really began to take form. This alone added such replayability, and the best part was it kept everything that made the maps before it great and integrated it into something better. Taking guns that are borderline useless in later rounds, now go and pack-a-punch it, and it's either way stronger or has a totally different effect. Pack-a-punch is now the core staple in zombies. It's one of the most fun parts of exploring a brand new zombies map. It makes the weapons a lot more interesting in a way that you couldn't have dreamed of. It also has the first real interactable Easter egg. You shoot a control panel outside the map and find 3 items in a little like Samantha hide-and-seek game. You don't really get a reward for this admittedly, but the reward was kind of knowing about it in the first place. I find Duris beautiful as well because it caters to all kinds of play styles. There's so many ways to play this map
With
that
shoving
anything
and
fresh
flash.
on your first playthrough or your 1000th playthrough. You can run around and train, you can camp on the catwalk, and so on. Well, it's not perfect. It's got its flaws, such as the Wonder Wop taking away your Juggernaut when firing it on this game for some reason, and all the aforementioned issues with World at War more broadly, but I so truly believe Duris to be the best and deepest zombies experience in World at War. Once again, you may enjoy the other maps more, and that's totally okay. But what I think is inarguable, Duris is the highest quality map in the game by a mile. The story really began to find its footing here as well, with actual characters being established, like Dr. Maxis and such, mini radios detailing the events at the factory. It has a certain energy and feel that makes this map timeless to me. Again, just like Shinonuma, it's been remastered countless times at this point, but it doesn't have any
Diese
bad
ganzen
versions.
Skelette hier.
Duris is the premier zombies experience in a way, and I truly think zombies would be nowhere near as famous today without it.
We look forward to carrying on that conversation with you in the future. That is the start on.
World at War Zombies is incredible because as you're playing the maps in order, you can literally watch the mode grow up. You see it at its infancy. I mean, hell, in Nocturne Toten, power-ups didn't even have icons. It was just words. And it slowly becomes more and more developed and sophisticated, adding bells and whistles along the way, all the way to Duris, where it becomes its own fully fledged mode, capable of standing on its own 2 feet. Most of World at War Zombies' problems are technical ones, like, sticky zombies and solo quick revive, things like that would be ironed out in Black Ops 1, but it's truly beautiful to see a grassroots mode that wasn't even supposed to exist in the first place become one of the most defining features in Call of Duty in current day. Call of Duty World at War was a truly special game and an absolute miracle for the franchise. The true miracle, I think, lies in the subtle genius of the campaign storytelling and the risk that was zombies. While the multiplayer is incredibly fun, I cannot honestly say it's anything out of the ordinary. It has an amazing campaign, a fun but somewhat lackluster multiplayer, and a revolutionary zombies co-op mode. But the miracle of World at War and how this game managed to come together is a truly one-in-a-million success story. Call of Duty Black Ops 2. This phrase alone probably invokes so much nostalgia in you that is a pleasant reminder about how simple life used to be at the time. Black Ops 2 came out in 2012. The game is basically a decade old at this point, and I was 14 years old when this game was first introduced to the world. I'm 24 now, and life is exceptionally different, as I'm sure is the case for all of you as well. What is it about Black Ops 2 that makes the game so special, though? On the surface, Black Ops 2 is just another run-of-the-mill Call of Duty game with the standard offering of a single-player campaign, traditional COD multiplayer, and, of course, zombies. The game is looked at by nearly everyone these days with a sheer reverence for it and fond memories of each element. In fact, I literally started my YouTube channel on this very game. It sparked my love and interest for creating content and exploring gameplay. There's zero in the grand scheme of things. It's just so you can use your preferred weapon and nothing more. There's a lot of neat little details I noticed as I was replaying it too. When you shoot Mason so that it isn't a lethal shot, you can see a really small mouth movement just before it fades to black, indicating that he's still alive. But it happens so quickly that you'll probably miss it if you're not looking. Also, I find it hilarious how apparently everyone in this game is a short king, I guess. According to the game, Chloe, or Karma, is 5'2" and 95 pounds. And when you see her standing next to any other character, she's just as tall, if not taller, than everyone else. Some of the tech abilities they use do feel kind of quaint, corny, or dated, but honestly, not as much as you'd expect for a 10-year-old game. Most things still feel somewhat plausible or in touch. It also doesn't overstay its welcome. Some COD campaigns I feel like seem to drag on, and it's like they tried to stretch total running time in exchange for an engaging experience. Black Ops 2, aside from the strike missions, has no fluff. Cuts right to the chase and gets you what you need to know. And above all else, is just a genuinely fun single-player experience. The gameplay is about what you'd expect, it's clearing levels as you shoot through bad guys, but occasionally you have to make a choice that are all fun to consider. It's satisfying either killing or capturing Menendez, or seeing Blunt and Mason reunite at the very end. It's a nice moment that feels earned given the choices you had to make so. The Black Ops 2 campaign will probably genuinely stick with me for the rest of my life. It's not the most genius career or anything, but it's so cool for a lot of reasons, and it absolutely stands out among the series as an excellent COD campaign. And I sincerely hope they make this branching story structure again. I know they did in Cold War, it's got multiple endings, and I liked that campaign a lot too, but it didn't have the nuances in the choices like BO2 had. Not to mention, the campaign made a great basis premise for the iconic multiplayer experience. So let's talk about that too, shall we? Black Ops 2, in all honesty, might be Treyarch's one of, if not the best multiplayer experience. Now, I'm not saying it's perfect or flawless, in fact, far from it, but again, a lot of its imperfections are what make it beautiful and memorable, so let's just dive in, yeah? What exactly is it that makes the multiplayer of Black Ops 2 so damn good? To me, not only is the game absolutely overflowing with personality, but it also rides the line between fun and balance the best, in my opinion. So let's start with that. I think, generally speaking, you can place COD and peace on a spectrum. On one end, you have just pure chaotic fun, where everything's broken from a technical and balance standpoint, but at least it's fun. The classic example I always use is Modern Warfare 2. On the other hand, you have ultra meticulous balance and good technical gameplay. I don't know if there's a great COD example for this, but something like Counter-Strike or even some older Halo games' focus was on ultra fair balance, but either way, you get the point. Black Ops 2 was able to be balanced, for the most part, without losing its fun factor. A perfectly balanced game runs into the danger of becoming boring, and Black Ops 2 avoids this in very intelligent ways. So, what do I mean by that? BO2, again, for the most part, strikes a near-perfect balance with its weapons and perks. Each weapon, and therefore have a play and counterplay. Also, to me, the Pick 10 system seems to make the most sense in this game. There are just enough items and perks to use without feeling like filler, but still having ample, meaningful changes you can make to your classes. And I can't quite put my finger on it, but something about how the gun sounds and feel and the overall gunplay just feels so damn good in this game, and it doesn't get old. The maps are also, with a few exceptions, super well designed classic COD style maps, with their own unique flavor of gameplay to each one. The maps were all designed as well with the sandbox specifically of Black Ops 2 weapons in mind. And something I've noticed, I'm sure many of you will relate to what I'm about to say, but I swear, in older games like Black Ops 2 multiplayer, I can remember
Autsch, warum ich? Warum ich? Sag mir, warum wird ausgerechnet ich angeschossen mit Blitz?
I can probably name you every gun in each classic Black Ops 2 without looking at it.
Zeus!
And I don't really know why that is. Everything about this game hangs very vividly in my memory, and I don't understand. Maybe my brain has reached max capacity for remembering COD guns and maps, but I would say, like, after Infinite Warfare specifically, I could no longer retain the names and images of maps and guns in my mind. They all start to blur together to a certain degree, but with BO2, there's no mistaking something like Raid or Nuketown 2025 or Hijack. In fact, now that I think about it, Black Ops 2 was basically the last Treyarch game to have its MP maps reimagined for new COD context. You know what I mean? In BO4 and Cold War, there are a bunch of Black Ops 2 maps that even BO1 in each game brought over. Nothing original from BO3 and then on, obviously because of its movement system, and even in BO4 have been remastered. The point is, they're all from older COD games like BO1 and 2. It's what people remember most and like playing. And let me ask you a question. What sticks out in your memory more? Slums or Morocco? Or how about Standoff in BO2 or Arsenal in BO4? I understand that's a bit subjective, but I really do feel like COD members don't have the same remembrance power in their minds these days. Same with weapons, generally speaking, as well. And when it comes to attachments, I also give BO2 MP some credit. It has enough attachments and gives you a fair amount of freedom to experiment with them without feeling like code. Again, the new COD attachment system is interesting, and I think Modern Warfare 2019 personally does the best. But I'm thinking like in Vanguard, the 80 different variants of attachments that realistically 90% of them never get used, and they certainly aren't memorable at all like the ones in BO2 are. Every single weapon, map, attachment, equipment, and so on, they all have their place in this game. And again, I'm not saying the gameplay balance is perfect. In fact, you don't even want it to be. But the most broken aspects of BO2 MP by far is within the score streaks. Black Ops 2 was also the first game to innovate on the core-defining element of MP. The killstreak system has been slightly modified to reward objective players as well, instead of those just farming for kills. I think the score streak system itself is great, and it makes perfect sense for Black Ops 2 MP. The score streaks themselves are where the broken elements come into play, and that's not even really a criticism. The BO2 score streaks are just plain overpowered, some of them, and once you get streaks rolling in BO2, it's like the most fun COD experience there is. If you're getting streaked on, though, it's also like the worst to be on the receiving end of it. That's the duality, though, you have to consider. One fun kill streak,
Willst du deine
and you
Rüstung
have
nicht
to accept
aufwerten?
sometimes it's gonna suck to play against them. I don't even really consider this a fault of BO2, and I think the score streaks in some sense are
Dann
really
hast du
what
falsch
made the game
gefärbt.
stand out. And all of that was just to do with sheer gameplay, which by this point I hope I've made it abundantly clear
Ja, das macht
that
doch
it's
von
just
Gold.
pure classic hand-fractal fun. But the same game is also just literally overflowing with personality. First off, game modes like Gun Game, One in the Chamber, and those kinds of party games were so smart to have in the rotation. Also, the game had a fully functioning theater mode that
Ich
allowed
sehe
you
da
to
gar nichts.
record your games, upload clips to the public board
Ja,
that
guck
the
mal
rest
meine
of the player
Rüstung an.
base could see, allow you to make videos of literally whatever you wanted. There was so much creativity that came out of that aspect alone. Also, I'm just going to say it, I miss Emblem Editor so much. The sheer creativity as well of BO2 emblems are unmatched. You could browse community emblems, and there was even a whole section of YouTube tutorials dedicated to making emblem art. I swear to God, some nights I would spend more time working on and perfecting an emblem than I would spend playing the actual game. Unfortunately, though, I don't think we'll ever see this feature again. Now emblems come pre-packaged, and they just don't have the same flair or sauce to them anymore. I'd argue the same with calling cards, too. Granted, some people did abuse the emblem system as well to some degree, but it certainly wasn't the majority of people, and they also found a way to monetize emblems, so sadly, I don't think we'll ever see that again. Speaking of monetization, there was some bundle in Vanguard that came out not too long ago with a gun and a few other things, ironically an emblem, that costs $40, literally more than half the price of the full game, and you only get the blueprint for that specific weapon. In BO2, there are some great camos that you can apply to every gun in the entire game with no exceptions for, get this, a grand total, wait for it,
Aber erstmal füttern.
massive $2 whole dollars. Yeah, just let that soak in for a
Dann
minute.
kannst du dann alle Erwachsenen killen, wenn du allen Essen hast.
Just like the guns and maps, the DLC camos are almost all inspired and incredibly memorable. Probably the most consumer-friendly version of this dynamic that's ever existed. And it's not just modern that this has affected them. This system started to get way out of hand all the way back in the advanced warfare, but that's a discussion for another time. My point is, while the gameplay has its flaws, things like lag compensation, about bucket detection, skill-based matchmaking, which I personally believe is the bullshit everybody makes it out to be, but again, that's an entirely different topic for another time. But also, broken guns here and there occasionally, so Black Ops 2's MP is generally proven as one of the most fun and fair multiplayer experiences in the game. Not to mention, the personality and identity was impossible to beat. Just like the campaign, BO2 multiplayer will probably stick with me forever as well. Very fond memories of it even to this day. Just a great gameplay experience that does hold up with time.
Black Ops 2 requires a lot of things. I mean, it's very simple things like the game.
Zombies! Sammeln gibt's auch Call of Duty Zombies.
This is obviously where my wheelhouse is, and I've been wanting to talk about Black
I mean,
Ops
yeah,
2
for
for
zombies.
a while.
Yeah!
So stick with me. Black Ops 2 Zombies is memorable because it has some of the worst offerings in zombies ever, combined with some of the best. But it's not that simple. You'd be led to think, based on that logic alone, Black Ops 2 Zombies would be a pretty below average game in terms of zombies if you only looked at that element. But as is with most things in life, it's way more complicated than that. So let's start with a bit of history about Black Ops 2 Zombies. This project was primarily headed by Jimmy Zielinski in the beginning, who was also responsible for many of your favorite maps in Black Ops 1. In BO2, they set out to change the zombies formula by no longer having you in a confined space, but retaining the core gameplay loop, but allowing you to traverse a more open world. And the way they talk about it, you can see what they probably envisioned.
Hey, guess what? Here's your map and here's the walls. The idea is to say, as far as you need to go or would want to go, to do the things you want to do and discover all the story elements and things that you can find that actually help your gameplay, and as far as actually constructing things out of the jump in the environment, that doesn't happen in one map because you can just run across the map in half around and get that. We needed to give them multiple locations around a very expansive area, and then on foot, dangerous. A vehicle is going to be a little more protection, so we wanted to give them kind of choices of how to the zombies attack.
It sounds cool on paper, but it's also worth noting that the development of Transit in this case was also held back much by the hardware limitations at the time. Developing for both the PS3 and the Xbox 360, what they actually wanted to do with Transit just wasn't technologically possible given that hardware, despite them giving it their best shot. In fact, the reason that denizens and the fog in between areas even exist at all is to slow the player up so the map can load in front of them. You can see legitimate good intentions for what Transit should have been. There were even entire areas that had to be cut from Transit, and even features and whole game modes that were scrapped as a result. The engine at the time simply could not support the full version of what Treyarch intended, and they cobbled together what they could for this on-disc experience. So it's obvious at this point Transit is indeed objectively a bad map. But why does everybody remember it so well? In contrast, Drone Fong in Vanguard is also extraordinarily bad, but it doesn't even have 1% of the remembrance power that Transit does. Why not, though? And I want to make this point crystal clear. Something can be objectively poorly designed, yet still be fun. Whereas the opposite can also be true. Something can be objectively designed very well, yet still lack any real fun. Transit falls into the category of the former, where its design explain what I mean with an example. The Pack-a-Punch system in Transit requires you to place a turbine at the bottom of the power station. In Solo, this can be a real pain in the ass because the zombies can still lock on and break that turbine while you're running to the bank safe to get the door open below. If you don't make it in time, the door stays shut and you have to go get another turbine, place it down, try the whole thing again. In co-op, you need to coordinate when somebody is placing a turbine and get somebody else down there on the opposite side of the room in the bank to keep it open. This adds the element of cooperation required to achieve that goal. Also, the fact that fast travel portals are entirely random, there's no way to guarantee you can revive someone if they go down on the farthest end of the map. If you get lucky, sure, but it's no guarantee. Again, this is bad gameplay, but admittedly something that makes it more fun. One general test I like to use as a marker to determine if a map has a good layout design is if hypothetically a teammate downed on the farthest point on the map away from you, could you still revive them before time runs out? If the answer is no, it's not a good signal. Transit doesn't make this guarantee. In Shadows of Evil, it's a big map, and somebody going down on the other end can mean game over. But you use the beast mode sites, you can reach anyone anywhere on the map and revive them because of the increased speed that it grants you. It's clever. Transit doesn't really have that level of foresight, but that's fine. That's the beautiful part of Transit. It does, however, have Tombstone, which allows you to reclaim your weapons and perks after death and respawning the next round, which is helpful, granted. It's just that it's fascinating because there's no right way to play Transit. Most of the buildables have multiple use cases, such as using the ladder for the bus, or you can use it on the diner to get the Galvanockles. Jimmy Z maps in general, and especially Transit, are truly the most open, free-form sandbox maps we have ever seen in Zombies. There's hardly any structure to the gameplay loop at all. You load up Transit either solo or with your buddies, and you never quite get the same experience twice. Not to mention, it's also where the storyline really started to grip me, oddly enough, and I can tell you exactly why. Okay, so I've made the case in the past that the reason the Chaos story didn't captivate players in the same way was because despite maybe being a good story, it's a story being told to us, where in the era of BO1 and BO2, I felt like it was more like we were writing the story alongside Treyarch through our theorizing and speculating. And after doing some digging, that is literally true. It literally is we bounce back and forth with community. It is us, it is them, it is things we hear them say or think that is in the game, and then we can spin those ideas back with them. We can put ideas out and just see how they react to them, and it's really actually kind of a relationship. We never really face to face necessarily, but we are watching what they're doing out there. Listening to how they respond to the things that we put in. Transit really became the most enigmatic map in terms of looking for things and having such a mysterious aura around its unanswered questions. Like, nobody really knew if Bus Route B was real or not, or how to get there. The Transit course, if you recall that, the night bus, Jimmy Z even saying Transit has a unique ending besides just death. The Nevada site, different bus routes, opening the bowling area, and so on. Man, even the secret radios that had to be interacted with in a very specific way to hear them, these had such a captivating and thought-provoking energy to them that you could do nothing but speculate after, which is kind of why I got interested in the zombie storyline in the first place. This was the home and birthplace to so many theories and ideas that got the community invested, and while most of them ended up being just baseless rumors, it kept us gripped at the possibilities the whole time. The Easter egg and Jimmy Z BO2 maps all have two different sides to the quest, with slightly altered steps depending on which path you choose. You can either choose to serve Maxis and power the Pythons in his favor, using the network table, which that has a concept on its own that was quite cool, or serve Richthofen and do the same with the tables. Either way, Jimmy Z maps and the Easter eggs on them have such weird steps that not all of them are good, I'd argue, but they're all so different to say something positive, and Transit did so much more than just be a bad map. Yes, it was scuffed, but it was beautiful because there was nothing quite like it at the time. And that's what scares me a little bit about a Transit remaster potentially. I think they'd have to clean up a lot of the broken elements of what made Transit special, and it may not have the same interesting aura that original Transit always had. And I remember quite vividly that at the time, mostly everyone hated Transit for the obvious flaws, still unaware that they would look back on the map very fondly later on as time passed, because they had such good times with their buddies. People miss the good times, not the map, I assure you. Black Ops 2 wasn't setting the year off with the best what exactly, and that trend would continue with Die Rise. So, Die Rise is also a complicated discussion. Basically has the same core design, and therefore core weaknesses and strengths Transit had. Die Rise opted for, instead of a large, flat, open world, a more vertical and multi-floor based design, which pretty much captured the same feel, I'd argue, and the revive testing I was talking about earlier still applies here. There are some impossible to reach spots in time if you get unlucky, to a point where they even developed an entire perk to mitigate this problem. Usu is essentially is what allowed you to spawn a vulnerable ghost version of yourself that you can, revive yourself in a pinch, and that's really all it does. Again, on paper, the perk is useful, but it actually ends up being realistically more of a liability than anything else. Die Rise's layout is absolutely horrendous, and I really pull back on that. It's like bafflingly bad. Not to mention, there's a massive amount of wasted areas and space that realistically don't even need to be there. The Easter egg is some of the most weird and random steps I've ever seen in a quest, and to this day, I still couldn't explain to you exactly how the Mahjong tile step works in this map 10 years later. Die Rise also still features some notables, albeit way less than what was available in Transit, and has one of the most famous...
Guck mal, ich habe sogar schon bis hier zur Treppe gebaut.
The PhD flopper machine, which, ironically would be insanely useful on this map to mitigate fall damage, is actually not attainable on Die Rise, even though everyone thought there was some way to acquire this stuff, and tried tirelessly to make it happen. Similar to Transit, it had all of the theory crafting and mysterious aura around unanswered questions as well. There are some TVs that you have to interact with, again, in a super specific way, so that you can get its message, and it adds to the creepy and unsettling vibe of Die Rise. The Sliquifire Wonder Weapon was also great for the Die Rise sandbox. Basically a broken slip and slide that can kill zombies and affect movement and cause them to stumble around, which, while on tall buildings you can see how that was intended to be a hazard. Interestingly, similar to how Town exists in relation to Transit as a small survival map, Die Rise originally was going to have a streets-level survival map alongside it too. This never got past early development though, for unknown reasons, but still, this would have been super interesting to at least see. There's a few ways Die Rise, I think, could be dramatically improved in its gameplay, and am I suggesting these fixes for a potential remaster? No, but I'll lay them out anyway. First of all, make the elevators still move on their own, but also work on a manual call button. Kind of like how a real elevator works.
Hol nur das Torigate.
It's a key item in Die Rise that does this, but it's a one-time use.
Junge, nur Torigate.
Also, assume to have the ghost have increased health and revive speed so you can pick yourself up. Also, clean up the fall damage areas to make them feel a bit more consistent, and also make it so one player can carry more than just one buildable part at a time. And finally, tighten up some of the areas that don't get used to optimize the more important ones. There. Just a few suggestions that can make the map less painful, but still keeping most of what made it fun and memorable. Die Rise has some really neat ideas, don't get me wrong. I really like how if you kill all the jumping jacks without missing a bullet, or use melee or traps only, you get a free perk alongside a max ammo each time. I like how this particular armored zombie model has a little bit more health on round 1, so it's not a one-night. It's a completely unnecessary detail, but it makes sense. I like how there are some skills.
Nein! Mein Feind!
I like the general atmosphere of the map as well, and it certainly has a unique flavor. flavor to it, but as I've stated, it has many pain points within the gameplay, but just like Transit, people hated this map initially. It was a big 0-2 for Treyarch so far, but now some people still look back on it very fondly. But Black Ops 2 was about to make some massive changes to its direction, in the form of a new director creatively for their maps. But before we go there, I'm going to take a quick detour to some of the things that made Black Ops 2's gameplay very special besides just its maps. Some of these only apply to Jimmy's maps, but permaperks are one of my favorite concepts ever. Basically, these are small bonuses that you can get in-game by doing certain actions. For example, rebuilding enough barriers in a short amount of time grants you the metal barriers bonus, which takes zombies way longer to pull down. Or dying with quick revive and reviving a certain number of times grants you the permanent tombstone perk, i.e. you keep all of your perks except quick revive after you go down. This is massively helpful. The game does not explain to you how these work at all, which I think is a good thing. All you get is a green flash for a second, and you have to consider the last interaction you just had and try to determine what permaperk you got and what it does. And these can also be lost as well by a certain method, so you have to be mindful of what permaperks are currently in effect or not. It's so fun, and honestly, I like a system like this far better than choosing perks out of a menu like in BO4, or just upgrading them once and never thinking about them again, like in Cold War. Also, the leaderboard system is so simple, yet somehow Treyarch has failed time and again with any leaderboards this intuitive. It's so easy to see highest rounds, most kills, and it even divides them by number of players. It's very well organized, and we can't talk about the leaderboards without also discussing the ranking system. BO2 Zombies ranks are infamous for not being well understood. In fact, there's a permaperk that requires you to buy the same M14 Walleye or Olympia a certain number of times, granting you a ray gun eventually, and that is only possible within the first two rankings of BO2. If you're a one bone or a crossbone rank only. Then there's the Skull, which is like, I guess, middle of the pack. You have Knife, which are above average players, and then Shotguns for the elite video gamers. And blue eyes on all of these skull icons to indicate consecutive days played. This system wasn't perfect, but it did give you a general indication of how good players in your lobby were, and this was important because I also think BO2 was the last Zombies game to have true public matches. In Black Ops 3 onward, in my opinion, it was far more common to play with an organized party or just go solo than it was to play with randoms, and there's reasons for that I don't have time to get into, but it still was the case. So even besides just the maps, there were so many special elements BO2 already had going for it, not to mention modes like 4v4 brief mode and turn that let you play as the zombie. But all that stuff considered, there were also some cut content apparently that would have probably came to the game had Jimmy Zielinski stayed in charge. Some World at War remasters were planned for Black Ops 2, namely things like Firefight, even Nocturne and Totem, that were probably prototyped for BO2 but never actually saw a release. And I think the reason primarily is because they shifted direction and really the course of Zombies Forever with DLC 2, Mob of the Dead. So, here we go. Mob of the Dead. This map would not just only change the course of Black Ops 2 Zombies, but Call of Duty Zombies as a whole forever. This was the first introduction into what we're going to call the new era of maps, since Jimmy Z was no longer the main creative direction for this project. That was what Jason pulled out. Now, honestly, I didn't know much about why exactly midway through Black Ops 2, Treyarch changed directors for the Zombies maps, but if I had to take a guess, it was probably because of the relatively poor reception of both Transit and Dire Rise at the time. BO2 Zombies was in dire straits, and Mob of the Dead represented a new way of doing it. Not only is the setting and purpose of Mob unbelievably cool, but its gameplay would also hard shift direction from the Jimmy Z formula of maps as well, taking almost the exact opposite approach when it comes to gameplay structure. But let's talk about the setting first. This was the first map in Black Ops 2 to have a celebrity cast, and to not be the generic or the transit we've been playing in the story so far. The story essentially is that there are these 4 monsters stuck on the real new Alcatraz Island while in an infinite loop in purgatory to atone for their sins. only by breaking the cycle may they be set free. It was also such a hard shift in story up to this point where we've been following the Victus crew and, you know, their dealings with Rick Toppin from Transit and Skyrise, and Mob of the Dead comes along, and we're honestly not even sure if these even take place in the same universe. However, if you listen to the dialogue carefully, you discover that they reference people like Nikolai and others, indicating that this is still somehow related to the things we've been playing already. For us to put together the clues about that, I give Mob of the Dead an A+ for setting and atmosphere and story alone, but its gameplay is also something I find exceptional as well. Jimmy Z maps up to this point, for all intents and purposes, have been giant sandboxes with no real clear direction or goal other than just survive. Sure, they have their main Easter egg, but they're basically just survival maps. They're wide open in terms of structure and how the player can interact with it. Mob of the Dead, on the other hand, is very expertly grounded in a single direction. Right off the bat, you spawn in Afterlife telling the player two things. Number one, this is a new mechanic to get used to, and number two, there are some things only accessible using this mode, with a double points door that can be unlocked if you're clever enough and paying attention. Within the first 5 seconds of a match, the player is already given information without them even knowing. Second, the literal pictures on the wall, the dialogue of the characters, and even the HUD all indicate that you need to find and gather plane parts to escape from the roof. First minute of the gameplay and you already have an objective. First 2 minutes of gameplay, you open doors and discover a dog on the wall that literally eats zombies. So naturally feed it until it disappears. No.
Meinetwegen.
Weil ich muss am besten so halb da sein.
Ja, ich fahr dich jetzt.
Warte unten.
Oder warte, wann ist halb?
20 Minuten.
Hier drin bin ich safe.
Ja,
Wie safe?
safe. Ja, geht's doch super.
Hier oben spawnen auch keine Monster. Oh man.
Warte unten.
Female characters, but if you take it too far and try to romance all of them at once, hidden scene triggers during the ending. They also show up together on Valentine's Day, only to discover you've been dating every single one. Slice of cheese on there and roasted it. While you watch me cook this, will remind you that I'm extremely lactose intolerant. You don't have to look below that you can't do something. What you're looking at now is a grilled cheese sandwich made 100% of cheese. And even though this sandwich is made entirely of cheese, I'm still really impressed with this cheese. I mean, that's pretty good for a sandwich that's paper thin. Make a grilled cheese.
12 million conflicts spawn on the unstable FMP generates terrain known as the Farlands. But most people already know about the Farlands. I mean, on our server, there was a whole civilization of players that lived there. Yet, the Farlands replaced our server.
to build their own cannon. He wanted to teleport some coordinates that are like 12 million blocks out or something. I don't know. He specifically told me not to, and I didn't even know how to use it, so.
And at first, was really negotiating with the same and I used the initial cannon to pursue targets. So we are now 12 million blocks out. Of course, you also explained to us how the cannon can only take us to the beginning of the coordinates, yet the coordinates are sharpest or supposed to refer to the sun. So, Agamemnon and ourselves, so alright, peace country. Yeah, it's actually like first server.
Dude, they're not giving like
And it is.
it's like the scariest thing.
And after flying towards the coordinates we were given for a while, Egg and I came across something strange. Yeah, what the heck? Wait. Dude, this is like incredibly rare. This is like snowy grass. Wait, why can't I collect this? Wait, look at it. I let me. Oh, yeah. Well, we can even lock quick. Wait, this is like water that if you guys want to kill me, I'll be. Tell your team that. Yeah. 12. Do you prefer the original brand or the reboot? Anybody prefer X? Like, I just like that. That's more fun. I like the original.
Mann, Digga, ich hasse diese Werbung. Ralf Schuh?
Ja klar, wir kaufen ein Auto, die
dann 5. 6, 7, 8. Gleich noch auf der anderen Seite. Nein! Was ist da? Oh, ich kann fliegen. Oh. Ja, dann ist doch einfach ein fucking Ding. Ich hol Bier.
Bowli. Jawohl. Wenn du überleben willst, haben wir 3 Anime-Charaktere. Von Solo-Leveling. Wenn jetzt ein Creeper kommt, bin ich am Arsch. Weg hier! Ja, ich wollte dir hier ein Video zeigen. Hier, guck. Kennst du den Film hier? Der ist Gänsehaut. Hier. Nimm Handy. Dauert etwas.
I find myself still playing Mob even to this day and enjoy it as much as I did when it first came out. High rounds are incredibly fun, the Easter eggs very enjoyable to replay and do over again, and it's just an outstanding map and an excellent piece that saved Black Ops 2 Zombies at that point in time, and that would lead into DLC 3, that would be Jimmy Zielinski's last map, Buried. So, this brings us to our boy Buried. This map would famously be Jimmy Z's final Zombies map at Treyarch, and in my opinion is the only map in BO2 that really nailed the sandbox gameplay that I think he was going for. And as far as settings go, this is located in an old western town, shifted under the tectonic plates of the earth to end up somewhere in Angola, Africa. And just the atmosphere and like the setting alone is worth talking about. Being an old, rundown western town probably by itself would have been enough, but shove that all underground and you have the setup for a super unique setting. Buried also has one of the more interesting spawn rooms as well. You have this upper railing with a skill jump LSAT wallby that you can only get if you don't screw up the jump, otherwise it throws you right into the map. And you need to jump down that pit anyways to get to the actual buried part of the town. Now, again, because this is a Jimmy map, there's little to no structure at all in terms of how the player approaches things. You're basically free to explore any way you want up to a certain point in which you realize there are some barricades that can't be opened by traditional means. Instead, eventually you encounter Leroy in his cell, or Arthur or whatever. And then you open his cage and realize you can give him booze and he will break down these barricades for you. Give him candy and he can build traps for you. Lock down the mystery box for the entire game, crawler, and so much more. But the game doesn't tell you this stuff. The game only lets you know what he's capable of through experimentation. He'll add so much flair and personality to the map. Like, what even are you, my guy? You're like 9 feet tall, still keep a fresh cut despite being alone in jail. It's so interesting, man, and it's just another one of those iconic and memorable pieces of Black Ops 2. The amount of buildable items alone is impressive, and the main Easter egg actually feels somewhat coherent for a Jimmy Z map in Buried. There are still some steps that just genuinely make no sense, like the colored levers, for example. A lot of people think the order of them and the way you must hit them is indicated by the color on the candy jars, but this is just completely untrue. But many people bought a lot of these urban legends and myths associated with Buried because they were kind of hard to disprove. In any case, Buried also introduced a large number of some of the most broken weapons ever in COD Zombies, namely in the form of the Paralyzer Wonder Weapon with infinite ammo and the ability to fly and glide around the map with it. Also, the Raygun Mark II was added with this DLC, and it was retroactively added to the box of all maps before it as well. The Witch's House that is required to get through to obtain Pack-a-Punch is responsible for some of the most iconic imagery in Buried, and these actually have a basis in real-life lore as well, which I won't get into, but it's extremely fascinating. Buried is really the only map that nailed it, in my opinion, for having that fun sandbox gameplay without being terrible. It also housed the first ever Zombies super Easter egg, so if you had done all the Easter eggs prior for a specific person, either Maxis or Richtofen before it, all players in your party could activate this box and listen to an ending take place depending on which side you gave power to. Also, new and unique bonuses would be applied to the player's game after activating this, such as the ability to carry 4 wonder weapons or a permanent fire sale, stuff like that. Above all else, Buried is one of the most charming maps out there, and is aged well and playable even to this day. I do take some issues with Buried, but most of them come from the fact that all of the gameplay is so loose and unstructured, but they're minor in comparison and not even really worth discussing. All in all, solid Zombies map and an absolute icon in its own right, and as previously stated, this would be Jimmy's final map with Treyarch, but Black Ops 2 still had one map to go, and that was the monumental, groundbreaking map that was Origins. So, Origins would be the final installment in the Black Ops 2 Zombies offering, and did it ever end with a bang? You know, in my eyes, the only DLC 4 Treyarch maps that have ever really nailed it are Moon and Origins. Everything else kind of fell flat or was just sort of mid on its own compared to the maps that came before it. Origins, at the time of its release, was earth-shattering. We had never seen anything quite like it. This also reintroduced to us the new version of our original Zombies crew, which a lot of the community were missing, because we haven't played them since Black Ops 1. Tank, Richtofen, Nikolai, and Takio were reintroduced to us, but albeit this time a little different. The setting involves the three honing in on Richtofen for capture on the battlefields of World War I in northern France, but quickly discover that the area has been overrun by the undead. The crew that we now know as Primus must work together to survive. Thematically, Origins is one of my favorite, and I've explained this before, but I think Origins visually represents what Zombies is. You've got the upper portion of the map being a dull, dreary, and depressing set of trenches to represent the monotonous part of Zombies gameplay. Shooting zombies and, rebuilding barriers, etc. Then you have the crazy place that exists as a visual indicator of the secret depth of each Zombies map and what those hold. Figuratively and literally, Origins is a traditional survival map with a insane hidden quest underneath the surface. And just like with Mob of the Dead, Jason Blundell would expand on that structured formula for Origins as well. This map generally guides the player along to turn on generators, discover the pack-punch machine, and by that point you'll likely have discovered the gramophone to open the lower half of the excavation site. At that point, you're free to do technically whatever you like, but the game does nudge at you and hint for you to build the staves of the ancients. Origins also broke new ground at the time by introducing the concept of 4 unique wonder weapons for each player, whereas before, generally speaking, there were only 1 to 2 wonder weapons available per map. The staves are all unique and have slightly different functions, but are all great when you know how to use them. Some are for sure better than others, and some are also built for offensive play, while some do much better as a defensive play style. But all things considered, the upgraded Ice Staff is still by far the best one. Origins took massive risks in terms of how the player operates in it. They also introduced a mini-boss enemy, the Panzer Soldat, that is one of the most intimidating mini-bosses in the entire franchise. This dude will grab you from 80 feet away, toast you, then butter you up and call it a day with no remorse. He's got a few balance issues that I would complain about, but all things considered, I think he's still a great fit to Origins, and he actually feels like he has an intimidating presence when entering the map. Each player flinches a little bit inside whenever this dude spawns in, or hears the siren. Now, Origins is an amazing map in almost every way, and it's a top-tier map within the series, I'd argue, but it's not without its flaws as well. First off, to do the main Easter egg, each staff has to be built and upgraded. In 4-player, this is fine, and actually quite straightforward and fast to do. In solo, though, this can get tedious, and it's worth noting that Treyarch fully intended Origins and the Easter egg to be only doable with 4 players, but eventually solo players figured out a way that they can hit the button inside the robot and still use the special grenade you get to break the seal, and that entire system makes it possible in a small window for you to be able to solo this Easter egg. Besides getting and upgrading all the stabs, there's pretty much like 2 other real Easter egg steps that are extremely quick and simple. So it's not the best solo Easter egg, but it's doable and it's still a great experience co-op. And also, Origins doesn't have the best layout. This has mostly to do with the gramophone system, where there's only 1 active portal at a time, and if you forget the gramophone, you have to run all the way back to the tunnel it was at, then run all the way back again to the one you actually needed to go through. This could have been mitigated, I think, by leaving the portals active once you've activated them 1 time around already. Also, I was never really a huge fan of having to go back and save the generators from the Templar zombies being disabled every couple of rounds. That combined with Panzers spawning in, it can be a little much at times, and either way, high rounds are extremely fun on Origins. The Easter egg, while again, not great solo, is still an enjoyable experience, and it's a ton of fun co-op, and also the fact of the matter is it's got a ton of fun side Easter eggs and interesting things to discover literally every time you play. It's like Shadows of Evil in that manner. I feel like I notice something new in Origins every time I play it, even now, even if it's not anything super crazy. With one of the most controversial Easter egg ending cutscenes of all time, it's safe to say that Zombies was at least back on the map for a lot of people, and Origins alone provides great gameplay challenges for, casuals and hardcore players alike, even to this day. Now, you might conclude that the zombies era in Black Ops 2 was dominated by Blundell, and generally speaking, I do think most people preferred his maps in this game, but with that said, Black Ops 2 would have been a lesser game, with either of them having full control. Because of their vastly different approaches, Jimmy maps and Jason maps have a distinct feel and flavor to them, where Jimmy is chaos, Jason is order. Where Jimmy is yin, Jason is yang. Looking back, I'm glad we had both of these different styles for our maps offering in Black Ops 2 because there was something for everybody. So if you didn't like a particular style of map, you could try the other. BO2 would have certainly been a lesser game without these varieties that these two gentlemen provided in their design, and it felt like each one of them had their own different ideas. Some of them were terrible, yes, but that's why I think Black Ops 2 Zombies is beautiful because of its flaws. Black Ops 2, if nothing else, is truly the complete package. A great single-player experience, and a downright addicting multiplayer, and honestly a massive variety offering in zombies. And at the end of the day, I'm a firm believer that there will never be another game like Black Ops 2. There were so many things and choices that, set this game apart from the rest, and for a game to age as well as this one, took some real craftsmanship that was exceptionally special. Treyarch had a vision, and while there were some bumps in the road for sure, they executed it to the best of their ability. I think we all got something a little different out of Black Ops 2, but we're all unified in the sense that we have this shared experience together to look very fondly back on. Call of Duty Black Ops 4 was the most disappointing Call of Duty game of all time. With that being said, it is by no means the worst Call of Duty game ever. I only specify it as the most disappointing because this was truly supposed to be the pinnacle game for the Black Ops series as a whole, with each title being a genuine progression and a new reintegration of the successful parts of all the previous games. Black Ops 4 should have been theoretically the greatest Call of Duty game ever made. Now, originally, this video was going to only be about zombies and why exactly this game was received with such controversy, even though on paper it should have been the most beloved installment of all time. Instead, I realized it's actually impossible to talk about the ups and downs the zombies mode went through without understanding the full context of Black Ops 4 and the issues Treyarch experienced during the development of this game. Virtually every single element that comprises the Black Ops 4 build we know today was not at all what was originally intended. How did this game go from having the potential to start a Call of Duty renaissance and be a literal crescendo to the Black Ops series to ultimately stumbling over the finish line and its original concept being so mangled and destroyed and unrecognizable in the process? The fall from grace is so interesting to take apart in this case, so that's what we're here to explore today. This is the tragic tale of Black Ops 4. I always think it's important to put yourself in the proper frame of reference when trying to understand topics like these. Try and recall what the vibe in the air was like with the Call of Duty community at the time. Black Ops 4 was going to come out directly after what are some of the most two poorly received Call of Duty games of all time, Infinite Warfare and World War II. While again, these had their redeeming qualities and even their fan bases, Infinite Warfare was one of the most hated COD games just on principle and is still the most disliked COD trailer to date. And World War II was practically dead on arrival as well, before some massive management changes were made later into the game's life cycle that ultimately ended up saving it and putting it in a different direction. Point is, with two duds for COD games back to back, Treyarch was going to have its next turn up to bat since the massive hit that was Call of Duty Black Ops 3. This increased the desire the community had for a banger Treyarch title so much more. Waiting 2 grueling years for something great created an unprecedented amount of anticipation and excitement. I know this to be the case because I was there. At the Black Ops 4 reveal event, there was a certain energy in the air that showed just how passionate everyone was for the game, the developers and the players alike, and how hungry people were for a great Call of Duty to be in our hands again.
Was?
This was, according to Treyarch, supposed to be the deepest and richest Call of Duty experience to date.
The deepest, most replayable game.
And that may well have been the case, given that we actually received the product they wanted to make in the first place. And before we can break down and analyze what we did get and what things did and didn't work so well, we need to first discuss everything we know about the features that were cut from the game, reworked, or ultimately scrapped forever that should have been a part of Black Ops 4. Part 1, the campaign.
What happened to Black Ops 4?
That we were
How
all
could you say what happened to this thing that it wasn't? I never have know how to deal with it.
multiplayer game.
It was a multiplayer game.
You'll likely remember before Black Ops 4 even came out, it was rumored that this year's COD game was going to be the first time it's ever launched without a single-player campaign experience. I could already hear Twitter and Reddit typing away as soon as this news came out. This sparked the rage of bearded fat guys all over the internet. Multiple Reddit threads and YouTube videos were made saying that this was going to be the end of COD. At first, this was all anybody talked about. People either pretended to be or were genuinely outraged that BO4 wouldn't come with a campaign this time around. But what was the big deal exactly? Well, Treyarch have been known to put out a few of the best campaigns ever over the years, such as this bone-chilling classic, this storytelling masterpiece that became the foundation for the iconic symbols and imagery of the Black Ops series, and this surprisingly depthful and thoughtful branching pathway story structure of a campaign that was brand new to the palette at the time. Oh, I guess there was this one too. Point is, most people were disappointed to hear the news that we wouldn't be seeing a single-player campaign for one reason or another, but since they aren't spending development time on that, surely there's a reason. Now, anytime Treyarch was confronted about this issue, publicly, the BO4 campaign never existed, and while that wasn't completely a lie, in the sense that there was no traditional single-player story mode,
that it means you end up having to change things that you've done historically or traditionally.
It wasn't a campaign as people usually refer to it anyway. So it's like people say, "What happened to the campaign?" It's like, well, it wasn't campaign in the first place. So.
Yeah, we were.
However, it was the case that a campaign-like mode was originally planned for this game. Do you remember how the Black Ops 3 campaign kind of tried to be like an open-world format, sort of like Destiny? They were going for this role/hero open-world narratives like experience that could have been interesting, but the co-op side of the gameplay was hollow at best, and the narrative was extremely weak as well compared to the other Black Ops games that came before it. Black Ops 4 attempted something similar, but with a slightly more realistic goal. This was evidently called Career Mode, and no, it wasn't a campaign, but it was a more narrative mode than something like multiplayer. The basic format was essentially a two-player co-op versus match against other teams to complete small objectives and missions. You were ideally supposed to play with real people, but you could also choose to play with or against bots as well, which may be why bot AI was already developed for something else.
I feel like, I think.
Apparently, this was also a sequel to Black Ops 3, instead of being a prequel set in between BO2 and 3, as is the case now. You would choose to play for either the World United Nations or the Free People's Army, each faction coming with their own set of unique missions. This would have delved further into the backstories of the specialist characters, and at the same time, providing a co-op experience by the same token. Problem is, while this was being developed, and the idea on its own actually sounded kind of neat, but apparently when actually playing the mode, it was a boring, dull, salad-filled disaster, and Activision would not allow it to ship with the game. Who knows though, all we really have are some rumors and small amounts of footage to guess what this would have been like. Still, despite this being scrapped pretty early on in development of BO4, there's still a ton of assets and cutscenes and remains that this mode existed at one point. All of the Specialist HQ cutscenes and the assets are likely inseparable from that career mode. Now, they're literally just glorified tutorials for each character at this point, but personally, I don't believe even if BO4 had shipped with this mode, it would have helped nor hurt the game in the long run all that much. It doesn't seem like something that would have lasted too long, and it's kind of like a take it or leave it sort of deal. I compared to free run in BO3, just a side mode that happens to be there if that kind of gameplay suits your fancy, but the ultimate fate of this career mode was to be put in the bin where, ironically, most of original BO4 is located as well.
We have
And believe it or not, that actually includes a ton of Black Ops 4's original multiplayer. R2, the multiplayer. Black Ops 4's multiplayer is probably where the game underwent the most severe changes, in terms of being virtually unrecognizable to its original counterpart. All of the rumors early on that were suggesting Black Ops 4's multiplayer was going to be a hero-based shooter, similar to an Overwatch, or I guess to a lesser extent, something like Rainbow Six Siege, are actually true. It's literally so obvious when you look at the basic systems now that MP was primarily focused on team cooperation, abilities and equipment interaction, and tactical combat, but most of those intended mechanics were dumbed down at the last minute. Otherwise, there's just no other reason for something like manual healing to be a thing in traditional COD arena multiplayer, for example. Or even something like manually choosing your respawns. That just isn't something that's ever really been in COD and is not something that it needs or plays well with. I even played the alpha build of the multiplayer, and you can clearly tell this was supposed to be a real departure from the typical COD format we've seen for more than a decade now. Even in the pre-alpha build, however, it was already significantly reworked to the original build, which I've never personally played, but according to most people who did test it, they didn't really like the game all that much. And there were people even saying verbatim, it doesn't really feel like Call of Duty. And you can't exactly blame them. This is one of those situations where a game tries to emulate another experience, but is just the watered-down generic version of that thing. Call of Duty multiplayer was never some tactical team-based hero shooter. People like it because it's a casual-style arcade shooter that can be enjoyed with or without the need for team cohesion. Overwatch and Rainbow Six are optimal when there are two teams facing one another, all communicating and coordinating. The mechanics are such that their success is dependent on working together. Call of Duty has just never been that kind of game, besides, I guess, the esports scene or the pro league to some degree. And that's not even a criticism, but for 99% of players, COD multiplayer has been best enjoyed casually. People kicking back after a long day of work and just want to shoot around and have fun with friends for a little while. Call of Duty was never a game you can't really play unless you have a fully stacked team at all times. That's the biggest strength of Call of Duty. In Overwatch or Rainbow Six, sure you can lone wolf, but the experience is much worse compared to soloing in COD. The reason why I'm stressing this point so much is because I think it's a valuable thing to know what your strength is and stay in your lane. Not saying they should never try to innovate or improve on something, but this is a clear-cut example of bending an experience too much and too strangely, where you completely lost its original identity. That said, let's talk about what the original build would have looked like. First off, and practically the series-defining feature that set Call of Duty apart from its competition at the time, kill streaks were going to be completely removed. Instead, each specialist would have a total of 3 abilities. They would have equipment, a specialist ability, and an ultimate. Now, I'll spare you the details of how each specialist was intended to work because it's not really relevant to our discussion and you can probably, take some educated guesses as to how they worked. But if you really are curious, then I'll leave some links in the description that should help you out. But ultimately, most of these abilities and equipment were reworked into either the created class system or put into the streak system, which was clearly added last minute. For a Treyarch game, these were some of the most slapped together and recycled set of streaks we had ever seen. And if you ever wondered why most of the on-disc multiplayer maps appear to have areas that indicate some sort of jetpack usage or just advanced movement areas, it's because it did. One of the classes would have been called Slayer, and apparently this was the only class that would be able to use advanced movement to make certain jumps across the map. I guess it had a jetpack, maybe not to the extent that we did in Black Ops 3, but it had some type of advanced movement that most other classes or heroes didn't. In fact, in the alpha build, the jump height and slide speed were so high, this was probably leftover base mechanics from that very set of tools. This would be changed later in the beta, and most people ended up not even playing with that,
Das sind die Regeln. Wer im Gym reingeht, muss 10 Holz haben.
Ja, Schadensgeld. Ich bin richtig gefallen und habe.
Was denn? Du hättest hier auch auf Laufband gehen können.
Ich bin am Holz fahren, dann will ich mich erstmal auf den Lauf.
Different. I feel like it's a great example of a game where its legacy reaches far beyond just itself and the greater COD franchise. Black Ops 3 has been out long enough now where you can definitely consider it nostalgic, and I'm sure all of you watching this video have your own unique experiences, memories, friends made, and all that stuff. For myself, this was the last Call of Duty title where I attended a midnight release at a GameStop, for example. Not to mention, it also kickstarted my whole YouTube career. And the people I literally call my best friends now would have never been in my life without this game. It was truly excellent at bringing people from all over together. But what's fascinating to me is that despite all the time that's passed, Black Ops 3 is one of the few Call of Duty games that truly stood the test of time. It managed to stay relevant and remain in the foreground of Call of Duty community discourse for years, and is frequently referenced and talked about even now. Not only that, but I'd argue many of the game's systems were at their best, most polished, and well executed in BO3. By its very nature, it's a game that has quite a few unique experiences, and while that can be good a lot of the times, this potentially leaves a game feeling very disconnected, and while Black Ops 3 has maybe a hint of that, the more important thing is, BO3 is truly a case where the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. That is to say, when considering the game in its entirety rather than individual pieces, it becomes something totally different. And I believe this with all sincerity. Black Ops 3 is by far the most unique game in the Call of Duty series by a long shot. Honestly, I put off reviewing this game for a while because I didn't want to unpack this one until I felt I could do it a justice. So it's for sure going to be the most complex.
Komm.
Ein Tutorial hat gesagt, du brauchst 2 Stacks roten Konflikt. Ich habe jetzt schon 4 Stacks aufgebraucht und ich brauche immer noch mehr. Was ist das denn für ein Drecks-Tutorial? Und dann habe ich so gesehen, dort hat jemand so geschrieben, das ist die falsche Concrete-Nummer. Kannst du die wichtige machen? Und was hat er da drunter geschrieben? Ein trauriges Smiley. Ey, das hilft so viel weiter. Das sind halt die Leute, die... Was willst du mir?
Da kannst du jetzt gleich auch Errol helfen für Farben. Für das Schwert. Portal.
Das baut aber... Ja, du bist doch schon jetzt noch.
Ja, ich mache hier gerade noch zu Ende und dann kann ich machen.
Oh, leider musst du hier oben aufbrechen. Die Silberfische, die schneiden raus.
Pass.
Ja, aber das geht oder ja. 9 Stück sind es.
Sieht aus wie ganz normal Deep State. Ja, das ist Deep State richtig geil.
Also wirklich, dieses Tutorial ist bisher einfach nur ein Video.
Besser, wo bist du dann? Ja, wo ist denn das Loch in der Mauer hier? Ja, dann lass bei genau der Mitte ein Loch machen. So. 479. Aber du musst aber dafür dann jetzt was machen. Was ist die Mitte zwischen 479 und 574? Ja. Ja. 467 minus 40, 427. 527. Was denkst du, weshalb ich Loch gemacht habe?
One. That said, it should also be the most interesting one to discuss. Whether you
Weapon kits, Newton's cookbook, and whatnot, they all became integral parts of the out-of-game progression. Now, to be honest, I'm not the biggest fan of out-of-game progression systems in zombies. I think Black Ops 4 and Cold War are the worst offenders of this, but Black Ops 3 is at least a little more subtle with it. Weapon kits aren't too game-altering. Gobblegums are the biggest X factor, and having Gobblegum in the game does have its drawbacks, but all things considered, I think they're a net positive for the game overall. But you might ask yourself this, just why is Black Ops 3 Zombies so good? If the game had this much impact, clearly it must be great, right? Well, I'll let you come to that conclusion yourself at the end of it all, but this leads us into the bread and butter of Black Ops 3 Zombies, and so it's time that we jump into maps. Shadows of Evil is such a strange map to choose as the best zombies map of all time, I know you're thinking, but and in fact, when thinking of Call of Duty Zombies as a brand more broadly, Shadows of Evil may not even come to mind. Instead, you're probably picturing this map, or this one, or God forbid, even this. Shadows of Evil is such an anomaly map to represent the brand as a whole. It's a weird tone for a map set in the town of Morgue City. You've got bizarre, Lovecraftian monsters roaming around, and it doesn't even feature the beloved Ultimus or Primus crew that most fans are familiar with, yet manages to be legendary all on its own. But what is it that makes Shadows of Evil at least a strong contender for the best zombies map ever made? That's quite a big title, but if you've seen my Black Ops 2 video, I discussed the beauty baked within the game. Call of Duty Zombies started as a very simple concept. It's just you in this small, cramped building with a mystery box, a couple of weapons, and your job is just to survive as long as possible. And throughout the years, the game mode would slowly but surely evolve, adding new features, getting more complex, and completely changing genres in some cases, to where now, where we have in Call of Duty Zombies, is very different to where it started. But with all this evolution and growth, certainly came some growing pains, and we're going to go back through the entire history of Call of Duty Zombies, look at every single game, and we're going to take apart the best and worst features to come out of that particular game. Now, this can range from just a little gameplay feature, just a small addition that maybe affects the gameplay, or it can be a giant overall system and something that fundamentally affects every map in the game. Now, to begin here, we need to go all the way back to the beginning of history for COD Zombies, where it literally just started as a campaign Easter egg. After you would beat the last mission, you would be thrown into this small survival level, and it was never really meant to get the level of detail and features that modern COD Zombies would have, but that didn't stop it from still being an absolute cultural icon at the time. However, Zombies was very simple back in the day, and World at War as a game is very scuffed from a technical perspective, right? It's not exactly the most polished game, and it's not necessarily a feature of the game, right? The technical state would be unfair to claim that as the worst feature, but let's start with the best thing about World at War Zombies, and I thought about it a lot, and because every single map was a true innovation, introducing something brand new, whether that be enemy types, perks, traps, etc., I think the one thing that fundamentally changed Call of Duty Zombies forever and really allowed it to become the absolute cultural icon that it is today that's still relevant is the Pack-a-Punch machine. This fundamentally would shift the direction of Zombies. The ability to take your gun that you've acquired in the game and further upgrade it, maybe changing its effects and its name and making it a lot more powerful. This single-handedly provided like double the amount of replayability that a typical Zombies map would have, which is partly why Derice is regarded as one of the best maps in Zombies history. But the Pack-a-Punch machine was only ever featured in this one map on World at War, but after that point it would never not be appearing in the Zombies map. It was included in every map since then, including non-Treyarch stuff. It was was that important. Basically, it took the ability to take a regular old weapon, make it a lot stronger, and push even further into higher rounds and extending that progression of the game that it had. It was absolutely just monumental at the time, and the Pack-a-Punch machine is easily the best thing to come out of World at War. However, with all of this good, there is some bad, and the worst thing to come out of World at War is tricky because there's a couple contenders. I'm not going to include anything like technical, even though the sticky zombies are really annoying and jank. The game is just kind of not built well in some areas. Like, there's only 24 zombies per round on most maps, and that just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Also, if you're using the Wonderwall on Doris, it can just basically nullify and take away your Juggernaut. Like, that's not fun at all. That's kind of dumb. But above all else, I think the worst thing to come out of World at War, it has to be Quick Revive and its uselessness. For those of you who haven't played World at War in a long time, or maybe ever, you know, Quick Revive does not behave how it does in virtually every other zombies game, where if you take it down, especially in solo, this is the thing that revives you. However, in World at War, it does absolutely no effect in solo. Of course, it does help you pick up your teammates quicker in co-op. It does what it says on the box, but in solo, it has no effect. There is no point to buying this perk, and I think that's one of the worst things about it, because World at War, you basically play with one life period if you're playing solo, and there's no way to really extend that or, you know, have extra lives. It's just kind of pointless. Let's talk about our sponsor, Factor. Look, Factor has been an absolute lifesaver for someone like me. After using their products for a bit, I quickly found out how much of a benefit it was on my day-to-day life. If you're trying to beat interesting maps such as Ascension, Shangri-La, half off your first Factor box. Thank you, Factor, for being a friend of the channel and sponsoring the video. Now that the bills are paid, let's get back to it. Moving on, however, to Black Ops 1. This is basically the big brother of World at War. Honestly, structurally, they're very similar, and you can tell with the first couple of maps on BO1, they are essentially glorified World at War maps. They were literally made for that game. However, Black Ops 1 would start to find its own direction as its season went on, and we got a variety of interesting maps, such as Ascension, Shangri-La, Moon, Call of the Dead, and so on. And not only great maps, but amazing features would come out of Black Ops 1 as well, and in a lot of ways fixed the problems of World at War. They fixed the Quick Revive issue. It's actually useful in solo, which is great. They added tons of brand new wonder weapons. They fixed the 24 zombie problem, and they really tightened up the gameplay loop that was first introduced. However, Black Ops 1 isn't without its growing pains either. But before we get to that, the best thing about Black Ops 1, in my opinion, was the introduction of real Easter eggs. They're a little bit different to the main quest that we have in modern COD Zombies. Although they follow a similar formula, they were very, very hidden and a bit obscure. But they were interesting because, you know, you had this survival sandbox game, but there was something a little bit more underneath if you dug just a bit beneath the surface. And it made the maps feel really mysterious and alive, and every single BO1 main quest is it's very interesting in its own right, and Easter eggs would fundamentally also become a part of Call of Duty Zombies, just like the Pack-a-Punch machine did. However, it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows, and I'm going to say it, the worst thing to come out of Black Ops 1 is probably its map hazards and gimmicks. So every single map had a different hazard to contend with. For example, Call of the Dead had George Romero, and he essentially was an infinitely respawning mini-boss that would prevent you from camping, which was a very popular strategy where you post up at one specific area and don't leave and just try to hold it down for as long as possible. That entire strategy would be nullified by George Romero on this map. Or Take 5, for example. This map takes place in the Pentagon, and every couple of rounds, the Pentagon thief would spawn in and literally come up to you and just yoink your gun out of your hands. He would take your weapon, and if you don't recover it, it's gone forever. So every couple of rounds, you'd have to contend with this really annoying feature. Or on Moon, with the excavators coming down and cutting off parts of the map, or even the spacemen in that map. Like, and these were fun hazards, I guess, and did add some interesting dynamics to the gameplay, but they weren't always the most fun to contend with, and could definitely teeter on annoying sometimes. As much as a lot of good came out of Black Ops 1, so did a lot of bad, unfortunately. But moving on to Call of Duty Black Ops 2. This is arguably one of the most beloved games in the series, and it's certainly for good reason. There's a lot to love about BO2. First of all, it's one of the most experimental games. You have tons of different map variety. You have stuff like Transit and Die Rise that play completely different to stuff like Mob of the Dead and Origins, and with every single map, there was a bunch of buildables. A lot of Black Ops Ops 2 was focused on the buildable aspect of it, whether it be a wonder weapon or just an in-game trap or something like that. There was some amazing quests to go on as well. And the best thing to come out of Black Ops 2 was also a very hard contest because there's so much good that came out of this. I would argue stuff like perma-perks or the ranking system, but what I'm going to select for this is Double Tap 2.0. So Black Ops 2 would introduce a new version of Double Tap compared to the prior, where Double Tap originally just made your weapon shoot twice as fast, and that was it. It would also waste your ammo twice as quickly. However, Double Tap 2.0 not only made you shoot twice as fast, but it also doubled the damage of your bullets, or it made a single bullet split into two. This would be really good for stuff like sniper rifles and things like that, and it was an absolutely amazing perk because it was just incredible for every weapon's damage up front. And while that was wonderful and the wonder weapons made every map play extremely unique, unfortunately, I think the worst thing to come out of Black Ops 2 is ironically a couple of its maps. I mean, it's kind of fun in a nostalgic way, but Transit is largely poked at as like the poster child of a bad COD Zombies map, and on launch on Black Ops 2, Transit was not very well received, and still to this day, it is objectively not a well-designed map. We had a bunch of these BO2 documents leaked recently, and we were able to see what they were planning for the original vision of Transit, and had they actually had their original vision played out, it could have been a lot different, but the modern-day Transit that you and I are all familiar with is just not really a good map at all, and in fact, it's probably one of the worst in Zombies history. But if you want a really specific feature of what I think is the worst thing to come out of Black Ops 2, I'm going to say it's the perk on Die Rise Who's Who. This was actually meant to replace Quick Revive in solo, and the idea on paper is cool. It's like if you go down, you get another ghost of yourself to go and revive yourself, but it is absolutely useless in the map because you spawn in with, you know, no extra health, no gun. You're practically helpless when it comes to reviving yourself. It was a very bad perk, and they've pretty much scrapped it since then, and I don't think we'll ever see a return, but it is a bad perk. Moving on to the next game in the series that would come after Black Ops 2 would be Call of Duty Advanced Warfare. This would be the first time a non-Treyarch Call of Duty Zombies mode would get made, and so how would the developers at Sledgehammer go about handling it? Well, Exo Zombies, I'm gonna be honest, lads, it's not my favorite game mode. I have to be so for real. It's really not my favorite, but there's a lot of things that I think maybe came out of it that were good features that I would like to see return, and there's also quite a lot of things that I really hope we never see again, honestly. And I was thinking about this for a bit, and the answers came to me pretty quickly. I think the best thing to come out of Exo Zombies is actually its unique approach to Pack-a-Punch and the Easter eggs. So you need to understand how the Exo Zombies PAP system works. You go into
and once you put those stairs in, we're going to build up the little wall around our rectangle. And once again, I've marked how we're going to do that here. So we've already got our one block down the bottom. We're going to add another block with the stair on top, 2 blocks, then a stair, and then 3 blocks. And once again, it's just half and half stone and stone bricks with polished andesite scattered.
Punch and the Easter eggs. So you need to understand how the Exo Zombies PAP system works. You go into a game and you can upgrade your weapon 20 separate times. Each one is a little bit less pricey than a traditional Pack-a-Punch, but you can upgrade your weapon up to 20 times. However, if you do the map's main quest and complete the Easter egg, you can actually upgrade your weapon to a further 25. Times. I don't know. I thought this was.
Jawohl.
Pretty cool. It gives you this tangible in-game incentive to complete the map's main Easter egg and take it a step farther. And if you want your weapon to be as useful as it can be, then you might as well complete the Easter egg and upgrade to 25. It kind of made it this coveted thing, which I thought was a great idea. But however, there's a lot of bad to come out of Exo Zombies as well. And I had to think about this for quite a bit, but I'm going to keep it simple. The worst thing to come out of Exo Zombies is by far these infamous electric EMP zombies. So, I mean, if it wasn't apparent already, the entire gimmick and point of Exo Zombies is that you get to use the advanced warfare exo movement, right? You get the suit at some point in the game, you can double jump, you can thrust around, and you can use the advanced movement. And these EMP zombies are meant to temporarily disable your exosuit. And maybe that doesn't sound so bad, right? It's just a temporarily disabling, and it's not like, oh, like, so just, this is the game. This is the game you'll be playing. It's really scuffed. It made this mode so incredibly unenjoyable for high rounds that I can't even begin to describe. There's other things that are really bad, such as the fact that the map infection, basically you get cut off parts of the map as you go into higher rounds. Like this toxic gas invades a couple of the areas and they just become unplayable for some reason. I don't know why. That map is genuinely horrific. There's also another good thing I thought of while I was recording this, and that's the fact that if you beat all of the Easter eggs, you get access to this mode called Double Feature, which is essentially a hardcore mode for the last map. It's really cool, and it's kind of like an alternate ending. It's not something a lot of people played, but it is a really cool addition. Just thought I'd throw that one in there, but a lot of good did come out of Exo Zombies. However, I would argue a lot more bad did, I think. But moving on to the most coveted game in the franchise is Call of Duty Black Ops 3. And it's like, where do I even start with this? I mean, BO3 might be the quintessential zombies.
Aber was ist das Beste, was aus Black Ops 3 kam? Double bomb.
Experience. It might be the game you want to play for not only the deepest, but the most wide in variety of content to play as well. Not only do we have a bunch of banger maps on disc, but it also got a Zombies Chronicles pack with all of the old remastered classics, a bunch of them, and there is so much to play and enjoy in BO3, and it just has fundamentally good bones and good systems. There's a lot about Black Ops 3 to love. I could go on forever about the good things. However, if I had to nail it down to one of my favorite features, I'm going to say one of the best things to come out of Black Ops 3 is actually Gobblegum. And even though there's still a little bit of stigma and controversy with Gobblegum being a pay-to-win feature or whatever, I do think Gobblegum and the fact that you still could earn them in-game, they added this sandbox nature to the game where if BO2 was about its buildables, Black Ops 3 was about its Gobblegums. That's how you had a different experience and story match to match. A Gobblegum could completely change how you experience a map, and in more ways than one. There were Gobblegum that were just genuine in-game benefits like Perkaholic.
Stay and just make sure where the wall gonna stay and then 3 blocks. And once again, it's just half and half stone and stone bricks with polished andesite scattered in. And just make sure where the wall connects here that you get your stairs twisting around like that. And then we are not going to build it all the way around. When you get to this side where your stairs are, the first 2 sections, you build that all the way to the wall. But you want to stop this top section here where the stairs are, and those last 3 blocks, you can stop that directly in line with our top slab. And the very last step is to put this floor in here, which will be the ceiling for our bottom room. So we're just using stone half slabs and start placing them at this level right here. So build that all the way along. So you've got a 1, 2, 3 block gap to the top of the wall, and then you can just leave out this tiny little section here at the front.
Punch and Easter eggs. So you need to understand how the Exo Zombies PAP system works. You go into a game and you can upgrade your weapon 20 separate times. Each one is a little bit less pricey than a traditional Pack-a-Punch, but you can upgrade your gun about 20 times. However, if you do the map's main quest and complete the Easter egg, you can actually upgrade your weapon to a further 25 times. I don't know, I thought this was pretty cool. It gives you this tangible in-game incentive to complete the map's main Easter egg and take it a step farther. And if you want your weapon to be as powerful as it can be, then you might as well complete the Easter egg and upgrade to 25. It kind of made it this coveted thing, which I thought was a great idea. But however, there's a lot of bad to come out of Exo Zombies as well. And I had to think about this for quite a bit, but I'm going to keep it simple. The worst thing to come out of Exo Zombies is by far these infamous electric EMP zombies. So, I mean, if it wasn't apparent already, the entire gimmick and point of Exo Zombies is that you get to use the Advanced Warfare Exo movement, right? You get a suit at some point in the game, you can double jump, you can thrust around, and you can use the advanced movement. And these EMP zombies are meant to temporarily disable your exosuit. And maybe that doesn't sound so bad, right? It's just a temporarily disabling, and it's not like, oh, like, so that is, which is essentially my favorite feature, the win feature or whatever. I do think Gobblegum and the fact that you still could earn them in game, they added this sandbox nature to the game where if BO2 was about its buildables, Black Ops 3 was about its Gobblegums. That's how you had a different experience in story match to match. A Gobblegum could completely change how you experience a map, and in more ways than one. There were Gobblegum that were just genuine in-game benefits like Perkaholic or shopping free or crate power or something like that, but there was also Gobblegum that kind of just did fun things as it relates to the mechanics of the sandbox, like killing time that just freezes everything in the map for 30 seconds, or fear and headlights, or the Gobblegum that like makes crawlers, or the one that just rebuilds barriers for some reason. Like, there's just some silly ones in here. And it's that kind of variety that added a different story to every single map every time you played it. The Gobblegum added almost infinite replayability to Black Ops 3 on top of it already being a great game. However, as much as I love Black Ops 3 and it is my favorite zombies game, there are some bad things that come out of it as well, and I think the worst thing to come out of Black Ops 3, if I'm being totally fair here, this might sound like kind of a harsh judgment, but I'm going to say a lot of its boss fights, in particular Zetsubo no Shima's and Revelations. These boss fights are just very underwhelming, they're not mechanically interesting, and they're just kind of overall lame. For how great the Easter eggs and maps themselves are, you would expect a really lengthy, satisfying finale, but I can't help but feel anytime I do the Zetsubo no Shima boss fight or Revelations, just feeling very underwhelmed and kind of dissatisfied. To be fair, I mean, stuff like Draken and I think we have good boss fights, but these other two are just not very fun. Even the Shadows of Evil boss fight's kind of lame, and, you know, for how great these maps are, if they had actual satisfying banger boss fights, they could probably go from a 10 out of 10 to an 11, but the boss fights definitely hold back some of these maps to some degree, and I don't find them entirely impressive, but that's really the only real bad feature I can say about Black Ops 3 that I feel like anyways. But moving on from that to our next Call of Duty Zombies game would be the second non-Treyarch Zombies title in history with Call of Duty Infinite Warfare, and this took a very different approach to something like Exo Zombies, where Infinite Warfare was all about its personality, as opposed to Exo Zombies where every single map was just like an Atlas facility. IW Zombies took a very different approach where one map would be in this kind of like 80s theme park, the second one would be in a 90s slasher movie, the next one would be like in an old 50s monster movie, right? Every single one was entirely unique for what it was going for, before, so every map felt different, which in a lot of ways was good, but in a lot of ways was not so good. However, I think the best thing overall to come out of IW Zombies has to be not only its phenomenal top-tier boss fights, but its super Easter egg reward as well. After completing all of the boss fights, which were all great, except one, after you beat all of these and defeated Mephistopheles, who is literally still the best boss fight in Zombies history to this day, you would get access to something called Director's Cut. And spawning in with Director's Cut would give you all of the perks to begin with. You would also have like 25,000 points, and you could just go crazy. You'd get this special Willard Wider skin, you'd get like an exclusive camo. These super Easter egg rewards were fantastic, and it's what we wanted for Black Ops 3. Like, I guess another thing that kind of sucked about BO3 was very lame super Easter egg rewards, and IW completely corrected that. So I think that is one of the best things to come out of that game. However, the worst thing to come out of IW Zombies was its questionable map design. To be honest, like Spaceland, Raven the Redwoods, even Shaolin Shuffle are pretty good maps from a design perspective, but then you got to Attack of the Radioactive Thing and the Beast from Beyond. Attack of the Radioactive Thing is one of the most baffling maps I have ever played. It's like really open and badly paced, but it's not an open world map. Beast from Beyond has cryptids that spawn in the first couple of rounds, and they behave exactly like they do in Extinction movement-wise, but they deal the same damage as a regular zombie, which is not only not fair, but also they appear in the boss fight of this map, and you have to play this really, like, weird strategy with them, and it's just not a fun experience. These two maps are just not good. I think the first three IW maps are great, the last two kind of stink, but the actual finale with Mephistopheles and the Beast from Beyond map is really great. It's excellent. The best boss fight in Zombies history, I'll die on that hill. But, I mean, the maps are just, they're simply not good. Moving on to our next game in the franchise would be Call of Duty World War II. This was kind of like the dark ages for zombies. Between IW and World War II, like, a lot of the zombies community stopped playing around this time, and World War II took some very big swings and some interesting approaches to its gameplay. Matter of fact, World War II Zombies was actually the first Zombies mode to really introduce the class or role-based system in the game, which is still what we have in modern COD Zombies with, like, you know, specialists and field upgrades. World War II was the first game to introduce a lot of those systems. Now, even though it was the first introduction, that doesn't mean it was all great. However, I don't think the best or worst part about World War II is in its, like, creative class.
A stair, and then 3 blocks, and once again it's just half and half stone and like that. And then we are not going to build it all the way around. When you get to this side where your stairs are, the first 2 sections, you build that all the way to the wall, but you want to stop this top section here where the stairs are, and those last 3 blocks, you want to stop that directly in line with our
Vielleicht kann ja Sammy dir dabei helfen. Sammy schlafen. Roll.
slab. And the very last step is to put this floor in here, which will be the ceiling for our bottom room. So we just use
So sollte ja das Schwert aussehen. Aber hier dieser ganze Tor drumherum wird ja grün nach einer Zeit. Was das dann immer noch vielleicht?
ist einfach. Ja, wie soll ich denn da ran?
In stone half slabs, and you want to start placing them at this level right here. So build that all the way along. So you've got a 1, 2, 3 block.
Boah, Digga.
Gap to the top of the wall, and then you can just leave out this tiny little section here at the front. And the last thing to do on step
Glaube ich schon. Wir haben ja jetzt den Sekiro Anime angekündigt. Ich glaube, dann haben die gut bekommen. Aus einem
Ich sage, es wird eine Sekiro 2 heißen. Ich sage, es wird irgendwie anders heißen.
Das wird ja auch nicht direkt Sekiro 2 heißen. Aber Sekiro wird schon sein. Oder glaubst du, dass es so ein Teil wie bei Blood und Light, wo andere Master mit 2 Teilen
Oh, Digga, ich hasse es doch.
Hast du das?
Ja. Ja.
Ein paar Wither-Skelettköpfe.
Is in its like create a class or any of these role-based menus. I actually think the best thing to come out of World War II is what I wish they would do in COD Zombies now, and it's actually what they did on the Final Reich. So in that map, you might recall that the Easter egg is kind of like what we have in Black Ops 6 with directed mode, where you have this journal and it guides you through steps to completing an Easter egg. And it's like this little quest that, you know, you kind of get walked through as you play the game. And it's really fun and interesting. However, there is also a proper hardcore Easter egg. That's like kind of the main quest, and there is an Easter egg with a different ending. Now, the actual like hardcore Easter egg has completely different steps. It's a lot more tricky to solve, and you get a totally different ending if you do this. This is what I wish modern zombies would do, right? Like, we have an Easter egg and we have this directed mode, but I wish there was like a regular main quest and a proper hardcore Easter egg. I would love for them to actually use this format, because as much as I love this idea in World War II, the execution was not my favorite, and that's just because World War II Zombies as a mode isn't exactly my favorite, but that doesn't mean they should throw out the idea entirely. I don't think they'll ever do that, but that would be my dream if I could have it. However, the worst thing to come out of World War II Zombies, and I don't think you guys are going to disagree with this, is the armor system. Kind of weird to think about that World War II was actually the first COD Zombies game to introduce the armor-based health system. However, the implementation was genuinely so bad. So you have these 3 armor plates that you can purchase at these stations, and, you know, the armor does work by mitigating damage that you take. However, the armor pulls from your regular point economy. Cold War did something very smart where they made the armor tied to a completely different currency, that being salvage, and Black Ops 6, while they do tie it to points, it's a little bit different in that game, and the implementation is much better. But the introduction of armor in World War II was easily the worst part about the gameplay. It's hard to really convey how truly terrible the armor system in World War II is without actually playing it yourself. If you have the ability to, load up World War II, go for a high round, and try to see how much armor taxes you, not only on your actual points, but on your mental health. I'm just glad we never have to deal with that system again. But moving on to our next zombies game would be Call of Duty Black Ops 4, a very controversial release. Now, there's a couple of things that I considered as being a contender for one of the worst. The thing is, Black Ops 4 is easily the most contentious game. It's not even like Vanguard, where truly everybody hates that game. Black Ops 4 is kind of like split right down the middle. There's a community of people who absolutely love it, and there's another community of people who genuinely hate its guts. And there's a lot we could say about its features, but I think the best thing to come out of Black Ops 4, in my opinion overall, are actually its story cutscenes. And I know that might sound like a weird pick, but hear me out for a second. The ending cutscene of every single Black Ops 4 map has a different impact, but a real impact on you. You remember how 9 ends. You remember Richtofen in the mechanism on Blood of the Dead. You remember Yo Kiss on Ancient Evil. You know what I mean? Like, every single storyline moment in this was very, very important, as opposed to modern zombies where, like, things just happen with no real consequence. You go to get a thing and you leave, and that is the extent of it. That's not the case in BO4, and every single moment is powerful and impactful. The story really advances along, and you feel something with all of these cutscenes. I think that's why a lot of people love Black Ops 4. If story is really important to you when it comes to loving a game, then I think Black Ops 4 does scratch that itch. However, there's a lot of stuff about the gameplay that doesn't work in BO4, in my opinion. So I had to think about this one a lot, and it's between two choices for me, and maybe I would consider these equal, but I think the worst thing to come out of Black Ops 4 was probably the perk system or the specialist. The perk system kind of sucks because it was extremely limiting and not in a fun way. In older zombie games where you still had a hard perk limit, there were cool little Easter eggs you could do in the game to usually obtain the rest. And that's, I guess, kind of true here, but also not really. And the whole idea was that you would select different perks for different maps and situations, but there ended up being a meta where at some point when that was discovered, virtually all the other perks got ignored, and they were never used again. And the other part is the specialist. The specialist system completely broke the entire system of...
Was? Du kannst eigentlich wieder mal was bauen, ne?
Jo, Umkleider. Warum kann man von der Hand selber in die Umkleider reingucken?
Normal zombies progression entails. You essentially had a weapon that is better than most wonder weapons in your back pocket from the start. You didn't have to do a quest to work for it. You didn't have to earn it in any way. It's just simply there, and it's by far better than any of the wonder weapons in the map. It's much better than any box gun you're going to have, so it's like, what's the point of using anything else besides your specialist? It just really hurt the feeling of progression in COD Zombies, which is one of the most satisfying elements, and it completely shot that. I think this was one of the biggest mistakes that Black Ops 4 made as far as gameplay goes. And still, while there's a lot I love about Black Ops 4 even now, there's also quite a lot of things that I don't think aged very well. But moving on to our next zombies game would actually become Call of Duty Cold War. Now, Black Ops Cold War was a real shift from the prior game. It was essentially a complete backtrack and response and reversal of BO4. And in some ways that was great, and in other ways it was catastrophic. I think the best thing to overall come out of Black Ops Cold War, well, it might be a couple of things. I mean, its new gameplay gameplay loop was very fresh and fun. It also had, I would say, the best compromise of the perk system, where it takes a lot of the ideas of the classic perk system and combines it with what BO4 did. You can get all the perks in the game, but the price ascends as you buy more. So you kind of have to prioritize which are the most important, which I think is kind of the best of both worlds. It also had a very intuitive and interesting weapon progression system in the form of tier 3 pack-a-punch and also weapon rarity. And most importantly, it just made the simple act of shooting zombies fun again. Like, it introduced a satisfying gameplay loop that zombies had not had for a little bit of time. Now, with all of that good, it breathed a fresh breath of new life into zombies. It did come with some bad and certainly some growing pains. There's a couple of contenders here, but I'm going to say the worst feature about Black Ops Cold War Zombies was not only loadouts, which completely changed.
And the last thing to do on step number 4 is come along to the top of our little platform we just built, and using stone, starting right here, we're going to build all the way across to the end, and then we're just going to fill in this entire area. So we're raising this side of our platform up by 1 block. Okay, step.
Will einer von uns schlafen gehen?
Hier geht's nicht mal lang. Ich hasse das wieder.
Einfach zu 0-0.
Ich will in diese Richtung Wand. Und jetzt kommt mir nicht klar.
Specialists. Specialist system completely broke the entire system of what normal zombies progression entails. You essentially had a weapon that is better than most wonder weapons in your back pocket from the start. You didn't have to do a quest to work for it, you didn't have to earn it in any way. It's just simple. Zombies game would actually once in reversal of BO4. And in some ways that was great, and in other ways it was catastrophic. I think the best thing to overall come out of Black Ops Cold War, well, it might be a couple of things. I mean, its new gameplay loop was very fresh and fun. It also had, I would say, the best compromise of the perk system, where it takes a lot of the ideas of the classic perk system and combines it with what BO4 did. You can get all the perks in the game, but the price ascends as you buy more. So you kind of have to prioritize which are the most important, which I think is kind of the best of both worlds. It also had a very intuitive and interesting weapon progression system in the form of tier 3 pack-a-punch and also weapon rarity. And most importantly, it just made the simple act of shooting zombies fun again. Like, it introduced a satisfying gameplay loop that zombies had not had for a little bit of time. Now, with all of that good, it breathed a fresh breath of new life into zombies. It did come with some bad and certainly some growing pains. There's a couple of contenders here, but I'm going to say the worst feature about Black Ops Cold War Zombies was not only loadouts, which completely changed the game of zombies, but also the introduction introduction of the Ethereum upgrade skill tree, and also the introduction of the new modern COD Zombies point system. These systems are all sort of intertwined, but loadouts changed the game because not only were you not starting in just with a 1911 pistol and trying to work your way up to get better guns, this time you can spawn in with whatever you want. You can bring in an assault rifle fully kitted out with attachments. The difference is the progression is in the rarity of your weapon. The higher rarity a weapon is, the more damage it does. And this was Zombies' first.
And the last thing to do, on across to the end. Step number 5, come along to our stairs. At the top of the stairs, we're just going to put in another little half slab platform just to fill in that area there, so you've got this one block gap before our platform.
Genau. Dann noch rein. Da muss ich ja da runter oder da oben. Jetzt wieder, ja. Ich brauche keine Blöcke zum Hochbauen. Ich hasse das nicht da.
Stimmt ist nicht aber.
Ja,
Oder schon.
du willst das ja dann. Doch! Das stimmt doch im ganzen Spiel.
Dann riechst du auch mal das Gewissen. Da bin ich der Einzige, der das riecht. Das Skill-Issue. Da bist du das auch.
Then turn the corner and we're going to put in 3 more stairs, and these are 8 slabs wide, and they should cover up that little gap we had just in the platform right there.
Was soll denn das?
Turn around, and just where these stairs finish, we're going to start placing slabs on top of our little raised platform. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
And where that finishes, we are going to build a 2-block wall all the way to the edge of our wall there. And you can decorate the top blocks because they will be visible, but the bottom ones won't be. And then just continue building that all the way to the end, so we've got another little...
Digga, warum ist da ein fucking Creeper? Digga, kann mal die scheiß Sonne aufgehen. Was? Noch ein Creeper ist da oben gespawnt, Alter. muss ich ernsthaft da oben ausleuchten? Ist das euer Scheiß Ernst?
Aber die waren ja nur eine Seite. Sehen denn die anderen? Das Lederportal ist ja nicht einfach ein Block. Ja, 4 Blöcke weit. Auf Koordinaten von dem Block und dem Block.
Ja, dann geht auch hin.
Hier. Minus 206 und was? Der oder der? Oder Block drauf?
Raised platform. And once you've done that, we're going to cut a hole for our doorway in right there. So this will be 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks.
Ja, und die andere Seite.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Minus 202.
Digga, ich hab all das gebaut, damit ich das wieder abreißen kann, oder was?
Blocks from the very edge of our wall here. And that's where our doorway starts. And the doorway is going to be 7 blocks wide. And it should be directly in line with that pillar right there. So you can leave these blocks in the bottom.
Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Nein. Wie viel Einheit? Nein. Bitte. 25 Nein, Fehler. Mann, Digga, nervt mal nicht. Wie hat der das überlebt? Er ist wirklich im Nirgendwo gelandet. Was ist hier?
The blocks on the other side, and then just in here, 1 block below those blocks, we're going to put in another half slab platform. Okay, step number 6, come back around to this side right here. So come up our 3 stairs and over to this wall. Now before, this wall was only 2 blocks tall. Now we are going to add an extra 2 blocks on top of that. So it's 4 blocks tall. We're going to extend it a little bit. So before it only came out to right there, we're going to bring it out 2 more blocks and then
Breaking the light, power Item. Ich hab den schon Breaking Fire. Okay, den kann ich auch benutzen.
turn it into a little square just like that. And once you've done that, yeah, we're going to bring it out 2 more blocks and then turn it 2 blocks on top of that. So it's 4 blocks tall. We're going to extend it a little bit. So before it only came out to right there, we're going to bring it out 2 more blocks and then turn it into a little square just like that. Once you've done that, let me get rid of those. So that's what it's going to look like right there, guys. So that's 3 blocks tall, that square. Once you've done that from the corner of our square, we're going to grab some half slabs. We're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And they are just on top of that raised up platform. At the end of that 9, we are going to build another wall in this shape right here. So come out 1, 2, 3 blocks. And then all the way to the end. This is 3 blocks tall. And then this section is going to be 1 block higher than our previous bit of wall. And I know some of this could be fairly hard to follow. That's why I'm flying around a bit so you can get a good look at it and just sort of copy it from the screen. But if you don't get the dimensions exactly right in this bit, it doesn't actually matter. This is just the entrance to our castle and you can really do whatever you want. Okay, next I want you to grab some of these stone brick slabs and come along to our stairs at the bottom. We're going to place one there, another there, and another there. So it's coming up half a slab at a time. And when you get to the top, starting right here, we're just going to put a line of those half slabs all the way along. Now we're sort of going to mirror that over here. So I want you to break that stair there. We'll probably have to break a few. We're going to go just like that. So these slabs come up half a slab above our stairs, another half a slab up, and just keep placing them up all the way along here until we get to our final one. So break that stair there too, and like that. So
Aber was willst du bauen? Was willst du bauen, Sammy? Ich dachte, du baust doch was. Weil du nichts am Bauen bist, Sammy. brauchst auch vor allem was einfach nur so aussieht wie das. Muss ja nicht das genaue Item sein.
Once you've done those, you can also come over to these 3 stairs right here and just knock out those 2. Put 2 slabs there and 1, 2, 3 right there.
Ist das auch erledigt?
So these ones are at the same height as our slabs. And once you've done that, come around to our doorway. We've cut in the door right here. And we're going to put a floor on top of that half slab floor that we put in.
Wollte auch mal starten. Was machst du, wenn ich jetzt starten will?
Earlier, so this is mostly stone.
So wir hat doch
A
die
few
Check
stone bricks mixed in. We've also got andesite, polished andesite, and some jack-o'-lanterns with light grey carpet on top, just to stop the beasties spawning. Now, just inside our doorway, we're going to put a spruce door right here with an upside down
Sammy, brauche ich Spruce Door.
Wo?
there on top with light grey carpet on top, just to stop the beasties spawning. Now, just inside our doorway,
Nein, meine Raketen.
we're going to put a spruce door right here with an
2 Sektorfilms sind jetzt unabhängig.
Und dann baust du etwas. Dann zeig mir, wenn das fertig ist. Okay. Wenn es jetzt wieder eine Statue ist und das ist nicht die Engel-Meerjungfrau-Statue, die ich die ganze Zeit schon haben will. Willst du die bauen?
Ich war erstmal meine Dinge fertig.
Okay.
Weil ich hier irgendwas anderes mache.
Ja, die Statue ist auf jeden Fall geist. Aber bei der braucht man auch ein bisschen Dedication. Was? So willst du das denn umbauen? Oder das hier bei McDonald's hin? Ja, würdest du wissen, was das ist, würdest du sagen, voll Staub. Hier, mach hier so, mach hier vor dem McDonald's hier. Checkst du? Hier, wo das Glas hier ist. Ja, guck, sag mal, ist genial, oder? Und dann kannst du vielleicht noch eine kleine Version hier im Drive-In machen.
Oder mach mal so ein tiefes Filter. Wo kennst ja diese großen Schilder mit diesem McDonalds-Zeichen an, Alter, das ist so Zombies von.
Ja, ne?
Jo, was geht?
Ich glaube, du hast einfach einen Besucher dort. Das siehst du aus Bruce, oder? Nice. Digga, ist mein Gebäude riesig. Digga, ich krieg auch 500 Mal Fallschaden hier, ne? Ja, dann bau doch ein größeres damit. Bist hier die ganze Zeit am Aufmucken, aber selber nichts bauen wollen. Junge, Song, Errol, was soll denn das?
Achso, ja, dann direkt. Ich hilf dir das.
Ja, ich krieg hier den Typ.
Grim Reaper.
Mein Jack the Ripper.
Sieht irgendwie aus wie Grim.
Slowing down the stair on top. Now, previously, this little bit of wall looked like this. You had 2 blocks, this out, 1 block further.
Ist Kupfer eine gute Idee jetzt? Wurde das abgewegt, ob Kupfer eine gute Idee ist?
Ja, weil das wird dann ja grün. Aber das haben die Blöcke dort, die könnten vielleicht gut sein. Oder nicht?
Just like so. So we'll pause the video. We'll pause the video somewhere around here. Just copy that. And make sure you've got one of these jack-o'-lanterns very close to the door so the light will shine through. And keep these blocks lit up so you don't be beasties spawn. Okay, so the last thing to do in this step is we're going to fill in the rest of the floors just like that section here. So we've got one big half-slab floor here, a huge one right here, and then a third, and then a fourth all the way down here. So the way I do it is I place my jack-o'-lanterns first, just randomly, just mix them all up, and then we'll put our light grey carpet on top, then just throw in a few polished andesite blocks, a few of the andesite blocks, then just mix in a bunch of stone. You want a fair bit of this, and once that's done, I just run around with my plain stone and fill in the rest. Just make sure when you're placing these, you don't put any jack-o'-lanterns on right here near our stairs, because you will be clean. You can run back through and adjust a few bits if you don't like them. So go ahead and do that in this section here, this one, and every single level. So now we are going to build a... Okay, step number 7. You should have all...
Is the progression isn't the rarity of your weapon. The higher rarity a weapon is, the more damage it does. And this was Zombie's first step into going away from a sandbox survival mode to an action RPG. That combined with the Ethereum upgrade tree. So there's an upgrade tree for just about every single weapon type or perk that would give you these permanent upgrades to their functionality. And you earn these crystals by playing the game, and they will be permanently applied once you've upgraded them. I hate the system. Just this one and done thing, you should go through and upgrade it and never think about it again. It's just very stagnant and inconsequential for the most part. I did not really like this system, and it was Zombies taking a more RPG-esque approach, which they would change in future titles, but still, this was not my favorite. Then, obviously, the infamous point system. Rare wanted to get rid of having a wrong way to kill zombies, right? And it also got rid of min-max. You need like a beam-powered weapon, shoot a zombie a couple times in the game, like literally maximum amount of points. Instead, really, the only way to maximize points is to get a headshot, but even then, like, it's not that big of a difference. Now, there's no longer a wrong way to kill zombies, but they basically made a wrong way to spend points. I could go on about it, but I won't. The point is, a lot of people don't like this new modern COD Zombies point system. It very much suits simplifies the game and reduces the creative skill that you can have, especially in the early game. It makes every match play almost the same. I do think the point system in Modern Hunt Zombies is inherently flawed in some ways, but we'll see what they do about it in the future. But moving on from Cold War, the next game would be the faded Call of Duty Vanguard. Unlike Black Ops 4, that has a community that's pretty much split right down the middle on it, I would say the poll on here is about 95% maybe. There are 5% of absolute freaks out there that genuinely enjoy Vanguard Zombies, but most people are in agreement. The community is almost entirely unified here that this game sucks. And it's very strange because Vanguard is essentially split into two different games. You have the like Duron Fong and Caramel Dicta style of maps, which are like these sort of objective-based things, and then they finally heard community feedback and went back to proper round-based maps with Shinonuma and the Archon. But the Archon is literally just Caramel Dicta, but with a green filter. Vanguard is genuinely foul. Like, I don't even know what to say. Like, I mean, I could write a whole essay about what's Vanguard. Actually, I did write an essay about my Vanguard. So if you want a real in-depth discussion on everything wrong with Vanguard, go check that out. But if I had to boil it down to just a couple of things, I think the worst thing about Call of Duty Vanguard was actually eventually I did. Vanguard is genuinely proper round-based maps with Shinonuma, Caramel, 5% of absolute freaks out of skill that you can have, especially in the early game, and makes every match play almost the same. I do think the point system in Modern Hunt Zombies is inherently flawed in some ways, but we'll see what they do about it in the future. But moving on from Cold War, the next game would be the faded Call of Duty Vanguard. Unlike Black Ops 4, that has a community that's pretty much split right down the middle on it, I would say the poll on here is about 95% maybe. There are 5% of absolute freaks out there that genuinely enjoy Call of Duty Vanguard Zombies, but most people are in agreement. The community...
This one. Okay, step. So we'll just finish this off and I'll show you what it looks like. There we go, just like that, completely running away, and you can run back through and adjust a few bits if you don't like them. So go ahead and do that in this section here. This one, and you can run back through and adjust a few bits if you don't like them. So go ahead and do that in this section here, this one, and this one. Okay, step.
applied once you've upgraded them. I hated this system because it was just this one and done thing that you would just go through and upgrade and then never think about again. It was just very stagnant and inconsequential for the most part. I did not really like this system, and it was Zombies taking a more RPG-esque approach, which they would change in future titles, but still, this was not my favorite. And then obviously the Modern COD Zombie. The poll on here is about 95% maybe. There are 5% of absolute freaks out there that genuinely enjoy Call of Duty Vanguard Zombies, but most people are in agreement. The community is almost entirely unified here that this game sucks, and it's very strange because Vanguard is essentially split into two different games. You have the, like, Duron Fong and Caramel Dicta style of maps, which are, like, these sort of objective-based things, and then they finally heard community feedback and went back to proper round-based maps with Shinonuma and the Archon. But the Archon is literally just Caramel Dicta, but with a green filter. Vanguard is genuinely foul. Like, I don't even know what to say, really, like, for this one. I mean, I could write a whole essay about what's bad about. Actually, I did write an essay about why Vanguard's bad. So if you want a real in-depth discussion on everything wrong with Vanguard, you can check that out. But if I had to boil it down to just a couple of things, I think the worst thing about Call of Duty Vanguard was actually their Fong. It was an attempt at doing a round-based but not round-based zombies experience that was more objectives, that had boring features, terrible enemies. Basically, nothing about this was fun. There's a lot of just waiting around. Nothing about the gameplay is exciting or interesting. There's not even really an Easter egg to this map. There's nothing to do. I distinctly remember this. I had a real-life friend of mine play this, and I, watched him for the first time. He did 2 objectives, and he looked at me, he said, "Is this all you do?" And at that point, I knew it was over. Like, Duran Fong is the worst thing that has happened. It is the lowest point in the zombies community by a mile. But with all of the bad, big picture stuff that came out of Vanguard and it being an overall terrible flop, there's actually a couple of little gems hidden in the gameplay that I think are kind of good ideas. I'm going to say the best things to come out of Call of Duty Vanguard is, number one, how they handled perks. I really love the idea of upgrading your perks in-game instead of in a menu. Like, I like Black Ops 2's permanent perk system. You do a little challenge in the game and you get a perma-perk applied. Vanguard had you upgrading perks by purchasing the same machine over and over again. I don't like that part. I don't like the actual method how you upgrade your perks. I like the idea of getting a perk and upgrading it in the game itself and not in the menu. That's just my preference, but, I also really like the covenant system. You could go up to this statue and it would offer you 3 random covenants. You could use a sacrificial heart to pick one, and there were these little buffs, similar to how Hades works, and you would pick one of these buffs. Maybe it makes you deal more damage while moving quickly, or it slows enemies, or something like that, kind of like how augments are in BO6. But it was something that you would pick in-game. They would randomize every single round, and you could pick and choose what you want. It was a really neat idea, and honestly not a bad feature that I would kind of like to see return in future zombies titles, but it's just unfortunate that this theoretically good system was just in service of a dog water game. Moving on to a weird one, this is Modern Warfare Zombies. So MW3 would be the first Modern Warfare game to really feature a zombies mode, and this was very different. It's not even a round-based experience at all. MWZ is an extraction-based mode, meaning the goal is to go into game, do these objectives, get schematics, which are basically stuff like perks or pack-a-punch crystals or Ethereum tools, whatever it is. Just get things that you can use to spawn in for your next deployment in a match. With the end game being, there's these things called Dark Ether Rifts and other end-game content where you can go and do boss fights or do story missions and stuff like that. Honestly, MWZ was pretty cool for being a very Dark Ether Rifts and other end-game content where you can go and do boss fights or do story missions and stuff like that. Honestly, MWZ was pretty cool for being a very non-traditional zombies experience. It was very interesting in its own right. It's not even really comparable that much to round-based experiences, but there were some good and really bad features to come out of this. The best thing to come out of Modern Warfare Zombies, or MWZ, is easily its large-scale boss battles and story missions. You could essentially take on a giant big worm with this huge public match of people to all defeat this one thing. This is really interesting, chaotic experience. You can bring a smaller group into a Dark Ether Rift and maybe fight a boss there. MWZ introduced a whole brand new scale to what Call of Duty Zombies can be, and for that alone, I think it's unique and interesting. However, the worst part about this mode by far was the cooldown system on your schematics. So for those of you who have never played this, imagine you have a schematic that allows you to get a triple pack-a-punch right when you start the game. You have this flawless Ethereum crystal, you can spawn into the next match and, apply it to your weapon. You've earned this schematic, you've done the thing required to get it. Now, you spawn in that schematic, you play your game, and let's say you want to play another one. The cooldown before you can spawn that crystal in again is 3 days. It's 72 hours. Now, eventually, they would do things to, help reduce the cooldowns and stuff like that, and there was ways to kind of game the system, obviously, but, just as a feature, just completely having cooldowns for every single schematic and item, it was once you use them, you're well, I guess I'm not going to play this game for another 3 days because I can't use my stuff. I really have no reason to. So it was just a strange idea. They didn't want people always having access to their schematics for some reason, which in some ways is understandable, but in other ways not really, and I think that was easily the worst part about this whole mode. But I get making a zombies extraction mode is a totally different challenge, so I can't really blame them too much, I guess, but it just really sucked. Now, moving on to current day, where we are in Call of Duty Black Ops 6, I could say a lot about this zombies mode, and I certainly will. There's a lot of really good things and not so good things about this mode, but I think the good overall do outweigh the bad. Some of the best things I feel like this mode has to offer are some incredible Easter eggs and great boss fights. These are the best Treyarch boss fights we've ever had, but if I had to really nail down a specific feature that I like, accepting that this is a new kind of like action-based RPG game, as opposed to the Ethereum upgrade tree system, I actually greatly prefer how Black Ops 6 has it with augments. You have these different attributes and abilities that you can apply to your perks that give it different functions, but you don't get all of them at once. You really have to pick and choose and build craft a little bit here, and I really like this system compared to the prior one in Cold War. All of this combined with the general map design, the weapons, the boss fights, the way the Easter eggs are, Black Ops 6 has an incredibly satisfying and enjoyable gameplay loop, and I think the maps have a really distinct formula that works. However, the problem with Black Ops 4, and I think easily the worst part about the game mode, is the very, very strict point economy and overall point system. This is what I feel is the biggest complaint with the overall community, and I think a lot of it is warranted. The problem is, with Black Ops 6 being such an FPS RPG, you really are emphasized to invest all of your resources in a game in one gun, meaning hitting stuff like the mystery box or trying out other wall weapons is largely pointless and a waste of time. This just means that a lot of the sandbox experimentation and trying out different guns is just not really a viable option in BO6, or at least if you want to play optimally, you should be investing everything you have into a single weapon. And, that can make the gameplay of zombies feel a little bit one-dimensional and hollow sometimes, and I just think that the point economy is far too strict. They did get rid of having a wrong way to kill zombies, so to speak, but they introduced a very wrong way to spend points. Cold War had this problem too, but not nearly as bad as Black Ops 6 has it. And also, one of my other least favorite aspects of Black Ops 6 is high rounds. This would be fine if you could invest in a single gun and it would carry you in higher rounds, but past round 35, virtually every single gun in the game becomes almost irrelevant, and you either just have to use a wonder weapon or use a mutant injection spam, which, is the most brainless way to get high rounds, and they're incredibly unfun in my opinion. And I think those two are the biggest issues plaguing Black Ops 6 right now. We'll see what they do in the future, but hopefully they can remedy a few of these issues. The thing is, Call of Duty Zombies has had so many features come and go. Throughout the years and the entire evolution of the mode, we've seen a lot of systems be introduced and then be revoked, and some have really stuck around with the test of time. And there's a lot that I probably skipped over that you feel like maybe should have been here, but every COD Zombies game has some good and some bad, and I wanted to review what I thought were the best features and the worst features of every Call of Duty Zombies game in history.
Was? Auf doch. Errol, für die Raketen geh mal wieder zurück, ganz kurz. Nein, ich kann dir noch mehr geben. Geh mal komplett dort in die Ecke dort. Geh mal dorthin. $622, okay, kannst gehen.
Ich finde das jetzt aber, wenn man sich auf dieser Cursor dort an dieser Level bleibt.
When you think about Call of Duty Zombies, I would bet that you're going to think about stuff like the ray gun.
Errol, woran denkst du bei Call of Duty Zombies?
Halt wirklich an Double, ja. Eigentlich nicht an viel mehr. Weil das war so das Einzige, was ich wirklich
Sag mal, woran denkst du, wenn du an Call of Duty Zombies denkst?
Stress, Angst.
Ist einfach
Was? Packer Punch?
Ja, ja. Oder was ich auch richtig cool fand, waren diese zufälligen Boxen.
Weißt du? Jawohl, hier.
When you think about Call of Duty Zombies, I would bet that you're going to think about stuff like the ray gun, Juggernog, Transit, Pack-a-Punch, all of these things that are absolutely iconic and integral to the mode that is Call of Duty Zombies. But one very specific thing that does define this mode is the mystery box, and you can't really have Call of Duty Zombies without having a mystery box, can you? I mean, it's an interesting question because the mystery box is such a core piece of the identity of COD Zombies that not having it in a map or not having it in a game would feel a little weird. But the question is, those of you astute zombie players who have been playing since the very beginning, I'm sure you know better than anybody, has the mystery box changed or has it evolved for the better or for the worse? What we're going to do is take a look at the mystery box in every single Treyarch Call of Duty Zombies game and how it started as an integral feature and became iconic to the mode to where now it almost feels like a relic of the past and an obsolete feature that Call of Duty Zombies may be moving away from. But real quick, I want to thank our sponsor. This video is sponsored by Spectre Divide. Look, if you've been bored currently with the offering of FPS games at the moment and are looking for something really fresh, Spectre Divide has a very unique approach to gameplay and a skill-based FPS. It's a 3v3
Aber du
tactical
musst ja eh
shooter with
warten.
an
Kannst du mir
unexpected
hier
twist.
das hier
This
in den
game lets you
Kühlschrank machen
pilot and
und
control two
den
bodies at
als
once
geben?
so that you can defend more than one point. It's a new level of skill expression that I think is always interesting to see personally when it comes to a new game. Spectre Divide is set in the city of Breakwater, where mastering the sport of Santai makes you a champion. In Spectre, there are no preset characters. You create your pair personally to climb the ranks of high-level combat, and it's the entire point of Nocturne Toad, the humble beginnings of the mystery box in Call of Duty World at War, appearing in the first ever Zombies map as the means by which you get different weaponry. Of course, the entire point of Nocturne Totem was to survive in this small bunker for as long as physically possible using any means necessary, and the means that would make that survival necessary were to usually be found in the mystery box. This is where a lot of the guns that are actually worth using can be found. Many of the guns in World at War, especially off the wall, are kind of pointless and weak past like round 7, so you kind of have to hit the box to get something worth using, whether that be a flamethrower, a ray gun, or something just even like an LMG. The point is, the mystery box is there waiting for you to take a gamble on it, take a spin, and you might get something amazing like a ray gun or a Bren LMG, but you also might get something like a scoped Kar 98K. It's a bit of a gamble, and there's something really gratifying about getting an amazing weapon, but it wasn't always good.
Was willst du?
Den Pudding. Nee, ich hab schon 2 Schüsse Bananenquark gegessen.
Because the mystery box also had some genuinely bad guns, so it was a risk either way, but it was your only lifeline into getting at least powerful enough to handle the zombies for a bit longer. As World at War maps would go on, the mystery box would have a feature where it would start to move locations. So after a couple of spins on the mystery box, you might get a teddy bear, and that would move the location of that box to a couple different spots around the map. This meant that in order to, get back to the mystery box to get good weapons that will help you fight off zombies for longer, you would need to explore the map a little bit more, and you couldn't simply just rely on this one location all the time. It encouraged map exploration and made every map feel a little bit different from playthrough to playthrough. After World at War, with the introduction of the Pack-a-Punch machine, the mystery box would change somewhat as it had a new selection of weapons in Black Ops 1. The thing with the mystery box in Black Ops 1 is that it largely is the same idea as how it was in World at War, but the main difference now is that it really encourages you to not only select the weapon that you like out of the mystery box, but you also want to think about the effect that it has when it's pack-a-punched. These things work in tandem. You want to get a good gun out of the box, but it's also a gun that you want to, perform well when pack-a-punched, because in BO1, a lot of those weapons have like very specific attributes when upgrading them. For example, when you pack-a-punch the M16, you get a grenade launcher, or if you upgrade the AUG, you get this like under-barrel shotgun. Some people like these, some people don't, and it's definitely up to you, and that works in tandem with what you want out of the mystery box. The thing also with BO1 was that there were some genuinely horrifically bad weapons in the mystery box. I'm looking at you. And also, not every gun was just about sheer raw killing potential. Like the crossbow, when you upgrade it, would attract zombies, kind of like a pocket monkey bomb you could use. And something like the ballistic knife is pretty much useless when it comes to offense, but shooting your teammates with it was able to revive them. It was a really cool feature, and if you're a player that likes to be a medic and keep your teammates alive, the upgraded ballistic knife is not a bad idea. So you could turn something just absolutely tragic from the mystery box and make it useful if you wanted to. Now, when it comes to Black Ops 2, things started to get pretty interesting, because in World at War and Black Ops 1, the only real reliable way to get wonder weapons was from the mystery box, thus making it a very valuable asset to go after and spend your points on. In those games, the mystery box was your best friend, like, period. And in Black Ops 2, it is very similar. However, you now have the option to sometimes build wonder weapons, right? On Transit, you can build the jet gun. Die Rise, you can build this liquefier, the acid gat and blunder gat on Mob of the Dead. Like, the list goes on. The origin staffs, don't even get me started. Basically, BO2 was really about buildables, and to get some of the best weaponry in the game, it was actually no longer found in the mystery box. While this didn't completely devalue it, as there was some really good stuff to be found in there, another big change that BO2 made to the box was that they would start adding map-specific weapons to the mystery box, and I thought this was a fantastic idea and something that I feel we're desperate.
Sieht man natürlich noch so aus. Muss man aber auch so daneben so 2 Linien. Wäre das wirklich so ein Parkour? Okay, Leute, wenn wir das Auto als Kennzeichen machen, natürlich ich mach kurz Kennzeichen. Oder du machst einfach GES 55. Geschwindigkeit braucht uns 3.
Maxis. CS.
GES oder Uda. Alles gut. Erstmal eins runden. Alles gut.
Mach, gib her.
Okay, sind wir jetzt Formel 1.
Du sagen, was brauchst du jetzt, Kollege?
Nein, ich schaff das mit Erstmal eins verwunden, erstmal eins verwunden.
Missing in modern zombies. So, for example, stuff like the MG08 can only be found on Origins. This is a very specific LMG that fits the aesthetic and tone of Origins. Or on Mob of the Dead, you can get the Death Machine and you can get the AK-47. Those can only be found there. On Origins, you can also get the KSG only on that map. The list goes on. There's stuff that you can only get a specific experience on a very specific map thanks to the mystery box and its complete chance whether it gives it to you or not. But either way, it added tons of replayability because sometimes if that's your favorite weapon, that will make you want to play that map for that reason alone. The other important thing with the mystery box in Pack-a-Punch in Black Ops 2 was that you could take a box weapon and Pack-a-Punch it as normal to, obviously make it stronger or give it a different effect, but then you could upgrade it again to give it another different attachment. For example, you could take the DSR, you could Pack-a-Punch it and give it an iron sight instead or a suppressor for whatever reason. Basically, you could make these features a little bit more customizable and kind of your own, even though they're still a base weapon from the mystery box. But with that being said, the mystery box was still insanely valuable in Black Ops 2 because unless you're going after a wonder weapon that you're building, pretty much still the only reliable way to get good weapons would be from the mystery box, encouraging you to spend your money on it. However, in Black Ops 3, I think is where the mystery box started to get a little bit weird. Something strange happened with Black Ops 3, and I think it's just because of the direction that the game was heading in, where it was slightly less about the just raw survival sandbox of the game and more about this quest that you can go on to become more powerful. I think that's a big fundamental shift in what changed the mystery box, but it really started in Black Ops 3, I think, because in all of the previous games, the mystery box was full of amazing weapons, average weapons, and downright stinkers, obviously. But in Black Ops 3, there really isn't any bad guns in the mystery box. Everything is either average or really good. And even some of the seemingly most useless weapons, like the XM53, has really specific cases and the DE boss fight and stuff. You can still absolutely use that. Virtually everything in the Black Ops 3 mystery box was at least usable or pretty good. And there was nothing that I felt that was amazing in it, right? And even the ray gun is just, the ray gun sucks eggs in Black Ops 3. We all know that. That was the whole controversy with that game initially, is the ray gun is trash. Originally, the most coveted weapon in the game from World at War and even in to Black Ops 1, the ray gun was the thing that you wanted. That's what made other people in public lobbies jealous. But it started to be kind of trash in BO3 and outclassed by a regular weapon with dead wire. So it got a little bit confusing and complicated there, and alternate ammo types just made that a little bit more strange because in higher rounds, pretty much every gun was the same as far as effectiveness goes. An RK5 with dead wire was not really much different than an HVK with dead wire. They're pretty much the same thing as far as killing power goes. If you're at a relatively higher round, why would you not just use the RK5 with dead wire? Why would you have any incentive to go hit the mystery box at that point? If you've already gotten the wonder weapon or you have the specialist, then there's no need to go after and hit the mystery box. It's not going to give you anything better at that point. Black Ops 3 was also a bit strange in this aspect because they really did focus on either crafting or building wonder weapons there, but also these specialists that could be acquired on each map. These two things in combination, I think, also kind of devalued the mystery box. Although it wasn't completely useless because, again, on some maps, they had a very specific gun, like the Marshals on Zetsubo or the PPSH specifically in Gorod Krovi and stuff like that. So while it wasn't totally useless, the game was evolving in a way where there was a meta to be had. And so on Horizon Drop, why would I ever go and hit the mystery box when I can grab a KRM off the wall for insane DPS against a Panzer and then just go craft the Stormbow? You know what I'm saying? There was no reason to hit the box on a few of these maps. Other than stuff like Gorod Krovi or maybe Revelations, the box was kind of pointless in those maps specifically. And things got even stranger when we go over to Black Ops 4, because at least in my opinion, Black Ops 3 was the last Call of Duty Zombies game to truly have a primary focus focus on survival and that kind of like sandbox survival gameplay. From Black Ops 3 onwards, I think the fundamental shift in the zombies formula was definitely there, and Black Ops 4 is a bit of the weird bridge, where it tries to retain a lot of these survival elements, right, such as building barriers, but it's also obviously very quest focused, and so this would be the first game in history that would allow you to choose your starting weapon, because every other game and map before it, you would start with a pistol, like the 1911 or, one of those things, and in this game, you could choose like the Welling or the Strife or, a SAW, just a weak powered SMG. It didn't give you a ton of options, but you had a little wiggle room of what you wanted to begin the match with. But obviously, after a couple of rounds, you would still want to swap it out for something else. And if there wasn't like a desirable wall buy on that map, then yeah, you would definitely want to go and hit the mystery box. But the problem with Black Ops 4's mystery box was that it basically had one weapon that everybody wanted, and it was by far the most useful thing to use, and in fact kind of required if you wanted to do some of the boss fights solo. Like, there really isn't another weapon as capable of getting the job done other than the hell of just a weak powered
This way. Okay, step number 7. You should have all your stairs in place. You should now be able to walk up all the stairs here onto every single level. So now we are going to build a little tent-like structure. So we're going to begin with dark oak wood, one with the rounded bark ending on it. So you can start in the corner right here, place your first one right there, skip 2 blocks, place another, and in this direction we're going to skip 3 blocks before we place another. So we've got a nice little rectangle. Then grab some dark oak trapdoors, going to place 2 on that side, and 2 on that side, flip them up, and 3 across the front. Now grab some prismarine stairs, and we're going to place 2 right here.
So, du hast da Prismarine? Sehr gut. Okay, stark auch. So. Warum machst du das Schwert fertig? Fragezeichen. Ja, wenigstens steht das Tollgate.
Down a stone floor, replace all the dirt with stone, and throw down some sea lanterns in the floor so you're not going to...
Ey, Sami, du weißt ja, wie groß mein Dings ist, ne? Das hier jetzt schon ist, ne? Guck mal, das ist nicht mal 1/4.
folks, it's Cortezerino, and today I'm going to show you how to build my Osaka castle. Now, this is a tutorial I said I would not do because the things...
Also soll ich dir was zum Bauen geben? Was denn? Oh, wow. Ich glaube, es ist nicht, weil hier so viele Gas sind. Allgemein so viele Mobs. Auch Digga, ist nicht böse. Hä, wo willst du denn hier noch ein Auto machen? Hättest du den 2 Blöcke nach links gemacht, würde hier noch jemand hinpassen. Also. Ja, dann passen hier noch 2, 3 Autos. Das ist ja nur 5 Blöcke breit. Ja, und wer ein zweites, dann soll es reichen. Jetzt sorgt dafür, dass die Autos fahren. Vielleicht kannst du ja hier eine Eisenbahn bauen. Eine komplette Strecke. Die checkst du, dass das hier so geht. Dann hier so eine Strecke. Dann geht es hier so vielleicht runter. Biegt das dann irgendwie dort so dann ab. So wie geht. Warum machst du das Auto nicht in die andere Richtung? Okay, auf rückwärts einpacken. Jo. Ja, das fang doch einfach mit Zinsen an, oder nicht? Egal, mach einfach vorwärts, Radas. Sagen sind 2000 Details viel. Sagen, hast du 2000 von denen? Allgemein, wie viel Deep State hast du denn? Da ist auch eine ganze Schulter voll. Wo denn? Ja, okay, lass mich rauskriegen. Stimmt, oben hast du ja.
Fertig.
Nice. Fix mal den Boden dort. Sodass das nicht komisch aussieht. Digga, sorry. Das ist so viel, ne? Ich glaube, das ist sogar viel zu groß. 31 bei 27. Warte, ich muss erst mal gucken, ob das hier überhaupt passt. Wobei doch, ich glaube schon, dass das hier passt. Ach, Digga, warum spackt das Video die ganze Zeit rum? Was ist das für ein Scheiß? Digga, mein YouTube ist so schwul, ne? Sorry, kannst du das bauen? Ich kann das nicht öffnen. Ich kann das einfach nicht öffnen. fertig die gemacht wird. Jo. Jo. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ja, guck, passt doch. Und dann 27 nach vorne. War das, glaube ich. Ja, wie gesagt, hier guck, bei mir klappt das halt nicht. Es funktioniert einfach nicht, dieses Video bei mir. Deswegen mach du das. Einunddreißig zu 27. Warum machst du das Gleiche? Ja, scheiß drauf. Scheiß drauf. So. Jetzt 5 und 4 und 3 und 2 und 1. 27 nach vorne. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 19. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Passt. 1, 2. Dann wieder 6. 1, 2. Nein, das sind schon. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Eins, zwei, drei, vier, fünf, sechs, sieben, acht, neun, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Ich hab zuerst auf einem Block zu viel gemacht, Alter. So halt Foundation geht. Ja dann. Kannst du ja morgen bauen.
So schlecht an oder aus?
Aus.
Tür auf,
Zu.